Prologue. Harley Street, London. 7 weeks ago. Unless you do exactly what you're told, whispered a voice, we'll kill your wife and daughter. The words dug into Trevor Plimpton's brain like railroad spikes. He sat on the chair, wrists bound to the armrests with plastic pipe ties, ankles tied to the wheeled feet of the chair. A hood over his head let in no light. He was lost in a world of darkness and fear. And those words. He could barely remember what had happened. He'd taken the elevator to the basement parking garage, clicked open the locks on his Vauxhall Astra, felt a sharp burn against the back of his neck and then nothing. When he finally woke up, he was already lashed to the chair. He'd cried out in alarm, tried yelling for help. A heavy hand belted him across the face. A savage blow, made worse by the absolute surprise of it. He couldn't see it coming, could not even brace against it or turn away. Then the whispering voice. W what? It was the best response he could muster. Nothing made sense, the world was a confusion of disorientation, fear, and pain. Did you understand what I said? Asked the voice. A male voice. Was there an accent? It was hard to tell with the whisper. Yes, Plimpton gasped. Tell me what I said. That you'd kill my family. A hand clamped onto Plimpton's crotch and squeezed with sudden and terrible strength. The pain was white-hot and immense. The grip was there and gone, as abrupt as the snap of a steel trap. That's incorrect, said the voice. Try again. Plimpton whimpered and then suddenly flinched, imagining another grab or blow. But there was nothing. After a handful of seconds, Plimpton relaxed a little. Which was when the hand grabbed him again. Harder this time. Plimpton screamed. SHHHH, cautioned the whisperer. Or next time I'll use pliers. The scream died in Plimpton's throat. Now, said the whisperer, tell me what I said. You said that. Plimpton racked his brain for the exact words. Unless. I did exactly what you said, you'd kill my wife and daughter. The words were a tangle of fishing hooks in his throat. Ugly words, it was impossible that he was saying them. When the hand touched him again, it was a gentle pat on the cheek. Even so, Plimpton yelped and jumped. Better. The man smoothed the hood over Plimpton's cheek. What do you want me to do? We'll get to that. What concerns us in this minute is whether you will agree to do whatever I ask. It will be easy for you. It will be just another day at work. At work? A million dreadful possibilities flooded Plimpton's mind. The whisperer said, I'm going to remove the hood because I want to show you something. If you turn your head, your family will die. If you yell or try to escape, your family will die. Do you understand me? God, Plimpton said. Then, before the whisperer could punish him again, he said, yes. There won't be a second warning. I swear. The whisperer placed his hand on Plimpton's head, fingers splayed like a skullcap, and then slowly curled them into a fist around a fold of the hood. He whipped it off so violently that it tore a handful of hairs from Plimpton's scalp. Plimpton almost screamed with the pain, but the warning was too present. Open your eyes. Plimpton obeyed, blinking against the light. As his eyes adjusted, he stared in shock and confusion. He was in his own apartment, tied to the chair in his own office. The desk before him was neat and tidy, as he'd left it, but the computer monitor had been turned away. No reflection, he thought with bizarre clarity. Plimpton could not see the man, but he could feel him. And smell him. An odd combination of scents: expensive cologne, cooked meat, gasoline, and testosterone. The overall effect was of something large and powerful and wrong behind him, and with a jolt Plimpton realized that he'd started to think of his captor as a thing rather than a person. A force. I want you to look at some pretty pictures, the stranger whispered. The man's hand came into Plimpton's peripheral vision. Thick forearm, thick wrist, black leather glove. The man laid a photograph down on the desk. The hand vanished and returned with a second picture, and a third, and more until there were 6 4x6-inch photos on the green desk blotter. What Plimpton saw in those pictures instantly separated him from the pain that still hummed in his nerve endings. Each picture was of a different woman or teenage girl. 3 women, 3 girls. All nude. All dead. The unrelenting clarity of the photos revealed everything that had been done to them. Plimpton's mind rebelled against even naming the separate atrocities. To inventory such deliberate savagery was to admit that he could embrace the knowledge that his mind could understand them, and that would be like admitting kinship to the devil himself. It would break Plimpton, and he knew it, so he forced his eyes not to see, his mind not to record. He prayed with every fiber of his being that these things had been done to these women after they were dead. Though, he knew that wasn't true. The arm reappeared and tapped each photo until it was square with the others in a neat line. "Do you see?" the whisperer asked. "Aren't they beautiful? My angels. God." It was all Plimpton could force past the bile in his throat. "See this one?" The whisperer placed a finger on the corner of the third photo. "One of the teenagers. She was the same age as your daughter." "Please," Plimpton cried. "Please don't hurt my daughter. For the love of God, please don't hurt my little girl." Pain exploded in Plimpton's shoulder. It was only after several gasping, inarticulate moments that he was able to understand what had just happened. The whisperer had struck Plimpton on a cluster of nerves in the valley between the left trapezius and the side of his neck. It had been fast and horribly precise. The whole left side of his body seemed to catch fire and go numb at the same time. "SHHHH," cautioned the whisperer. After a long moment, the man patted Plimpton's shoulder. "Good. Now, I have 2 more pictures to show you." "No," sobbed Plimpton. He closed his eyes, but then the whisperer's lips were right there by his ear. "Open your eyes or I'll cut off your eyelids, yes?" Plimpton mumbled something, nodded. The whisperer placed 2 more 4x6 photos on the desk, arranging them in the center and above the line of 6 photos. A strangled cry gurgled from Plimpton's throat. The photos were of his wife and daughter. In the first photograph, his wife was wearing only a pair of sheer panties and a demi-cup bra as she leaned her hips against the sink and bent close to the mirror to apply her makeup. Her face wore the bland expression of someone who believed she was totally alone and who was completely absorbed in the minutiae of daily routine. The picture had been taken from behind so that she was seen from the backs of her knees to above her head, with the front of her from hips to hair in the mirror. Plimpton's heart sank. Laura looked as pale and beautiful now as she had when they'd first met 22 years ago. And he loved her with his whole heart. That heart threatened to tear loose from his chest as he looked at the second picture. His daughter, Zoe. 15 years old and the image of her mother, except that instead of mature elegance, Zoe had a lush coltish grace. In the photo, Zoe was naked, her young body steaming with hot water as she stepped out of the shower over the rim of the tub, one hand raised to push aside a shower curtain that had a pattern of swirling stars. Plimpton saw his daughter in her unguarded nakedness, and it awoke in him a hot fury, an inferno of murderous rage that flooded his arms with power. His whole body tensed, but then the whisperer said, "We have someone watching them both right now. We are watching them every minute of every day. We have their cell phones tapped. We're in their computers. We know their passwords, their travel routes, all their habits. 6 times each day I have to make calls to tell my people not to kill them." As fast as the rage had built in Plimpton, it was gone, leaving only a desolated shell of impotent anger. The whisperer said nothing for a whole minute, letting those words tear through the chambers of Plimpton's mind and overturn all the furniture and smash out every window. Then the whisperer reached past Plimpton and slid 2 of the photos out of the line of 6. He placed one next to the picture of Laura, the other next to the picture of Zoe. The woman in the first picture was about Laura's age, she had the same basic coloring. The same for the photo of the girl next to Zoe's photo. He did this without comment, but the juxtaposition was dreadful in its eloquence. "Now," said the whisperer after another quiet minute, "tell me again what I told you." Plimpton licked his dry lips. "Unless I do exactly what I'm told, you'll kill my wife and daughter." "You believe me, yes?" "Yes." Tears broke and fell, cutting acid lines down Plimpton's cheeks. "Will you do what I want?" "Yes." "Anything?" "Will you do absolutely anything that I want?" "Yes." Each time Plimpton said the word he lost more of himself. All that remained now was a frayed tether of hope. "Good. If I do," Plimpton said, dredging up a splinter of nerve, "will you leave them alone? Will you leave my family alone?" "We will," promised the whisperer. "How do I know that you'll keep your word?" There was a pause, then, "Are you a man of faith, Mr. Plimpton?" It was such a strange question, its placement and timing so disjointed, that Plimpton was caught off guard and answered by reflex. "Yes," he said. "So am I." The whisperer leaned close so that once more his breath was a nauseating caress on Plimpton's ear. "I swear before the Almighty Goddess that if you do what we want, and if you never talk about this with anyone, then I will not harm your wife or daughter." "Don't fuck with me," Plimpton snarled, and heard the man chuckle at the sudden ferocity in his voice. "You said I want your word that none of you will ever come near them or harm them in any way." "I so swear," said the whisperer. "And may the goddess strike me down and curse my family to 7 generations if I lie." "Goddess?" The word floated in the air between them. Even so, as weird and grotesque as the promise was, Plimpton, for reasons he could not thereafter understand, believed the whisperer. He nodded. What do you want me to do?" The whisperer told him what he wanted Plimpton to do. "I can't." "You can. You promised." There were no more blows, no grabs or taunts. The photos and the value of that strange promise were enough now to have established a strange species of trust between them. "Even so," Plimpton said, "if I did that, I'd be arrested. People could die." "People will die," corrected the whisperer. "You have to decide if they will be people you work with and patients whose names you would never know, or if they will be your lovely wife and daughter." "They'd never let me. That facility is too well protected." Which is why we came to the one person who was positioned to bypass that security. "You weren't picked at random, Mr. Plimpton." The whisperer touched the photo of Plimpton's daughter, drawing a slow line along the curve of her thigh toward the damp curls of her pubic hair. "All right. God damn you. All right." The whisperer withdrew his hand. "I'm going to put the hood back on your head. Then I'll cut you loose. You will sit there and say the names of your wife and daughter aloud 1,000 times before you remove the hood or stir from that chair, yes? I will know if you betray our trust. You know that we're watching. You know that we can see what goes on inside this house. If you move too soon, then I will know, and I will not make the calls that I need to make in order to keep your loved ones alive." Plimpton sat there, weeping, trembling. "Tell me that you understand." "I understand. You are the architect of your own future, Mr. Plimpton. Like the goddess almighty, you can decide who lives and who dies. It feels glorious, doesn't it?" "Fuck you." The whisperer laughed. Then he pulled the hood over Plimpton's head. Trevor Plimpton sat in an envelope of darkness and despair and said the names. When the knife cut through his bonds, he flinched as if he'd been stabbed but otherwise did not move. Laura and Zoe. He said their names 1,000 times. Then he said their names another 100 times. Just to be sure. After that he removed the hood. The apartment was empty. The ugly photos were gone. The photos of his wife and daughter were gone. The hood and plastic cuffs were gone. Except for the taser burn on his neck and the aches from the torture, this might all have been a dream. He went into the bathroom and splashed cold water on his face. "God help me," he whispered. Part 1. 7 Kings. Lycurgus, Numa, Moses, Jesus Christ, Muhammad, all these great rogues, all these great thought tyrants, knew how to associate the divinities they fabricated with their own boundless ambition. Donatien Alphonse François, Marquis de Sade. Chapter 1. Park Place Riverbank Hotel, London, England. December 17, 9:28 a.m. Greenwich Mean Time. "Are you ready to come back to work?" asked Mr. Church. He didn't say hello, didn't ask how I'd been. He got right to it. "Haven't decided yet," I said. "Decide now," said Mr. Church. "That bad?" "Worse." "Turn on the TV." I picked up the remote, hit the button. I didn't need to ask which channel. It was on every channel. "Okay," I said. "I'm in." Chapter 2. The Royal London Hospital, Whitechapel, London. December 17, 10:09 a.m. Greenwich Mean Time. I stood in the cold December rain and watched thousands of people die. The hospital was fully involved by the time I got there, flames reaching out of each window to claw at the sky. Great columns of smoke towered above the masses of people who stood shoulder to shoulder with me as dozens of hoses hammered the walls. The smoke was strangely dense, like fumes from a refinery fire or burning tires, and there was a petroleum stink in the air. "Back! Back!" cried a firefighter, and I turned to see that there were too many people and too few police, and we were all too close. I could feel the heat on my face even though I was in the middle of the street. "Get the hell back!" I looked at the firefighter. He was running toward us, waving us back with both hands. Then I looked up at the building and knew at once that he wasn't doing crowd control. He was shouting a warning. The building was starting to collapse. I turned to run, but behind me was a tight-packed sea of people. They were staring in numb shock as the wall slowly leaned out toward them. Maybe they didn't see it, or didn't understand what was happening. Maybe the very fact of a spectacle this vast had hypnotized them, but they stood their ground, eyes and mouths open. I grabbed a man in a business suit and shook him and then slammed him backward. "Move!" I screamed. The crowd snarled at me. Ah, people. No sense of self-preservation in the face of disaster, but give them a chance and they'll bark like cross dogs. Fuck it. The firefighter was getting closer, louder, but the roar of the fire was louder still. Then something deep inside the building exploded. A heavy woof made the whole front of the building bulge outward in our direction. That did it. Suddenly the whole crowd was backpedaling and stumbling and finally turning to run as the entire facade of the Royal London Hospital bowed slowly outward and fell, the ancient timbers and brick defeated by the inferno heat. Hundreds of tons of burning brick slammed onto the pavement. A gigantic fireball flew at us across Whitechapel Road, chasing us as we dove behind the fire trucks and ambulances and police cars. People screamed as cinders landed on their skin. Splinters and chips of broken brick battered the crowd like grapeshot. The firefighter was struck between the shoulder blades by a burning chunk of stone the size of a football. He pitched forward and slid all the way to the curb, his helmet flying off and his hair immediately beginning to smoke. The falling rain hissed as it struck his back and head, but it wasn't strong enough to douse the fire. I leaped the small wrought iron fence and pelted in his direction as embers fell like meteorites all around me. I whipped off my anorak and slapped it down over him, swatting out the fire. The smoke was thick and oily and filled with dust despite the rain. I yanked my sweater up over my nose and mouth, grabbed the fallen fireman under the armpits, hauled him to his feet, and then staggered out of the smoke with him. A second firefighter saw us and ran to help. "He's alive," I said as I lowered the first fireman to the ground. I backed off as a team of paramedics appeared out of the crowd. The second firefighter followed me. "Is that everyone?" he yelled. "I don't know." I bellowed, and turned to head back into the smoke, but he caught my arm. "Don't do it, mate. The rest of the wall's about to come down. Nothing you can do." He pulled me backward and I stumbled along with him. He was right. There was a low rumbling sound and more of the wall fell, chasing the onlookers even farther back. The firefighter, a young man with a Cockney voice and a Jamaican face, shook his head. "Whole bleeding thing's going to go. Can't believe I'm watching the London die." The London. A familiar nickname for the hospital. Not the Royal London, not the hospital. The London, as if that name, that place, stood for the old city itself. We stood there, watching helplessly as the oldest hospital in England died. There was nothing anyone could do. After I'd gotten Church's call and turned on the TV, I'd rushed out immediately, caught the first cab, and screamed at the man to get over to Whitechapel. The traffic was so thick that I had run the last 6 blocks. The press was already calling it a terrorist bombing. If that was true, then it was the worst in British history. The firefighter shook his head. "Look at it. Survived the Blitz, survived everything, and now this. Poof. Gone." He looked at me, his eyes glazed with the enormity of it. They put £1 billion into expanding it. Over 1,200 beds since the renovation, and with this round of flu you know they'd all be filled. More than 2,000 staff on shift. Doctors, nurses, orderlies. I know a lot of them. "What happened?" I asked sharply, hoping to snap him back to the moment. He wiped soot from his face. "Dunno for sure. They're saying it was bombs." "Bombs? More than one?" "That's the report we got. 5 or 6 explosions. Big ones, and almost at once. Then the whole place was fully involved. That last blast was probably the heating oil in the sub-basement. But those others. What's with the black smoke?" He shook his head. "Mystery to me, mate. Smells like a rubber fire, don't it?" The fire investigators are going to have to sort that out, because that's definitely oil smoke. Makes no sense. How many people got out? I demanded, looking around for someone who had been in there, someone I could ask questions of. If this was a terrorist attack, someone had to have seen something, and the sooner we could get a jump on it the better. Out? The young firefighter's bleak eyes shifted away to the fire, and then down. No one got out that I heard of. Place went up too fast. He spit saliva that was clouded with black grit onto the debris-littered pavement. At least it was quick. I hoped he was right about the last part, but he didn't sound all that convincing. A line of police officers worked their way between the apparatuses, pushing spectators back across the street. The rain slackened to a drizzle and news crews crept from their vans to do stand-ups. I recognized the young woman nearest to me. Kimiko Kajikawa, from the BBC. I'd seen her read the news every night at 6. This was the first time I'd ever seen her without her legendary unflappable cool. She looked like she'd been crying, and I imagined that it was the numbers that were hitting her. If the firefighter was right and the bombs had caught everyone unawares, then we could be looking at something like 3,200 dead in a single moment. Maybe more. Nearly as many as had died in the fall of the towers. If all those beds were full, then it could be even worse. I felt tears burning in the corners of my own eyes. All those lives. All those people. And all of those families. How many of them were watching Kajikawa right now? Jesus Christ. Since signing on with the Department of Military Sciences, I've seen far more than my fair share of death, but nothing on this scale. And even though the flames and smoke hit all of the bodies, I could feel the death. It was like a huge dark hand had reached inside me and was squeezing my heart. I turned to the people around me and saw expressions on their faces ranging from confusion, to disbelief, to shocked awareness. Each was processing the enormity of this at the speed their mind would allow. I could almost see how this was gouging wounds into the collective psyche of everyone here, and anyone who was watching a news feed. Each of them, each of us, would be marked by this forever. The moment had that kind of grotesque grandeur. I edged closer to hear Kajikawa. "We'll be following this story as it unfolds," she said. Her voice was steady, but the hand holding the mic trembled. So far no one has stepped forward to take responsibility for the bombing at this landmark teaching hospital. Established in 1740, the facility provides District General Hospital services for the city and Tower Hamlets and is also the base for the HEMS helicopter ambulance service. Hospital authorities say that nearly all of the 1,200 beds were occupied as of yesterday. There was a commotion to my right and I turned to see a tall, hairy-looking man in a black uniform fighting his way through a sea of TV and news service microphones. "Fire Commissioner Alan Dexter is on the scene," said Kajikawa as she hustled over to join the throng around the man. "Commissioner Dexter," shouted a Reuters reporter, "do we know how many casualties yet?" Dexter's lip curled in irritation at the typical callousness of the question. It was clear from the different shapes his mouth took before he answered that the words he said were not the first ones on his tongue, not at this time. "Can you speculate for us?" The reporter persisted. The commissioner slowly faced the hospital, which was an inferno from foundation to rooftops. When he turned back, his pale eyes were bleak. "We have not yet identified anyone who was in the building at the time of the blasts and who since escaped." The reporters were too jaded to be stunned by this. They screamed questions at him, but Dexter turned away as a wave of police officers surged forward and cut him out of the pack. "There you have it," Kajikawa said, turning back to face the camera. "This is quickly becoming the worst hospital disaster in British history. And if this is a terrorist attack, then it could well be the worst ever." She said it with what almost sounded like pride. Somewhere between her earlier tears and now she'd made a huge internal shift from human being to reporter. Maybe the cameraman had said something to her, or maybe she did a mental review of reporters whose careers had been made by great human suffering. Like Dan Rather and Walter Cronkite breaking the story of JFK's assassination, Wolf Blitzer with the first Gulf War in Kuwait, and Anderson Cooper during Hurricane Katrina. Or maybe being in the thick of the throng of reporters reminded her of the most sacred rule of journalism: if it bleeds, it leads. I thought it was vulgar. Kajikawa was still working it. "We do not yet have word about how many of the hospital's 8,000 staff members were on duty today, but as the building continues to burn out of control, hopes for a happy outcome are likewise going up in smoke." Jesus. Chapter 3. The Royal London Hospital. Whitechapel, London. December 17, 10:46 a.m. Greenwich Mean Time. I found a relatively quiet spot in a V formed by two fire trucks parked at right angles and called church. I told him what it was like at the scene, and remarked on the dense oil smoke that was turning the entire sky black. "Odd," he said. "Perhaps it is intended as a symbolic touch. A statement. On what? The Mideast oil wars? Let's add that to our list of questions. What do we know about this attack?" I asked. "Too little." Benson Child, my opposite number in barrier, called to ask if we'd heard anything from our networks. "We haven't. Nothing credible, anyway. Half a dozen fringe groups have issued statements claiming responsibility, but they are the ones who do that for everything. I've had our people trolling through FBI, CIA, and Senate subcommittee records, reports to the president, speculation from our own analysts. So far we have a lot of enemies and there is no shortage of threats against us and our allies, but nothing that specifically targets this location or date. No one has identified a specific political or religious motivation for this, so the Brits are holding off on calling this a terrorist attack. From where I'm standing, it doesn't look like anything else. I worked a lot of fires when I was a cop boss, and this isn't bad wiring or someone smoking in bed. There's going to be more collateral damage than we had at ground zero. Maybe a higher body count, God help us. Yes. Which means that the whole world is going to be looking at this, and that's why the Brits are taking their time and putting a label on it. They don't want to kick off a rash of hate crimes. For the moment, the verbiage is national tragedy. Anything from Al-Qaeda? Not so far, but expect something. If this isn't their play, then they'll reach out to praise whoever did it. What about our other sparring partners? The Cabal? The Kings? There's not enough of the Cabal left to orchestrate this. As for the Seven Kings, that may be more likely of that. Why? What's been happening while I've been off the radar? There have been some clashes. Our informant is still feeding us useful intel. We've had several dust-ups with the Chosen. Sorry I missed the party, I lied. In truth, I wasn't looking to jump back into any firefights with the King's field troops. We had learned about the Seven Kings a few weeks after my first mission with the Department of Military Sciences. Mr. Church had received an anonymous phone call from a source even Mindreader was unable to trace. The call had come in on Church's private line, a number known only to key people, the President of the United States, a few people in government, the heads of the top counter-terrorist organizations belonging to our allies, and the team leaders of the DMS. Either one of them was the mysterious caller, or the caller had managed to learn that private number, or the caller had the technology to hack into Church's coded phone. None of those options was particularly comforting. He was able to record the call, however, and played it back for us. Chapter 4. Telephone Call. June 23, 8:17 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. I want to speak to Colonel Eldridge. Eldridge was one of a dozen different names for the man I knew as Church. None of them were his real name as far as I knew. Who is this? Church asked. A friend. The caller spoke through a voice distortion system that made it impossible to tell if it was a man or a woman. Your ID is blocked. My friends don't need to hide their identities. Then consider me a new friend. What is the basis for our new friendship? A shared interest in the security of our nation. Will you tell me your name? My name is of no importance. What is important is who I represent. Who is that? A group of loyal Americans whose actions are always in the best interest of America. The caller had not said in the best interests of the American people. What do you want? There is a new and grave threat to this country. What is the nature of this threat? It is a group called the Seven Kings of the New World Trust. Who are they? Asked Church. And what is their agenda? Chaos, said the caller. What kind of chaos? Total. Global. Apocalyptic. Excuse me, said Church, but this is bordering on being a crank call. If you are a loyal American as you claim, and if there is a threat about which you have knowledge, then please give me the facts in plain and simple terms. There was a sound that might have been a short laugh. For reasons that I do not care to explain, I cannot give you too much information on the Seven Kings. Perhaps I will be able to share some information from time to time. Will you give me something now? Yes. Something that will save American lives. The caller gave Church the location of a Hamas cell operating in Washington, D.C., that was being funded by the Seven Kings. This group plans to strike tomorrow during the afternoon rush hour. Many people will die, including key members of Congress. You can stop this. That's it? Church demanded. You speak of a group dedicated to global chaos and the downfall of our country, and all you give me is a single terrorist cell? How do I know I can trust you? You'll find the cell. And then the caller disconnected. Chapter 5. After Action Report. Washington, D.C. June 23, 1:44 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. We followed up with recon and verified the cell's existence. 14 hostiles and enough weapons and explosives to start a war. Or tear the Capitol apart. I led the hit. DC had been in the crosshairs since long before September 11, so there are 50 kinds of counter-terrorism protocols built into the infrastructure and dozens of agencies are tasked with gathering intel. It's all supposed to be shared. Politicians aren't supposed to lie, either. Our people used MindReader to hack everyone else's database and dump everything into one massive pattern recognition search. By collating information from a dozen different agencies, we learned that much more was known about this matter than any one group believed, and the reason everyone who needed to know didn't know was because red tape and departmental pissing contests reduced the flow of interagency intel to a dribble. Guys with prostates the size of soccer balls can piss a heavier stream. It fell to the Department of Military Sciences to put the pieces together and put boots on the ground. Thanks to MindReader. When Mr. Church formed the DMS, he built it around a computer system that was several generations ahead of anything else known to exist. MindReader was designed to look for trends, and the software was very carefully crafted to take into account some factors that might otherwise be missed, and although computers can't generalize or make intuitive leaps, this one came pretty damn close. Its other unique feature was that it could intrude into virtually any other computer system without tripping alarms. When MindReader backed out, it rewrote the target computer's software so that there was no record that it had ever been hacked. It was a highly dangerous system, and Church guarded it like a dragon. So less than 5 hours after the mysterious call, from someone whom everybody except Church was already calling Deep Throat disconnected, we had snipers on rooftops, choppers in the air, a satellite red asked to do thermal scans, an echo team ready to kick in the doors. The cell was located in a small frame house on 9th Street in the Penn Quarter section of DC. Lots of foot traffic, lots of tourists. We parked the van around back and halfway up the block. We were not wearing our usual combat rig, unmarked black BDUs, helmets, and ballistic shields. Too many civilians and no way to know who was a spotter for the bad guys. I wore a Hawaiian shirt over jeans. We all wore vests, though, but these were the latest generation of spider silk bulletproof vests with carbon nanotubes filled with nanoparticles that become rigid enough to protect the wearer as soon as a kinetic energy threshold was surpassed. Stuff that's not on the open market yet, but Church has a friend in the industry and he always buys us the best toys. I strolled down the street with Khalid Shahid, one of my newest shooters. Khalid looks like a schoolteacher and came to the DMS by way of Delta Force. A good guy to have at your back. We pretended to argue about whether Brooks Robinson should be considered the greatest Orioles player of all time rather than Cal Ripken. I used a pre-arranged cue word to escalate the argument into a shouting match just as we passed the front of the target house. Shouts escalated into shoves and soon the front door opened and a man wearing a blue sports coat stepped out onto the porch. "Hey!" he yelled. "Stop that! Get out of here!" He had a Palestinian accent, and Khalid turned to him and in brusque Palestinian Arabic told him to mind his own business. Actually, Khalid told him to have anal sex with a three-legged dog. Nice. The man began screaming at Khalid and soon they were nose to nose. The door was still open and I could see other faces appear at the windows and in the doorway. My sunglasses had a mic pickup built into the frame. I whispered, "Go." Instantly the rest of Echo Team hit the house. Big Bob Faraday, a former ATF fieldman who was built like Schwarzenegger's big brother, kicked the back door completely off its hinges. Top Sims, my second in command, swarmed past him with Joey Goldshine at his heels. Joey was our newest member, a good kid, 6 months back from Afghanistan. They bellowed at the top of their lungs as they moved through the empty kitchen and into a side hall. "Federal agents. Lay down your weapons." The adjoining dining room was filled with men, most of them crowded around a big oak dining table that was covered with bricks of C4 and all the wiring needed to blow the whole house into the next dimension. You'd think that people would be disinclined to initiate a firefight when there's 40 pounds of high explosives lying right there on the table. You'd be wrong. Lot of crazy people out there. Suddenly it was the OK Corral. Out front, the man arguing with Khalid turned sharply at the noise from inside the house. He never saw Khalid pull open his loose Orioles shirt and pull his piece. Maybe the man heard the shot that killed him, but I doubt it. Khalid and I both had the whole team yelling in our ears about explosives and armed resistance. Deep Throat's intel had been solid. Khalid and I opened fire together, hammering the front windows and the doorway. The men were so tightly clustered that there was no way for us to miss. Then the dead were falling and the others were backpedaling into the house. We jumped up onto the porch and I covered Khalid while he reloaded. Then I had to duck behind the brick wall between window and door as a hail of heavy-caliber bullets ripped through the frame. There were screams and blaring horns from the street behind us, and I knew that backup teams were closing on the house. The Hamas team was in a box that we were nailing shut. It was up to them whether the box was a container or a coffin. Khalid and I both yelled in Palestinian Arabic for them to lay down their arms. The only answer was a renewed barrage of automatic gunfire. Flash out. I barked into my mic, and then pulled a flashbang out from under my shirt and lobbed it through the doorway. Khalid and I covered our ears and squeezed our eyes shut. The blast was huge. Go! Go! I snapped, and Khalid spun out of his protective crouch and rushed inside. I was right behind him. He fanned left, I took the right. There were 5 hostiles in the living room, but all of them were down, rolling around on the floor, screaming but unable to hear their own voices. Flashbangs blow out the eardrums and temporarily blind the unwary. We kicked weapons out of their hands and kept moving. The firefight in the dining room was still hot and heavy. I saw Top Sims and his shooters squat behind a breakfront that bullets had reduced to little more than splinters and shattered crockery. Big Bob and Joey were firing from the hallway entrance. I tapped Khalid and he nodded and took up a shooting position from the living room doorway while I peeled off and headed for the stairs. From the sound of it, there was a second firefight up there. The team's other big man, Bunny, a moose of a kid from Orange County, had been on point for the second-floor entry, and he had former MP Dee Whitman on his wing. Green Giant, this is Cowboy. On the stairs and coming up, I barked into the mic. Join the party, Cowboy. Bunny's voice sounded relaxed. Then Dee added, stay away from the windows. Chatterbox is enjoying himself. Copy that, Scream Queen. Chatterbox was our last team member. His real name was John Smith, and the DMS had headhunted him away from LAPD SWAT. He was one of those silent, introspective types who looked like a beatnik poet from the village but who was the hammer of God with a sniper rifle. I tapped the command channel and keyed over to Smith's frequency. Chatterbox, this is Cowboy. I'm on the second floor. No window shots until I give you the word. "K," he said. I peered around the wall at the top of the stairs and looked right into the eyes of a dead man. He was sprawled on the floor with a black bullet hole above his left eyebrow and a look of profound surprise stamped onto his face. The whole back of his head had been blown out. John Smith at work. I've seen a lot of great shooters in the military and on the cops, and I've met a few whose accuracy bordered on the supernatural. But John Smith was a Jedi. He was spooky good. If you're unlucky enough to step into his crosshairs, then you'd better be right with Jesus. I leaned farther out into the hall and saw that most of the second floor was an open-plan studio. There were 2 more men slumped like rag dolls. Automatic weapons lay near each one. 3 other men knelt beside the windows, weapons in hand. They were probably too smart and too scared to try to return fire after 3 of their brothers had taken headshots. It was a tough nut to crack, because a sniper is the most feared man in any battle scenario. The second most feared is the guy who sneaks up behind you. I ducked back onto the stairs and whispered into the mic. Cowboy to Chatterbox. I'm moving into the field of fire. No shots until I give the word or 15 seconds is up. Copy? K, he said again. Guy never shuts up. I took my Beretta in a 2-handed grip and then I was up and moving, rounding the corner, entering the open room, running fast as I cleared the corners with a flick and then fanned the barrel back to the shooters, taking the one farthest from me first with 2 in the head and shifting to the next gun without a pause. The other 2 shooters started to turn, but I shot the middle guy twice through the side of the head and the impact sent him crashing through the broken window. The third guy was almost in kicking range and he was moving at lightning speed, swinging his AK-47 up, turning toward me, finger already inside the trigger guard. If he'd had a handgun instead of a long gun he might have beat me to the shot, but I put the first one in the center of his chest, then raised the gun 14 inches and put the second one through his forehead. Double tap. All 6 shots fired in less than 3 seconds and my head ringing with thunder. Then John Smith's voice was yelling in my ear, "On your 6. On your 6. I ducked and spun to one side as a hail of bullets burned through where I'd been standing. For shooters were crowding into the doorway and I had no idea where the hell they'd come from. The first 2 banged into each other trying to get through the doorway, and I was already coming up out of my jump and roll. I killed them both with 5 shots between them. I moved like a son of a bitch, rushing in but to one side, firing one-handed as I tore a fresh magazine out of my pocket. The bodies in the doorway fell face forward just as my slide locked back. The third shooter kicked his way into the room, starting to turn as he cleared the doorway and the bodies. Shit. No time to swap out the mags, so I dropped my Beretta and drew the rapid response folding knife from its sheath clipped inside my jeans pocket. The RRF has a wicked little 3.375-inch blade that locks into place with a snap of the wrist. What it lacks in weight it makes up for in speed, because at only 4 ounces it moved as fast as my hand. No drag at all. I bashed the rifle aside with my left and whipped him across the throat with a very tight semicircular slash. Blood exploded outward in a hydrostatic jet. I faded left and took a hard leap past his shoulder, and drove the point of the knife into the face of the 4th shooter. The blade caught him beside the nose and I punched it all the way through. He screamed and his finger clutched around the trigger, sending half a magazine into the legs of the guy whose throat I'd cut. I gave the knife a quarter turn and yanked it out, then plunged it back into his throat. He collapsed over the tangled legs of his comrade. I tore the knife free and wiped it clean on a dead man's sleeve, then retrieved my Beretta and swapped out the mags. My heart was hammering in my chest and I could smell my own sweat mixed with the copper stink of blood. There hadn't been time to be scared before now, but it was catching up to me like a son of a bitch. I tapped the comlink. Chatterbox, Green Giant, center room clear. All hostiles down. Repeat, all hostiles are. Get out. It broke into the team channel. Top's voice. Screaming. Hostile with a vest. Hostile with a vest. Out, out, out. A vest. Jesus Christ. We all knew about those vests. Anyone who had been in Iraq or Afghanistan knows about suicide bombers who follow the compulsion to strap on 40 pounds of high explosives and turn the day into red nightmare. Suddenly we were all yelling and running. I ran for the window and went out like I was Superman. Maybe a drop of 15 feet to the street. There was a huge black noise behind me, and just as I cleared the window I felt myself lifted as if wishing I could fly was making it so. As if. The force of the blast threw me out over the street. I pinwheeled my arms, and my legs mimicked running as I flew. There were cherry trees along the curb. In one of the weird moments of clarity that happen in the middle of a crisis, I knew that the leaves and branches were going to break my fall, but I wasn't going to like it one bit. Behind me the fireball burned the air and ignited the leaves and sucked all the air out of my lungs. Then the tree curled its branches into a fist and knocked me out of all sense and understanding. I woke up in an ambulance. Top and Khalid were with me, both of them covered with soot and blood-stained field dressings. Top told me the news. One of the hostiles had come up out of the cellar wearing a vest packed with bars of Semtex. Everyone on Echo Team had taken cuts and burns except John Smith. I started to say that we'd gotten off lucky, but something in Top's face stopped me. What? I asked. Joey, he said. He pushed Khaled out the door, but he caught his foot on a throw rug and went down. He got up, but he was one step too late. Joey Goldshine had been the only one of my team left inside when everything went to hell. He was 6 months back from his second tour in Afghanistan. He deserved a longer life. That was our first encounter with the Seven Kings. After that, Deep Throat came to church with dribs and drabs of intel. My part in the Seven Kings affair slowly evaporated as I became involved in several unrelated cases. Other DMS teams worked on it, and it's both sad and frightening to say that there are always multiple threats chewing at the fabric of our society. Vultures and predators, sharks and parasites, bent on destroying us in order to satisfy their own political agendas. I don't say that they do this to satisfy their religious agendas, because I'm either idealistic enough or cynical enough to believe that religion is deliberately misused as a label for greedy sons of bitches whose real objective is wealth and power. Sure, the freedom fighter in the trenches may think that God wants him to strap C4 to his chest and walk into a post office, but until the so-called religious leaders do that themselves, I think it's a scam. And they're scamming their own loyal followers as much as they're scamming the rest of the world. I think this was true during the Crusades and it's true now in the Middle East. I seldom trust the guys at the top. The real bitch was that despite having clashed with groups supported by the Seven Kings, we didn't have a frigging clue as to who or what the kings were. It was like fighting an invisible empire, and yes, I know that sounds like an old movie serial. But there it is. Chapter 6. The Royal London Hospital. Whitechapel, London. December 17, 10:52 a.m. Greenwich Mean Time. Church said, the kings have been busy during your vacation. Deep Throat been calling his BFF again? I see isolation and contemplation haven't matured you. Pity, Church said. We've had 5 additional tips. 3 out of 5 of the tips resulted in action taken. We recovered prisoners in several of the raids, but none of them were above street level. They knew the name Seven Kings but nothing else of substance. Did Deep Throat warn you about today? Not specifically. He said, watch out, the next one will be epic. However, if this is a Seven Kings attack, it would be their first hit on foreign soil. That we know of. Yes. You any closer to finding out who Deep Throat is? No. But I have some friends in the industry working on this. The blaze looked even hotter than before. The crowds surrounding the hospital had to number in the thousands. I don't think there's any doubt that this is a terrorist hit, I said. Even if no one comes forward to take credit for this, we're likely to see a rise in hate crimes. I agreed. After September 11th, there was an insane wave of violent hatred toward Muslims even though we were not and never had been at war with Islam. Echoes of the Japanese internment camps. Xenophobia is one of humankind's most embarrassing traits. I said, destroying a medical complex of this size had to have taken enormous and very detailed planning. Can't have been a matter of someone walking in the front door with a C4 vest or a car bomb in the parking garage. This place is massive and it all went up at once. Someone put some real thought into this and Church interrupted me. How are you doing? Church is borderline heartless, so the fact that he was asking made me stop and do a quick self-check. I realized that I was speaking way too loud and way too fast. I took a deep breath and let it out slowly, and in doing so I could feel how much of it was stale air that had been turning to poison in my chest. I'm good, I said more slowly. He didn't comment. He wouldn't. Dr. Sanchez will be on the first thing smoking. I don't need a shrink, I began irritably, but he cut me off. I'm not sending him to hold your hand, Captain. Dr. Sanchez has a great deal of experience with post-traumatic stress, and much of that can be ameliorated if dealt with from the jump. That was true enough. Rudy was an old friend and he was my own post-trauma shrink before he became my best friend. Since we both signed on to the DMS, he'd been the voice of reason and everyone's shortest pathway to a perspective check. Even, I suspected, for Church himself, though Rudy refused to discuss it. Church said, "You'll liaise with Barrier and offer them any support you can. Barrier knows that anything they tell you will be processed through MindReader, and they're comfortable with that. They don't have anything as sophisticated, so we may get some hits before they do." Barrier was the global model for effective covert counter-terrorist rapid response groups, and it actually predated the DMS by several years. Church had tried to get the DMS in place first, but when Congress wouldn't greenlight the money, he served as a consultant to the UK to build Barrier. When that organization proved itself to be an invaluable tool against the rising tide of advanced bioweapon threats, the Americans finally got a clue and Church built the DMS. The Barrier agents I'd met were every bit as good as our guys, most of them having been hand-picked from the most elite CS teams. However, hearing the name Barrier inevitably conjured the image of Grace Cortland. Damn! Major Grace Cortland had been Church's second-in-command at the warehouse, the DMS field office in Baltimore. She was a career military officer and the first woman to join the SAS as an active operative, and the permanent liaison between Barrier and the DMS. She was tough, smart, and beautiful, and she was my direct superior in the chain of command. At the end of August, against all common fucking sense, we fell in love. That was wrong in a whole lot of ways. Rudy tried to warn me, but I brushed him off and told him to mind his own business. And yes, I know that as he was the DMS shrink, this was his business, but when was the last time someone falling in love listened to good advice? Grace and I knew that a love relationship, no matter how discreet, made us fly too close to the flame. As agents of the Department of Military Sciences, we tackled the deadliest threats imaginable, so personal entanglements could only end in trouble. In our case, it ended in disaster. We faced off against a threat so huge that books will be written about it. At the end of it, the good guys won and I lost. I lost Grace. She died saving us all, and I think I died, too. Part of me, anyway. Since then I've knocked aimlessly around Europe with my dog, Ghost, a specially trained DMS K9. We got into a couple of scrapes together while doing some unofficial stuff for friends of Mr. Church. I hadn't actually quit the DMS, but I didn't want to return to the Baltimore field office. Grace would not be there. The place would be full of echoes, of shadows and memories. Of ghosts. Originally, I had come to Europe on a hunting trip. The bastard who shot Grace escaped the bloody resolution of that case. He escaped and went into the wind. As a going-away present, Mr. Church left me a folder full of leads, travel documents, and money, and, without ever saying so, his blessing. Ghost and I went hunting, and after many weeks we ran our prey to ground. There's an unmarked grave on one of the Faroe Islands off the coast of Denmark. I pissed on it after I hand-shoveled the dirt and rocks over what was left of the body. It didn't bring Grace back, but I believe that somewhere, maybe in Valhalla, her warrior's soul approved. Ah. Grace. Damn it. Church apparently got tired of the silence on my end of the phone and plowed ahead. Your current credentials will get you into the investigation. I advised the President and Prime Minister about your participation. And I'll likely be on the same flight as Dr. Sanchez. Do you want me to bring Jerry Spencer as well? Jerry was the top forensics man I knew. He joined the DMS at the same time I did. His genius was in walking a scene and letting the evidence talk to him. Absolutely. As soon as the ashes are cool enough to walk, I want Jerry in the smoke. It should all be over by the time he gets here, because at this point it doesn't look like the fire department is doing anything but containment on this. It's all going to burn down. What's my play? Be available to the Brits. They'll tell you what they need. Where's Gog and Magog? Shouldn't they be on this? These were the two DMS teams permanently stationed in Great Britain. Gog was based at the Regent's Park Barracks on Albany Street in London. Magog was hosted by the 48th Fighter Wing at the Lakenheath RAF base in Suffolk. I worked with both of them on my second mission after signing on. We tracked a network of Iranian terrorists who were selling yellowcake by the hundredweight to terrorist groups. That's not something you serve at birthday parties. It's a uranium derivative used in the preparation of fuel for nuclear reactors. Look it up in Terrorism for Dummies and you'll see that there are all sorts of things you can do with it. GOG is dealing with a critical matter in Prague. Magog is in Afghanistan dismantling a Taliban bioweapons team. At the moment you're the only senior DMS agent in the UK. Swell. The London counter-terrorist offices have both accepted my offer of your services. Why would they want my help? Because I briefed them on the Saif al-Din, Mirador, and Jacobi cases. I'll send them a report on the 7 Kings, and we'll send all recent data on them to your BlackBerry. Good. You know, I said, of the big event terrorist attacks we've seen, the Alfred P. Murrah building, both World Trade Center attacks, the London subway bombings, they were all one and done, followed by a lot of gloating via the internet. Don't get me wrong, I'll throw myself into this with a will, but unless this is one of our playmates, then I'm just another pair of boots on the ground at that. I'm no more psychic than you are, said Church, but I believe that there is a clock ticking somewhere. Maybe the Kings, maybe Al-Qaeda. Besides, terrorism notwithstanding, this is a crime and you're a cop. Work the crime. Somebody has to have survived. Somebody has to know something. Any chance you can send Echo Team over here? They are out at Area 51N. Wait, what? There's an actual Area 51? That's so cool. Church sighed. At times you're as bad as Bug in Doctor Who. Yes, Captain, we have an Area 51 and no, Captain, there are no UFOs there. Nor are any alien autopsies being performed there. Damn. It is, however, a classified area, and Echo Team is providing backup for Lucky Team out of Vegas and the intelligence investigators from Nellis. Possible security breach, but so far no fireworks. Crap. Can you send them my way when they're finished kicking ET's ass? He grunted. Why? They're not investigators. They can handle door knocks and Q&A. I'll see what I can do. He paused. Bottom line, this needs to be handled with precision. We dropped the ball on September 11th. We reacted too slowly and often the wrong way. We have to do better this time. This isn't the USA, I reminded him. How does that matter? This is an attack on humanity. There are 60 million people in Britain. Wow, I really was off my game if I walked into that. What if Al-Qaeda or one of the other usual suspects steps forward to claim responsibility for this? Best case scenario, we establish some fresh leads that will maybe result in a useful joint barrier DMS action. Worst case? We lose the thread of this and have to wait for something else to happen. I looked across the road to where one of the brand new towers was crumbling, the charred bones of the building collapsing under its own deadweight. More of the black smoke billowed up and turned a horrible morning into the very dead of night. Damn, I breathed. Church must have been watching the same thing on the news. I heard him sigh. Welcome back to the war, Captain. Chapter 7. CNBC, Breaking News Report. December 17, 10:55 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. Transcript of the Financial News Report. In the wake of the devastation in London, the Dow Jones Industrial took a drastic 19% dip, and there are Wall Street rumors that the White House may suspend trading and close the New York Stock Exchange until the initial panic has subsided. This echoes the events of 9/11, which saw the NYSE closed for several days following a period of losses in the stock market. Airlines and tourism industries are also expected to be affected due to fears of another attack. In a preliminary statement issued a few minutes ago, SEC Chief Mark David Epstein cautioned investors not to engage in a flight to safety, reminding everyone that panic produces a decline in financial markets but that the markets typically recover. While there is certainly reason to be concerned over the events in England and around the world, he said, the best course of action in financial terms is inaction. Epstein is expected to make a more detailed statement tonight following the president's address to the nation. Interlude 1. Fair Isle, Scotland. The Shetland Isles. December 17, 6:31 a.m. Greenwich Mean Time. Rafael Santoro moved silently through the shadows of the garage. He came up behind Dr. Charles Gray and touched the blade of a knife against the man's cheek. No sound, murmured Santoro. The scientist stiffened. Not so much from shock or surprise, but like a man who is suddenly aware that a long-dreaded but inevitable horror has finally come. Santoro bent close to whisper in the scientist's ear, "It's time." Gray began to tremble. "Please. God. No." "Yes," said Santoro. "You know what you have to do. You promised that you would do it, . Gray started to turn, but Santoro pressed the knife into his flesh. Santoro did not break the skin, but he made sure that Gray could feel the edge, could feel the quiet appetite of the steel. Santoro was an artist of supreme delicacy with a blade. With fast or slow cuts he was able to sculpt a victim into a masterpiece of crimson art. It was one of the many talents that made him so valuable to the Seven Kings, and to his patron, the King of Fear. Fear and the blade were both aspects of Santoro's personal religion. "I can't," whimpered Gray. "Don't you understand that? What you ask is impossible. Nothing is impossible if the goddess wills it to be. That is the nature of faith, yes? Gee, goddess." Gray stammered. "I don't understand, . Santoro leaned forward, rising onto his toes so that his lips were an inch from the back of Gray's neck. "You told me that you were a man of faith, Dr. Gray. Do you remember? That first day when fortune brought me to you? When I showed you the pictures of those angels." Angels. The pictures that this man had shown him were not of angels, but he understood what Santoro meant. Gray gagged at the thought of such horrors being described as angelic. They were images out of hell itself. The blade was an icy promise on his flesh. "Are you saying now that you were lying to me? Lying about faith?" "No. No," pleaded Gray. "That's not what I meant." "Then tell me what you meant, Dr. Gray. Tell me that you believe the all is capable of everything." "Everything." "Why yes, . Say it," Santoro growled. He raised the knife from Gray's cheek until the beveled edge filled his vision. "Yes," Gray said hastily. "I believe, God help me, I believe, but..." With a snarl, Santoro withdrew the knife and with his free hand grabbed Gray's shoulder and spun him violently around. "God may believe you, but you are a piece of shit in the eyes of the goddess." Santoro wore a black mask, but through the eye holes his eyes blazed with dark fire. He then snatched Gray's right hand and slapped the knife into his sweating palm. Gray sputtered with confusion and looked dumbly down at the vicious weapon he held. It had a 6-inch double-edged blade and a handle wrapped in red silk thread. It looked as much like a tool of ritual as it did an instrument of destruction. "Do you know what faith is, Dr. Gray?" Santoro asked quietly. When Gray shook his head, the small man smiled. "Faith is my shield, it is the armor that covers my flesh and soul. I am a man of faith, Dr. Gray. I know that the goddess protects me. I know that she has forged me into her sword." I was all that Gray could manage. "If you are a true man of faith, Dr. Gray, then you will believe that the goddess lives in you. Use that faith. Prove its existence to me and to yourself. Cut me." Gray looked at the weapon in his hand. His face twisted into a mask of horror as if he held a squirming scorpion. "Do it," insisted Santoro. "I can't." "No. Do it or I will go into the house and find young Mikey and show him the knife. Would you like that, Doctor? Gray? Would you like to watch? I will leave you one eye so that you can see it, and I will leave you most of your tongue so that you can scream. You will want to scream. Gray suddenly stabbed at the small man. He saw his hand move before he felt his muscles flex, the dagger point glittering as it tore through the shadows toward Santoro's smiling mouth. But Santoro was not there. In the gloom of the garage he became a blur. He pivoted on one foot and shifted so that the stabbing knife pierced only empty air. His hands flashed out, striking and striking and striking, the movements unspeakably fast, the blows hideously powerful. He struck Gray in the groin and the floating ribs and the solar plexus and the throat. Santoro pivoted like a dancer and struck Gray in the kidneys and tailbone and between the shoulders. Then the scientist was falling, all in a fractured second. His arms still reached for the stab, but his body crumpled within the cocoon of blows. He collapsed onto the cold concrete floor of the garage, gagging, gasping for air with lungs that seemed incapable of drawing a spoonful of breath. His mouth worked like a dying fish, making only the faintest squeaks. Santoro stood above him, composed, relaxed, not even breathing hard. He knelt and picked up the knife, cleaned away the surface smudges on Gray's shirt sleeve, and stood. The knife vanished into its hidden sheath beneath Santoro's jacket. "When you can breathe again," he said, "I suggest you spend some time on your knees. Pray to the goddess, yes? Pray for forgiveness for the sin of doubt." He bent over and knotted his fingers in Gray's hair and jerked the man's head viciously back. "And pray that I forgive you. Pray that I will leave young Mikey alone. And intact." Gray managed to squeeze a single word out of his tortured throat. "Please." Santoro bent closer still, lips against Gray's cheek. "Will you do what you have promised to do?" Gray nodded. "Say it." "Yes." Gray gasped weakly. Tears streamed down his face. "Yes." Santoro opened his fingers and let Gray slump to the floor. "We will be watching, Dr. Gray. When you do what you have promised, you will have help." Gray raised his head at that. "Help?" "At work. You will not have to do this alone. You are never alone, but..." As the reality of that sank in, Gray buried his face in the crook of one arm and wept. When he stopped sobbing and looked up, Santoro was gone. Chapter 8. Park Place Riverbank Hotel, London, England. December 17, 11:43 a.m. Greenwich Mean Time. I went back to my hotel to change clothes. My dog, Ghost, met me at the door with a tail that stopped wagging as soon as he smelled me. Shepherds have extremely expressive faces, especially the white ones, and Ghost gave me a "hey, even I don't roll in stuff that smells that bad" look. Then he lay down with great dignity in front of the TV and licked his balls. I stripped and showered the stink of oily smoke from my skin and hair, and then leaned my forehead against the wet tiles and tried not to think about what was inside that smoke. 4,000 people. That was the current estimate. I cranked up the hot water and tried to boil the reality of that out of me. 4,000. God. I have a little bit of religion. Not much, but enough to make me believe that there's something bigger than all of this, and some reason that we're all struggling through it. But on days like this, my faith takes a real beating. Or maybe it's not my faith in God that gets pummeled. Probably it's faith in my fellow man. I know I'm more than half crazy, but it takes a whole lot of batshit insanity to want to blow up 4,000 people. In the 3.5 million years since our furry forebears started walking upright, we've had more than enough time to clean up our act and get the big picture. The fact that we're still killing one another doesn't speak to an inherent ignorance or perceptual deficiency in the species. We do know better, so stuff like today is pure, deliberate evil. There's no religion, ideology, viewpoint, or political exigency that can justify mass slaughter of the innocent. Not one. Feeling bitter and hurt by what was happening, I toweled off, dressed in my least wrinkled suit, ran a brush through my hair, and headed for the door. I was expected at Barrier headquarters for a briefing. Ghost was sitting in my path. "You're not coming," I said. He cocked an eyebrow. I don't know if that's something all dogs do or if San Razan, the DMS K9 trainer, had taught Ghost the trick just to piss me off. I suspected that it was both. Move. Ghost did. He got up and moved closer to the door. He sat down again and looked up at me with the biggest, saddest brown eyes in town. We had this argument a lot. He usually won. He did this time, too. Chapter 9. Barrier Headquarters. London, England. December 17, 12:21 p.m. Greenwich Mean Time. The entrance to Barrier was via the Vermin Control Office. Cute. I produced my credentials and a separate set for Ghost. The receptionist barely batted an eye at the 85-pound shepherd at my side. A rat-faced man who looked very much like he worked for Vermin Control came and led us through a series of interlocking offices until we finally emerged into the actual offices of Barrier. When we're out in public, Ghost plays the role like he was trained. He walks to one side and slightly behind me, head up, ears swiveling like radar dishes, nose scooping in trace particles of everything around him. A well-trained dog is a wonderful companion. Loyal, smart, and they don't talk. Captain Ledger? I turned as a tall, hawk-faced man came striding across the lobby toward me. The man looked like a typical ex-military, thin, with great posture and eyes that were 50 degrees colder than his smiling mouth. I figured him for XSAS and maybe XMI6. He looked to be about 65, but I'll bet he could give me a run for my money over an obstacle course. Benson Child, he said. Director of this band of thieves. We were told to expect you. He looked down at Ghost and held out a hand to be sniffed. Ghost looked at me for permission and I gave it. I use a combination of hand and verbal signals. With a stranger, a twitch of my little finger means it's okay for him to approach. Ghost took the man's scent and filed it away. I was pleased to see the child didn't try to pet the dog. It indicated he understood K9 protocols. I hope I can be of help, I said. This is a terrible tragedy. Yes, he said as he led us into his private office. By the way, Captain, your reputation precedes you. I've heard some very good things. I laughed. Somehow I can't imagine Mr. Church gushing about me. Hardly. The sexton isn't one to gush. His brief on you is short but colorful. The sexton. Another of Church's names. I've heard people refer to him as Colonel Eldridge, Mr. Priest, Deacon, and Dr. Bishop. I wonder if any of them was close to the mark. No. Grace Cortland told me about you. Grace. Damn it. Hearing her name now felt like an ambush. I tried to keep it off my face, but Child's eyes searched mine and I saw the precise moment when he saw and recognized the particular frequency of my pain. He nodded to himself, an almost imperceptible movement. Was he confirming his suspicion, or simply noting my reaction? I nodded but said nothing, not trusting my voice. Ghost must have sensed something, because he rose and moved slowly to stand partially between me and Child. I scratched Ghost between the shoulder blades. If only dogs really could stand between us and our own inner pain. All dogs would be saints. Child discreetly cleared his throat. I think we'll be able to find a use for you, Captain, he said. Grace said that you were a detective before you joined the DMS. And I believe you've worked several large-scale terrorist cases since. A few. That will be useful, because we have a laundry list of terrorist cells believed to be operating in the UK and an even longer list of persons of interest. My computer lads are coordinating with your lot to run their profiles through MindReader, but your personal experience may be invaluable. We have any candidates yet? Not as such. However, we have people collecting eyewitness accounts at the fire scene, and inputting everything from actual observed data to hunches. With MindReader able to collate all of the random factors for us, we're approaching this from the standpoint of no detail is too small to count. Smart. Devil's in the details. Too bloody right it is, Child agreed. He looked at his watch. In 10 minutes we'll be meeting with the Home Secretary and various divisional heads of our counterterrorism departments. He went to a sideboard and poured brandy from a decanter and handed me a glass. Before we go in there, I have something to say, and something to ask. Okay. He sipped his brandy and said, Grace Cortland. I took a second before responding, what about her? I recruited Grace out of the Army and into the SAS, he said. She was the first woman to serve in the SAS, as I'm sure you know. From the moment she entered the Army, anyone with eyes could see that she was a cut above. Not just a cut above the other recruits, but a cut above anyone. Male or female. She was born for this kind of work. Sharp mind, natural leader. Very probably the finest soldier I ever met, and believe me, that's saying quite a lot. I brought her into the SAS initially to prove a point, to show that modern women can handle the pace, endure the hardships, and hold their place in the line of battle, even at the level of special operations. Grace more than made my case. I know that you fought alongside her, so you must have seen how she was in combat. Fierce, efficient, and yet she never lost that spark of humanity that separates a warrior from a killer. Do you understand what I'm saying? I nodded. When Mr. Church formed the DMS and requested that Grace be seconded to him as the liaison between his organization and ours, I was proud of her, but I resented the request. Grace was mine, you see. He studied my eyes. She was like a daughter to me, and no parent could have ever been prouder of a child than I was of Grace. A lot of people cared about Grace, I said, keeping my face and tone in neutral. You made your statement. What's your question? Tell me, Captain Ledger, were you with Grace when she died? When I didn't say anything, Child edged a little closer. Church tells me that one of your strengths is that you seldom hesitate, and yet you're not answering me. It's not hesitation, I said. I'm just wondering how much trouble I'll get in if I tell you to go fuck yourself. Ghost caught my tone and growled softly at Child. That amused him. Why the hostility? Why the question? I've been waiting for one of you guys to take a shot at me for what happened to Grace. That's not my agenda, he said, heading me off before I got a full-bore tirade going. My question is straightforward, were you with her when she died? Yes, I said. I was. And did you care for her? She was my fellow officer. Please, Captain, this is off the record and just between us. He had no right to ask, and I was under no obligation to say anything that wasn't in my official after-action report. But his eyes were filled with an odd light, and the defensiveness I felt was my own, not the result of any kind of attack on his part. I said, yes. I know this is a lot to ask, but how much did you care? Why? I asked, and my voice was a little hoarse. He closed his eyes. It's important to me to know that at the end, when she was dying, she was with someone who truly cared about her. I said nothing. Child turned away and sipped his brandy. Grace was alone for most of her life, he said softly. She'd lost all of her family, her husband had walked out on her, and her infant son died shortly after birth. Grace was always alone, and it would destroy me to think that she died alone. Thank you, Captain. He turned back and offered me his hand. I took it and we shook. Then Child looked at his watch. Time to go. Interlude 2. Agincourt Road. London, England. December 17, 12:24 p.m. Greenwich Mean Time. The man in the city suit and bowler hat stepped into the doorway of a men's tie shop, his face raw and red from the bitter wind. He dug a cell phone out of his pocket and punched a speed dial. The phone rang twice and then a voice with a distinctly Spanish accent said, "Yes? The bloke you told me to follow, he's just stepped inside the pest control office." You are certain of his identity, yes? Of course I am. Good. What do you want me to do? Nothing. Go back to work. Others will handle this. But I go back to work. Is this it? Am I done now? Will you bastards leave me alone? The Spaniard laughed softly. You may hear from us, he said. From time to time. He was still laughing when he hung up. The man in the bowler hat closed his eyes and cursed silently to himself. Behind his eyes he saw the photographs that the Spaniard had shown him. Photographs of what the madman had called his angels. God help me, the man whispered. The contents of his stomach turned to sewage and he had to take deep breaths to keep from vomiting. He stepped cautiously out of the doorway, afraid of falling down. He cast one look at the doorway to the vermin control office, then turned away and hurried home to his children. Chapter 10. Barrier Headquarters. London, England. December 17, 1:37 p.m. Greenwich Mean Time. The Prime Minister has authorized that the threat level be raised to exceptional. The Home Secretary, Julian Wells, sat at the head of the table and looked for reactions to his news. No one offered any, so he continued. We are 5 hours into this. What do we know? The gathered men nodded, a few sighed. I kept my face neutral. Ghost lay beside my chair, and I'd given him the commands for down and quiet. A muted plasma screen showed the scene at the hospital. Most of the building had collapsed by now, and they were using deluge cannons to knock down the remaining flame-shrouded walls rather than let them topple into the streets. One corner of the old building still stood, though, and the news cameras kept returning to it, as if its stubborn refusal to yield meant something more than a vagary of physics. The streets around the hospital had all been evacuated, a process that started in earnest once the first of the new towers fell, kicking out massive gray clouds of billowing smoke. 9/11 might be over a decade ago, but even the average guy on the street knew about the dangers of breathing in that dust. It was more than debris. The fire and the pressure from the collapsing buildings had vaporized people. There was an untouched plate of sandwiches on the table. No one had an appetite. Wells was a small man who exuded a great degree of personal power. He had an aquiline face, a hooked nose, and black hair combed back from a high brow. A casting agent would have looked at him and said, Sherlock Holmes. We don't know anything for certain, said Detective Chief Inspector Martin Aylrod, head of the National Public Order Intelligence Unit. The hospital has taken a number of threats from animal rights groups who want to stop the animal testing that's part of the Cancer Research Center. But, our initial background checks on known members resulted in what you'd expect. Vegans with too much free time and only the most minor political connections, and even then they seem tangential. Even so, I've ordered all of our staff to report for duty to do comprehensive interviews, and we'll share our information with the general pool. Wells turned to the only woman at the table, Deirdre MacDonald, a fierce Scot with a bun so tight that it had to hurt her brain. She ran the National Counter-Terrorism Security Office, a police organization funded by, and reporting to, the Association of Chief Police Officers, which in turn advised the British government on its counter-terrorism strategy. What have you got, Deirdre? She scowled. Too much and damn all. We're monitoring a laundry list of microcells and splinter groups, but none of them has ever demonstrated the capabilities to do something like this. Or anything even close to this. Has anyone taken credit for this? MacDonald snorted. The whole daft lot of them are queuing up to take credit. We've even had 9 separate calls from people claiming to be Osama bin Laden himself. And one from Saddam Bloody Hussein. From beyond the grave, no less. He claimed that the man they hanged was a clone. Ah, said Wells, and shot a look at me. Would the DMS have any opinion on that? I'll pass it up the line, but I doubt if Saddam was alive he'd be calling to chat. I dare say. Who would benefit from this? Child cleared his throat. Hard to say, especially if you look at the staff and patient demographics. There are a fair number of Muslims, Christians, Jews, and others. The hospital isn't particularly political. No one of political or religious significance is associated with it or incarcerated as a patient. If this is a political statement, it's more obscure than it needs to be. Yes, agreed the Home Secretary, and our press statements will reflect a neutral and non-accusatory attitude until such time as we know at whom we should point our finger. Child nodded. The Home Secretary eyed the group. Has anyone received a credible threat of any kind? Something we can act on? Deirdre MacDonald said, there have been several calls made to local precincts, but none of them are likely. Most are local nutters who regularly take credit for everything from the latest drive-by shooting to conspiracies by secret societies. Freemasons, the Illuminati, bloody space aliens. Barking mad, the lot of them. None of them bear investigation? Asked Wells. She sighed. All of them do, Home Secretary, and we have teams running each one down, but we don't expect any of them to actually be directly related. Wells looked at me. Was anything phoned into any of the American agencies? Same as you have here, I said. A lot of groups and individuals trying to take credit but no one who stands out. We're processing everything as fast as we can, though. I'm sure a pattern will emerge. You're sure, or you're hoping? Asked MacDonald. I'm sure and I hope I'm right, I said, and that squeezed a smile out of her pinched face. Wells steepled his fingers. Do we think that this might be related to any of the upcoming holiday or charity events? Or is there any indication that the scheduled events may become targets? Excuse me, sir, I said, but as I'm here more or less on vacation, I haven't been paying attention to the social pages. Which events are most politically sensitive? Doesn't the Queen give a Christmas address of some kind? That's a fair question, Captain, he said. And Her Majesty usually touches on politics, and in recent years that's been Afghanistan and Iraq. The broadcast is on Christmas Day but is actually taped beforehand. Do people know that? Yes, answered MacDonald. Which puts it low on the list of likely targets. There are large gatherings of people at Trafalgar Square and the South Bank on the nights leading up to Christmas, said Aelrod. The tree lighting has already passed, that was the first Thursday of this month. But there are several scheduled events for caroling. A bomb at either place would do untold harm, and if timed to Christmas, well, the religious and political implications are there to be seen. Bloody wonderful, said Wells sourly. Put people on both events. What about the Sea of Hope? Asked MacDonald. What's that? I asked. She smiled. I would have thought you knew about that, Captain, as it's really an American event. It's a big international fundraiser for humanitarian aid for those countries suffering from diseases of poverty. I nodded. Although I didn't know much about the fundraiser, I certainly knew about the epidemics. Lately AIDS, malaria, and tuberculosis, the classic diseases of poverty, had taken alarming upsurges in Africa, with comparable spikes from the new Asian flu in Malaysia, another new strain of mumps in the poorer sections of Ireland, dengue fever in Bolivia, Brazil, and Paraguay, and a stunningly potent new strain of meningitis that was burning its way through West Africa. The event takes place aboard the Sea of Hope, one of those absurdly large Norwegian cruise ships, Wells said with disdain. There will be plenty of speeches and appeals for humanitarian aid from nations, corporations, organizations, and individuals. Prince William is nominally in charge of our end of the project and will be giving the keynote address. However, the Bush twins, Chelsea Clinton, John Kerry's daughters, and a few other political offspring are part of the board of directors. It's all part of the Generation Hope campaign started by the eldest Obama girl. Wow, I said, that would make it a prime target. Is the ship docked here in London? No. It touched at Dover last week to take on supplies and has since sailed for Brazil. The fundraiser cruise starts on the 21st, but the centerpiece is the concert on the 22nd. A rock concert that will be simulcast to arenas and movie theaters worldwide. U2, Lady Gaga, the Black Eyed Peas, John Legend, Taylor Swift, a laundry list of others are aboard, and others will perform at venues in 40 countries. A portion of all ticket sales to be donated, etc. All very noble, but also a logistical nightmare. I blew out my cheeks. As I said, that would do it. But Childs shook his head. Whereas I agree that it would be a terrorist event of epic proportions, it's probably too big. If a shipload of celebrities and the children of world leaders were successfully attacked, there is no ideology on earth that would protect the perpetrators from the wave of retribution. It wouldn't be a snipe hunt like what we've been doing with the bloody Al-Qaeda, this would be a unified front of overwhelming revenge. Any nation that could be proven to have supported such an action would be disowned by its allies and attacked by everyone else. I'm inclined to agree, said Wells. Besides, the ship doesn't return to England at all, Childs said. The concert is held at sea and afterward the ship docks in Rio de Janeiro for a private after-event party for the celebrities and their families. It's bloody hard to attack a cruise ship, especially with the escort that will be sailing with it. The frigate HMS Sutherland will be with them as soon as Prince William is aboard, and they'll be joined by the USS Elrod. And a couple of subs, one of ours, one of yours, will be ghosting them. MacDonald gave a fierce shake of her head. Terrorists can't attack ships at sea. They don't have the resources for it, and we've already provided for the unexpected. It's the same reason that there have been no attacks on presidential inaugurations, the Queen's public events, and so on. Too much security makes failure too likely, and failure weakens their message. My concern is that we are investing so much time and energy in the Sea of Hope that we are, in essence, distracting ourselves from other potential targets like the London hospital. I nodded. Even so, we have to be prepared for a group that isn't sheltered by a specific government. A group willing to take a big risk no matter how ill-considered. We need to make sure that the cruise ship is searched and searched again. Inside and out. Divers to check for mines attached to the hull, bomb sniffers inside, chemical analysis of the food and water. MacDonald looked at me. Your man, the counter-terrorism expert Hugo Vox, has overseen this since the beginning, and his consultant Dr. O'Tree is here in London to dot all the I's and cross all the T's. By the time the royals are aboard, everyone on that ship will have been vetted by Vox. That was reassuring. To have been vetted by Vox was the highest level of clearance. Grace Cortland had been vetted by him. I hadn't met Vox, but he was one of Mr. Church's most trusted colleagues. We'll keep our eye on it nevertheless, concluded Wells, but for now let's return to the London. What have we learned from the actual fire? Deirdre MacDonald suddenly held up her hand as she bent over her laptop. Excuse me, Home Secretary, but I believe we have something. My lads have been reviewing the CCTV feeds from the area and they've just red-flagged something. You'll want to see this. She looked hard at me. You as well, Captain Ledger. She tapped some keys and transferred her video feed to the big screen monitor. This is a bit of footage from the video traffic camera mounted on the wall across from the entrance to the parking garage. This bit here starts at 3:22 a.m. We watched an empty stretch of brick wall for a few seconds and then there was movement as a man walked purposefully along the street. He wore jeans, gloves, and a dark hoodie pulled up and zippered so that none of his face was visible. The man stopped, looked up and down the street, then removed 2 small cans of spray paint from his pockets and sprayed the wall. He wrote a word in black ink, overlaid it with a red number, and then used the red paint to capture it all inside a circle. Son of a bitch, I said. Beside me I heard Benson Child fairly snarl, most of the others gasped. It was the logo of the Seven Kings. Interlude 3. The Seven Kings. December 17th, 1:37 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. The wall was filled with life. Floor to ceiling, wall to wall, images of people in all their colors and costumes were animated by individual urgencies and passions. Newsreaders and statesmen, talk show hosts and market forecasters, media experts and the man on the street. 100 flat-screen OLED monitors brought every aspect of the crisis into the chamber. The 7 men who sat on the ornate high-backed chairs were silent. The 7 others, 5 men and 2 women, who sat beside them in less ostentatious chairs were equally silent. The voices that filled the room spoke from wisdom audio speakers, their many languages and dialects blending and swirling in the soft shadows of the chamber. A tower of babble, chatter and noise, and yet all of it saying the same thing. Everyone, on every screen, was absorbed in the event. The whole world shared this moment. The Royal London Hospital was gone. As the 14 silent people watched, the last stubborn wall yielded to the fiery Mephistophelian fingers. The foundation blocks, blackened from hours of inferno heat, cracked to hot ash, and the tower canted sideways. As it crashed down, imps and demons of pure flame capered in the clouds of smoke that billowed up. That was how the King of Plagues saw it from his place at the table. Fire and heat. Melting flesh and screams from within a world of burning torment. He closed his eyes and felt an almost orgasmic rush. On the screens, the whole world paused in horror, as if there had been some hope built into the mortar of that last corner of the old building. As if its resistance somehow meant that the whole event was not comprehensive, that it was poised to occur rather than already seared into today's page of history. But as it bowed in inevitable defeat, the world's voices coughed out a collective and broken sigh. Acceptance is a terrible, terrible thing. Each screen showed the thick pall of oily black smoke that erupted from the burning building. It was so dense that it blotted out the sky and turned day into night. There was another moment of silence as the jackals of the media took a breath. Not in reverence, but in order to begin a fresh tirade that would be equal parts hysteria, greed for ratings or copies sold, and mindless chatter to fill airtime until someone fed them something of substance to report. He turned to his fellow kings. 3 to his left, 3 to his right. He looked at the conscience who sat beside each king. Every king and every conscience smiled. The King of Plagues recited a passage from Exodus, changing it only slightly to suit the moment, and the Lord said unto Moses, Stretch out thine hand toward heaven, that there may be darkness over the land, even darkness which may be felt. Into the silence, the King of Plagues said, Beautiful. Beautiful, they all agreed. And truly, to each of them, it was. Interlude 4. 4 months ago. Nouveau Visage Center for Cosmetic Surgery. Beverly Hills, California. The burned man had 100 names in 100 places around the world. His own name had been left behind when he had been forced into hiding, and over the last 8 weeks he'd changed names weekly, often daily, relying on identities that had been carefully put in place over 15 years. He had millions of dollars in numbered accounts, and safe deposit boxes in 40 countries filled with cash, jewels, and bearer bonds. As long as he was never identified, he could remain free and live well for the rest of his life, and he was still a relatively young man. He had been forced to leave behind a fortune worth many billions, and a name that had been on short lists for the Nobel Prize and a knighthood. Now, his downfall had come through no fault of his own but through betrayal, and since then he had become infinitely careful. And infinitely bitter. When his name was mentioned these days, it was always accompanied by words like terrorist, mass murderer, and most wanted. Escaping with his life had been immensely difficult, and even his injuries were mild compared to what they might have been. He knew that he should be grateful to be alive and free and rich. He was also a very careful man. Before his accident, it would have amused him to know that the authorities were looking for him in all the wrong places. Now it was a simple fact of life, the result of the careful planning that would have to be routine forever. He felt no guilt for what he had done. When the pain from the surgeries flared, or the memories of his flesh melting as he struggled to escape the explosion, the burned man vented his anger by wishing he had done more harm. When he unwrapped his bandages and stared into a mirror at the ruin of a face that had once been on the covers of over 500 magazines worldwide, from Forbes to National Geographic, his anger became an almost physical force, a burning ball of hatred that he wished he could spit out at the world. The pills and the booze and the plastic surgeries helped, but only in the way that morphine helps to hide the pain of a cancer but does not remove the tumor. They did not take away the deep loss and sense of betrayal that hung burning in his mind every minute of every day. He lay on a chaise lounge by the pool in the recovery pavilion of Nouveau Visage, the most exclusive, confidential, and expensive center for cosmetic and reconstructive surgery in the United States. Even after weeks, much of his face was still wrapped in surgical dressings, as were the tips of his fingers. A tall glass of sparkling water garnished with cherries and mint leaves sat sweating on a nearby table, and movie stars in robes and bikinis lounged around him. Guests almost never spoke to one another. It was part of the mystique of "we were never here" that made the place so exclusive. Even the invoices sent by the billing department were in code, so no secretary or IRS agent could sell secrets to the tabloids. The items on the burned man's bills were for personal training, spiritual counseling, and financial advising. There was no trail to follow. He sipped his drink, wincing only a little at the effort. The burned man wondered if he was becoming addicted to surgery, a phenomenon he knew inspired many of his fellow inmates to return here at least twice a year without really needing to. Since he had checked in, the doctors from this facility, and specialists he'd paid exorbitant amounts to have flown in, had repaired the burns, done skin grafts, reshaped his ears, performed a complete rhinoplasty, augmented his chin, reassigned fat to give his body a new shape, and even transplanted a new eye to replace the one that had been boiled in his head during a geothermal explosion. When the bandages came off and the surgical bruises healed, he would be a totally new man. A Swiss surgeon even had replot the whorls and loops of his fingerprints using a radical new procedure that cost $1 million per finger. The downside was that it would have to be repeated every 2 years, but that was a small price to pay for his freedom. As long as he was careful not to leave DNA where it would come to the attention of the authorities, it was likely he would never be identified and never be caught. The tissue grafts and the new eye had been provided by his friend and former lover Hecate Jacobi, and they were a perfect match to his own. They should be. Hecate was one of the world's leading genetic designers, and she had grown them especially for him in case of just such an emergency. Hecate had done the same for the burned man's companion, who sprawled on the adjoining lounger reading an L. Banks novel and sipping a Bloody Mary. "May I freshen your drink, sir?" asked the pretty nurse, and when the burned man nodded, she bent and retrieved his glass, giving him a generous and deliberate view of her cleavage. The nurses had a private bet that the burned man was one of the British royals and all wanted to bag a duke or a lord. The burned man admired the view and gave the nurse as much of a smile as his bruises and bandages would allow. His good eye twinkled and his lips and teeth were perfect. "Lovely girl," said the burned man once she was gone. "She's a cow with fake tits," murmured the other without looking up from the page. "I'd like to shag her, not marry her," the burned man began, but a cell chirped softly on the table between the loungers. His companion picked it up, flipped it open, and said, "Hello?" with complete disinterest and maximum boredom. "I want to play a game," said the voice at the other end. The companion stiffened, which the burned man caught. They bent their heads together to listen. "Who is calling?" said the companion in a banal secretary's voice that was entirely unlike his own. "That isn't the response we agreed upon. I'll hang up in 5 seconds." The burned man and his companion shared a look that was equal parts wariness, surprise, and intrigue. There was no one else within earshot, and the noise from the artificial waterfall was an excellent sound blocker. The burned man nodded. "Very well. What game would you like to play?" "Horse racing." "Horse racing. The sport of kings." "Sweet Jesus." Toys looked like he wanted to run, but the burned man smiled and took the phone. "Assure me that this is a secure line." "It's secure, Sebastian." The man had a lot of Boston in his vowels. "I don't know that name," the burned man lied. "Why are you calling me?" "First, tell me how you are." "I've heard some alarming reports." Sebastian gulped. "Third most wanted man on 18 international police lists." "Fourth," Sebastian corrected. "Third. Janos Smitrovich had a heart attack in his hot tub last night." "Third then." "Thanks for sharing. Now please bugger off." "Ah, come on, be civil for Christ's sake." Can't you squeeze out enough enthusiasm to shoot the breeze with an old friend? At least tell me how you are. Sebastian Galt, the burned man, sighed. Oh, I'm just peachy. I feel like a new man, he said dryly. Speaking hurt less this week than it did last, and the physical therapy had gone a long way to restoring the mobility of his jaw and neck muscles, but the discomfort was always there. The doctors said that some pain might linger forever. Galt was learning the skill of eating his pain. Each bite made him more bitter and less forgiving. And toys? Galt turned an inch toward his companion. Toys smiled. The same. He still listen in on all your calls? Yes, said Toys. Someone has to weed out the cranks and bill collectors. The American laughed. Thank God you haven't changed. The world would be a much dimmer place. Galt cut in irritably. What's this about? Ah, it's about destiny, my friend. Whose? Why, yours, of course. This is a big day for you guys. No, it isn't. Today we plan to have seaweed wraps, and then I think we'll each get a massage. That's as much destiny as I want, thank you very much. I doubt that's true. What happened to your dreams of empire? I remember you telling me how you planned to make a king's fortune, how you were going to reshape the world by forcing the US out of the Middle East in a way that would put tens of billions in your pocket. It was hundreds of billions, Galt said with a touch of frost, and if you read the papers you'll know that things didn't quite work out as planned. Yes, but we are so impressed by the scope and subtlety of your plan. It should have worked. It would have, had you placed less stock in true believers and more in practical cynics like Toys. Toys leaned back and gave his friend a charming eyelid-fluttering smile. Galt covered the phone and hissed at Toys, "Tell me, I told you so, again, and I'll smother you in your sleep." Toys mimed zipping his mouth shut, but his smile persisted. Into the phone Galt said, "Tell me again why we're having this conversation. And try for once not to be so sodding cryptic. And, who is this we you're referring to? Or has the dragon lady gotten back into the game? Ha! I'll tell her you called her that. She's killed for less. We've both seen her do it. The only excuse your mother needs for killing someone is that the day ends in a Y. She's the most lethal bitch I ever met. But you love her. Of course, conceded Galt, which was true enough. Right around the time Galt first made the cover of The Lancet, Eris had begun summoning him to wherever she was staying for long weekends filled with every kind of sybaritic excess. Although Eris was 20 years older than Galt, her sexual appetites were more ferocious than his, and that was saying quite a lot. Even Galt's late, lamented Amira, the treacherous witch who was the reason he was swathed in surgical wraps, was less of a bedroom predator than the American's mother. More than once Galt had thought about marrying Eris. If she'd been younger or, perhaps, saner, he might have. Even so, the memories of being the fly in her erotic webs were so potent that he felt a serious stirring in his loins. He said, "How could I not?" The American laughed again. He had a bray of a laugh that came from deep in his chest. "Tell me what this is about," Galt prompted. "I'll do better than that, Sebastian. We'll show you. Get dressed and pack your stuff. I'll have a car outside in 20 minutes. You don't even know where I am." "Of course I do," said the man. Nouveau visage, in the pool area. "You're on the 5th chaise lounge, Toys is on the 6th. Oh, and don't bother with the fresh glass of sparkling water the nurse is bringing. They're charging you for Bling H20, but it's only Perrier." He disconnected. Galt sat there, letting his body pretend a posture of relaxation while his good eye cut right and left around the pool area. Beside him, Toys clicked his tongue. Well, Toys said softly. "That's unnerving. Son of a bitch." Trite as it sounds to say it, especially coming from me, I feel violated. "Everyone who meets that son of a bitch feels violated," Galt said. "And for good reason." They looked around, making it casual, faking some conversation in genial laughter, but neither of them could spot the spy or spy camera. It made Galt itch all over. Still. Why did he call? How did he know where we were? We, Toys echoed. We, Galt agreed. He stood up. Let's go back to our suite, he suggested. To search it? Asked Toys. No, said Sebastian Galt. To pack. Chapter 11. Barrier Headquarters. London, England. December 17th, 1:50 p.m. Greenwich Mean Time. Who the bloody hell are the Seven Kings? Detective Chief Inspector Martin Aylrod looked at the screen and then at me as if this was somehow my fault. However, Deirdre MacDonald turned to him in surprise. Good God, Marty, don't you read any of the reports I send you? They're that terrorist organization the DMS and Barrier have been crossing swords with since. Well, Child interjected, it's really just the DMS. We've only provided support, but this is the first evidence of them being here in the UK. Which doesn't answer the questions of who they are, insisted Aylrod. Christ, Benson, you look like you're about to pass a kidney stone. I said, we don't actually know who they are. In general terms, they're a secret society supposedly modeled along the lines of the Illuminati. More like Spectre, muttered MacDonald. A lot of James Bond's supervillain nonsense. They're a bit more than that, Child said dryly. What do you mean? Demanded Wells. I told them all about Deep Throat and the cryptic info he'd fed us. Hard to tell if they're a genuine secret society or a criminal group using that as a PR campaign to make themselves appear ancient and powerful. They blew up a sodding hospital, snarled Aylrod. That seems pretty effing powerful to me. Sure, I agreed neutrally, but that's today's news. Until now they've been like Professor Moriarty, behind the scenes and supposedly tied to a lot of stuff, but really frigging hard to connect with any certainty. And they like using pop culture to build their mystique, so it's really hard to pin down anything clear-cut about them. There's a ton of stuff about them on the net, and a lot of conspiracy theorists have tied the Seven Kings to a zillion ancient groups and prophecies. What are their politics? Wells asked. Your guess is as good as mine, sir. Deep Throat said that they're dedicated to chaos. Chaos? Wells said dryly. Could you be a bit more vague, Dot? I smiled and spread my hands. Aylrod said, and your lads have had run-ins with them? Quite a few. I gave them the highlights. Their street-level soldiers are called the Chosen. The odd thing is that the Kings have so far worked with extremist groups among the Shiites, Taliban, Al-Qaeda, and a Sunni group. Yes, I did say Sunni. So, they're opportunists, suggested Wells. Working with whoever will work with them? Or manipulating any group they can to further their own aims, I said. Clever, said Aylrod. Have you managed to interview any of these Chosen? Sure, but these street-level guys are just that. They're members of isolated cells so far removed from the policy level that they genuinely don't know anything beyond a couple of words and names. Nothing that connects us to anything useful. So far we've been able to determine that the Chosen are the ground troops. There's a group that's a big step up from them called the Kingsmen. The DMS had one tussle with them, and they are very, very tough hombres. How tough? Asked Aylrod. Man for man they could hold their own against the SEALs or the SAS. Smart, resourceful, superb level of training, and they're equipped with the latest and the best gear. Who's training them? Unknown. Any of them in custody? So far none have been taken alive. Pity, said Wells. Yeah, I said. We're anxious to have a meaningful chat with one of them. What else have you learned? Not much. There's someone called the Spaniard who acts as a liaison between the street teams and the Kings. He's known to be utterly ruthless and to have a special love of torture with knives and edged weapons. But that's all we have on him. Everyone we've heard of who has run afoul of him is dead. I saw one of his victims. Not a pretty sight. Aelrod said, any leads through the equipment they use? No. It's either Russian or Chinese made or stolen American stuff. The street teams are more likely to have AKs. The Kingsmen came at us with M4A1 carbines and a couple of HK416s. Those HKs are state-of-the-art Delta Force weapons. Aelrod nodded gravely, then pointed to the screen. What happened after the logo was painted? He walked away, said MacDonald. The camera at the corner caught him, but then he vanished. Looks like he either entered the hospital or somehow slipped away out of sight of the other cameras. We have someone searching the camera feeds in an expanding grid to see if he shows up anywhere else. The Home Secretary nodded. Assessment? MacDonald pursed her lips. It made her look like an evil librarian. The person in the video may or may not have been part of this Seven Kings group. He could have been a gangbanger given a few quid to paint that on the wall. That was a grown man, Child observed. Not a teenager. How can you tell? Asked Wells. General build and the way he walked. He was confident and careful, but not furtive. I nodded. And he's painted that logo before. He wasn't tentative about it. He wasn't trying to figure out what to write or how to write it. He did it as quickly and smoothly as if he's done it plenty of times before. A gangbanger would be just as quick and smooth, MacDonald said. Sure, I agreed, but as Mr. Child pointed out, this was no kid. Well said, any clue as to why this group calls itself the Seven Kings? Benson Child shook his head. We helped the DMS with the research on that, but so far we haven't struck gold. There are over 300,000 hits on that name on the internet. A boat storage facility and a real estate developer of that name, both in Florida, the Seven Kings Relais Hotel in Rome, a mystery novel called The Brotherhood of the Seven Kings published in 1899, a Tomb of the Seven Kings in Andhra Pradesh, India, a punk rock band of that name, and even a town here in London. Where in London? Asked Wells. It is a suburban development in the borough of Redbridge, part of the Ilford Post town. We have people out there, but so far that image has not been found on any walls. We'll send this out to all stations and departments, concluded Wells. And I believe that we'll be using Captain Ledger as an advisor. He's asked to be part of the hospital investigation, and I think that would be a wise choice. Moving on. What do we know about the actual fire? The fire is still too hot for a proper analysis, said a frail-looking man with watery brown eyes who sat next to Child. Unlike the others, he hadn't given me his card. But from gases collected at the site, the fire investigators have verified the presence of nitrates, and in great quantities. This was definitely a bomb. Or, more precisely, several. How many, Darius? Asked Wells, and that fast I knew who the frail man was. Darius Oswald, Director General of MI5. I knew him by name and reputation, but the mousy physique didn't match the legends I'd heard. I expected a Daniel Craig type, not someone who looked like a low-level chartered accountant. Oswald spread his hands. We've looked at the CCTV feeds from the moments leading up to the explosion. Witness reports vary between 4 and 9 blasts. However, we estimate that there were 14. 14? Gasped Wells. No one reported that, said Aelrod. Not surprising, said Oswald. But the CCTV images of Whitechapel Road show fire erupting from multiple points when the first blast happened. We believe that all of the bombs had been set to detonate at the same time and were positioned to do the greatest possible structural damage. Considering how much of the complex has already collapsed, I think it's a safe bet that many of the charges did, in fact, simultaneously detonate. As for the mistiming? There are always some X factors when it comes to the wiring and setting of the digital timers. The blasts all happened within 4 seconds of each other, though, so it's as close as may be. How the terrorists managed to smuggle 14 bombs, give or take, into a building with moderately good security, well, that's the real question, isn't it? He paused, and from the look on his face it was clear that he had a bomb of his own to drop. Based on the CCTV footage, we can make a pretty good guess as to the time the perpetrators intended all of the bombs to go off. What time? I asked, and everyone leaned forward, caught by Oswald's grave tone. The MI5 man sucked his teeth for a moment, eyes introspective. According to CCTV, he said slowly, the bombs detonated at precisely 11 minutes after 9 this morning. Bloody hell, murmured Aelrod. I closed my eyes for a moment and felt an old ache in my chest. The bombs had gone off at 9:11. Interlude 5. The State Correctional Institution at Graterford. Graterford, Pennsylvania. December 17, 1:51 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. He sat in his cell and smiled at the shadows. The cockroaches were his friends. The spiders, too, and he read great mathematical truths in the subtle intricacies of their webs. The guards feared him. The gangbangers never messed with him. They'd tried during his first week, but never again. Longtime inmates gave him space in the mess hall and would walk out of their way so as not to step on his shadow during afternoon exercise. The multitude of the Aryan Brotherhood mythologized him, ascribing biblical powers to him and endlessly arguing over hidden meanings in his most casual comments. Men had been shanked over such disputes. The Jamaican and Haitian convicts thought that he was some kind of white Bacchor. The Muslims thought that he was a demon. The madmen among the prison population thought he was a god. Or an angel. Men had been killed for speaking ill of him. In truth, Nicodemus took no sides among the 3,500 prisoners within the walls of Pennsylvania's largest maximum security correctional facility. He would not allow himself to be tattooed with gang markings or colors. He did not deliberately sit with any one group or another. When asked why by a wide-eyed and fatuous young Latino fish, Nicodemus had closed his eyes and said, "Because I belong to all of his people." Whose people? God's? People say that you think you talk to God. Or maybe the devil. But that's just bullshit, isn't it? Nicodemus merely smiled and did not answer. A week later, Jesus Santiago was found dead in the laundry room. His tongue had been cut out and the numbers 12/17 were carved 9 times into his flesh on his chest and back. The medical examiner concluded that Santiago had died from a heart attack. He was 21 years old and had no history of heart trouble. Nicodemus told the prison psychiatrist that he knew nothing of the young man named Jesus Santiago. "No such person dwells within my mind," he said. "I cannot see him with my left eye, nor do I see him with my right." "You were seen speaking with the boy," prodded the psychiatrist, Dr. Stankivius. "No," said Nicodemus. "I was not. A guard saw you." "If he says so, then he is mistaken." "Ask him again." When the doctor asked Nicodemus if he knew the significance of the numbers December 17, the little prisoner smiled. "Why ask a question to which you already know the answer?" "I don't know the answer, Nicodemus." "Why don't you tell me?" "Time is not like a ribbon stretched from now until then. It is a pool in which we all float." "I don't know what that means." "Search your mind. Dive into that pool." That was all that Nicodemus would say. His eyes lost their focus and he appeared to go into his own thoughts. After the session was over, Dr. Stankivius searched through the folder for the eyewitness report by the guard who had been walking the yard that day. The report was gone. The psychiatrist requested that the guard be brought into his office, but the officer in question had not reported for work that day. When Dr. Stankivius pressed the matter, he learned that the guard had been transferred to a facility in Albion, at the extreme northwest corner of the state. No attempt to contact him either through the system or via personal telephone or email was successful. 2 weeks later, the guard was fired for being drunk on duty and went home, put the barrel of his great-grandfather's old U.S. cavalry revolver into his mouth, and blew off the top of his head. He left a suicide note written in tomato sauce on his bedroom wall. It read, "For sins known and unknown." That same week the file on the death of Jesus Santiago, the young Latino, vanished from Dr. Stankivius's locked office. When the doctor attempted to locate the boy's record on the prison server, it was gone. A month later, on the day of the devastation at the Royal London Hospital, Dr. Stankivius had the guards bring Nicodemus into his office. The psychiatrist was sweating badly when he made that call. Neither guard touched Nicodemus as they ushered him into the doctor's office, and though they both towered over the stick-thin little man, he exuded much more power than they did. Dr. Stankivius noted that the guards kept their hands on their belts near their weapons. Nicodemus stood in front of the desk, his hands loose at his sides, head slightly bowed so that he looked up under bony brows at the doctor. Nicodemus had eyes the color of toad skin, a complexity of dark greens and browns. His skin was sallow, his lips full, his teeth white and wet. "Have a seat," offered Dr. Stankivius. He could hear the tremble in his own voice. "I thank you," Nicodemus said in the oddly formal way he had. A guard pushed a chair in front of the desk and the prisoner sat. He leaned back, folded his long-fingered hands in his lap, and waited. His eyes never left the doctor's face, and Nicodemus's lips constantly writhed in a small smile that came and went, came and went. "Do you know why I asked you to visit me today?" began the doctor. "Do you, Dot? What is that supposed to mean?" "It means what it wants to mean, sir. We each derive our own meaning from life as we fly through the moments. Are you aware of what has happened today?" "I am aware of many things that have happened today, Doctor. Saints and sinners whisper to me in my sleep. Dumas speaks truth to me in my right ear and Jesmas tells only lies to my left ear." "Please be specific." Stankivius did not recognize the two names Nicodemus had mentioned, but he wrote them down. Then he leaned forward. "Jesus Santiago, the boy who was killed, the numbers 12/17 were cut into his skin." Nicodemus said nothing. "Why do you think someone did that?" "Nothing." "Did you do that?" "No, sir, I laid not a hand on that child." "Anyone who says that I did is a liar in the eyes of the goddess and will be judged accordingly." Stankivius wrote down goddess but did not comment. "Did you arrange to have it done?" What people do is theirs to explain or justify. "Do you know who did it?" No answer. "Why 12/17? Why those numbers?" Nicodemus said nothing. "Do you know what today's date is?" "Time is a pool, Doctor. Today is every day." "Please answer the question. Do you know what today's date is?" "Yes," he answered, his writhing lips twisting as if fighting to contain a laugh. "As do you." Dr. Stankivius stared at him. He licked his lips. They were dry and salty. He knew that he should end this line of conversation right now and call the warden, but he felt compelled to talk to this man. "Did you have advanced knowledge of what was going to happen today?" Nicodemus beamed. "I am but a voice in the wilderness crying, 'Make straight the path.' I am neither the right hand of the goddess nor her left hand. I am a leaf blown by her holy breath." The psychiatrist opened his mouth to ask about which goddess the prisoner referred to, but Nicodemus continued. "This is an important and blessed day in the history of our broken little world. Grace is bestowed upon those who witness such events. We need to lift up our voices and rejoice that we are living in such times as these. Future generations will call these biblical times, for with every breath we are writing the scriptures of a newer testament. The third testament that chronicles a new covenant with our Lord. You mention a goddess and you mention the Lord. Would you care to explain that to me, Nicodemus?" The prisoner laughed. It was a disjointed, creaking laughter that rose in rusted spasms from deep in his chest. The sound of it chilled the doctor to his marrow. "The goddess has heard the call of 7 regal voices and has awakened," Nicodemus said softly. "She is coming." "Not in judgment, Doctor, but to stir the winds of chaos with her hot breath. "How do you know this?" asked the doctor. "Because I am not here," said Nicodemus. "I am the fire salamander that coils and writhes in the embers at the goddess's feet." He did not say another word, but his eyes burned with a weird inner light that Dr. Stankivius could not look into for more than a few seconds. After several fruitless attempts to get more information from the prisoner, the doctor waved to the guards to have Nicodemus taken back to his cell. When he was alone, Stankivius pulled a handful of tissues from the box on his desktop and used them to mop the sweat from his face. He tried to laugh it off, to dismiss the strangeness of the moment as a side effect of the terrible tragedy in England that was rocking the whole world. His own laugh was brief and fragile, and it crumbled into dust on his lips. He sat at his desk for several minutes, dabbing at his forehead, staring at the chair in which the prisoner had sat. The echo of that laugh seemed to linger in the air like the smell of a rat that had died behind the baseboards. Stankivius had been a prison psychiatrist for 11 years, and he had worked with every kind of convict from child rapists to serial murderers and, during his days as a psychiatric resident, had even sat in on one of Charles Manson's parole hearings. He was a clinician, a cynical and jaded man of science who believed that all forms of human corruption were products of bad mental wiring, chemical imbalances, or extreme influences during crucial developmental phases. But now, he licked his lips again and reached for the phone to call the warden. He told him the bare facts, allowing the warden to draw his own inferences. When he replaced the receiver, he continued to stare at the empty chair. He believed, wholly and without a shred of uncertainty, that he had just encountered a phenomenon he had always considered to be a cultural myth, a label given to something by minds too unschooled to grasp the overall science of the human condition. Stankivius had no religious beliefs, not even a whisper of agnosticism. And yet, he was sure, beyond any doubt, that he had just met true evil. Chapter 12. Barrier Headquarters. London, England. December 17, 2:22 p.m. Greenwich Mean Time. This was turning into one bitch of a day. The images of the burning hospital were now overlaid with an image of the mocking logo of the Seven Kings and the film loops of the towers crumbling into dust on a sunny New York day. I felt enormously out of place and thoroughly impotent. The bad guys were killing people and I was taking meetings. Jesus. I cut out of the conference as soon as I could. They let me use an empty office so I could make some calls. Church answered on the third ring. He doesn't say anything when he answers a phone. You made the call, so it's on you to run with it. Seven Kings, I said. He made a soft sound. It might have been a sigh, but it sounded more like a growl. How sure are you? He asked quietly. Very. I told him about the video. Deep Throat let us down on this one. Yes, he said. By the way, did you note the time of the explosion? Yep. No way it's a coincidence. I don't believe in coincidences. Expect the newspapers to catch on soon. That's going to be a shitstorm, boss. Is this a Kings/Al-Qaeda operation? Are the Kings showing support for Uncle Osama? Or is this some attempt to hijack the 9/11 vibe to make this one even worse? All good questions in need of answers. We've been in a holding pattern with the Kings for months. Balls, I growled. This is how the military must feel after more than a decade trying to find bin Laden. Not all problems have quick solutions. The longer you're in this business, the more you'll come to know that. He was right. Even though my first few missions with the DMS were insanely difficult and dangerous, they had ended quickly. A few days or a week tops. I guess it's because something has to be in motion and have gained traction before it comes onto the DMS radar, which means we usually have to fight the clock to keep the big bad from doing whatever it has cooked up. The Kings thing was different. It was huge but vague. It was like trying to guess the size and shape of the Empire State Building by standing 4 inches away from the wall at ground level. Perspective was all skewed. In the short term, Church said, the authorities are going to have to work some spin on the 9/11 connection. Hate crimes, I said. If you've been reading the reports I've been sending you, then you'll be aware that there has been a marked increase in hate crimes here in the States for a couple of months now. Someone has been waging a very dangerous propaganda war on the net. Yes, teacher. That's connected to the internet thing. The goddess and all that. All that, yes. Tied to the 7 kings? Unknown but likely. Recent posts have called her the goddess of the chosen. The chosen, huh? Oh. I must have missed that. Skimming your reports isn't the same thing as studying them. I declined to share the comment that occurred to me. Instead, I said, have the net postings mentioned the kings? Or kingsmen? Or the Spaniard? Not so far. Mindreader will flag any that do. I wish we knew more about the frigging kings. I mean, kings of what? Did anything ever come out of my suggestion that it might be an alliance of the states that sponsor terrorism? There are too many ways to build a list of only 7 who want to harm the United States. It's always tough being the popular kid in school. What about something biblical? Wasn't there something about the book of Revelations? I think that's more likely, but there also are too many ways to interpret the religious significance of the number 7, including something from the book of Revelation, he corrected. And yes, I think that's likely. Most scholars agree that the 7 kings in Revelation are allegorical references to 7 nations. The prophecy says that 5 of the kings are known, so the scholars contend that they are Babylon, Medo-Persia, Greece, pagan Rome, and papal Rome, or possibly Egypt, Assyria, Babylon, Medo-Persia, and Greece. Are you reading this off the net? No. So you just happen to have that memorized? What's your point, Captain? Nothing, boss. But you're intensely weird. So I've been told. The fiery destruction we saw today certainly had an apocalyptic quality. You have any friends in the prophecy industry? Funny, he said without humor. I have some contacts who are experts in symbology, particularly as it applies to terrorism. Mindreader come up with anything yet? I asked. Nothing immediately useful. I thought that doohickey could find anything. One of these days I'll have Bug explain to you how computers work. You can't program it to look for bad guy and expect it to cough out a name. Mindreader looks for patterns, but you need the right search argument. It's all about choosing the right keywords. I grunted. Yeah, I know. I'm just frustrated. That's a club with a large membership. What else have you got? I told him about the Sea of Hope discussion. I agree that it would be high profile, he said, but enormously difficult. However, I'll pass along your concerns to the team overseeing security. In the meantime, we got something unusual from the warden of Greaterford Prison. Homeland took his call and rerouted it to me. Greaterford in Pennsylvania? Yes. He told me about a dead prisoner with the numbers 12/17 carved 9 times into his skin, and a current inmate who seems to have unusual personal knowledge of the incident. A very strange character named Nicodemus. 9 times? Yes. Any traces of an 11? Add the digits. Oh, I said. Crap. I put a request into the Department of Corrections for Nicodemus's records, but that will take too long, so I directed Bug to hack the system. We should have everything within the hour. You can access the material from your laptop, but I'll have the highlights sent to your BlackBerry. Who is this fruitcake? He have any ties to terrorist groups? None of record. But then again, not much is known about him prior to his arrest, which occurred in 1996. He was arrested at the scene of a multiple homicide in Willow Grove, Pennsylvania. Who'd he kill? It's not entirely clear that he killed anyone, although he was convicted of multiple homicides. There are no eyewitnesses, so the case was built on strong circumstantial evidence, and he offered no defense. In '96, a mother and her teenage daughter were about to enter Gifts of the Magi, a store that sold items for the Catholic market. Nativity scenes, pictures of Jesus, stuffed lambs, icons, that sort of thing. As the mother began pushing the door open, she looked through the glass and saw a man standing a few feet inside. He was covered with blood. The mother saw several other people lying on the floor or slumped over the counter. She pulled her daughter away and called the police from the Barnes & Noble in the same strip mall. When the first responders arrived, the man was still standing there. He made no attempt to flee or resist arrest. There were 4 victims. The woman who owned the store, her disabled vet of a husband, and 2 customers. All of them had been stabbed repeatedly. "Here's the challenging part," said Church. All 4 victims were stabbed with the same knife, and from the wound profiles it's clear that it was a double-edged British commando dagger. However, no weapon was found at the scene. All of the area drains were checked, rooftops searched, trash picked through. There are no traces of blood outside the store, suggesting that the perpetrator never left the premises, and Nicodemus was drenched in blood. All of the experts agree that had he left the store he would have left a blood trail. Weird. Very. He could have handed the knife off to an accomplice who was not bloodied, of course, but it was the first of a number of unusual elements associated with the case. You'll enjoy this. Okay, hit me. During the booking phase, 3 separate police cameras malfunctioned. The fingerprint 10 card went missing. When his clothes were collected, bagged, and sent to the lab in Philadelphia, the police courier had a fender bender, and at some point while he was arguing with the other driver his car was robbed. The only thing taken was the evidence bag. When they ran him through the system, his fingerprints were not in AFIS, and today when we ran them through the military fingerprint banks we got nothing. However, he was wearing a Marine Corps Force Recon ring when he was arrested. Did they do DNA on him? Yes, but no one can put their hands on the results. I'll get a court order to take a new cheek swab. Have Jerry Spencer take the swab when he gets back from London. He doesn't make procedural mistakes. He thinks the chain of evidence is holy writ. As is appropriate. Spencer's on the plane with me, by the way. He's sleeping and said that if you called I was not to wake him. He said that he needed sleep more than he needed to talk to you. What a guy. Jerry still resented my bullying him into foregoing early retirement from Washington PD and signing on to the DMS. Even though it was a big pay bump and nobody shot at him anymore, he would rather be entertaining trout on a quiet lake somewhere. Eventually I'd like Jerry to look over all of the original evidence collection procedures from Willow Grove, the state police, the sheriff's office, and the DOC. I know a lot of guys from that area. They don't make a lot of mistakes. No, Church agreed. Somebody should get eyes on this Nicodemus character. Can you reroute Rudy? Send him to Greaterford? He's sitting next to me and our plane just touched down at Heathrow. However, I can get him on the next outbound flight to Philadelphia. I heard a brief muffled conversation as Church explained my suggestion to Rudy. Rudy's voice went up several octaves and he said something about me in gutter Spanish involving fornication with livestock. He's a mostly charming guy. Real class. He said he would be happy to, said Church. So I heard. Ghost was looking at my phone with great interest and thumped his tail enthusiastically. He probably had heard Rudy's voice. As for the stateside phase of this, Church said, I'm passing the ball to Aunt Sally. Aunt Sally was Church's second in command. I hadn't yet met her, but she and Church had history going back to the Cold War days and she was supposed to be a wild woman. She'll coordinate with domestic agencies and keep a line open to our friends in NATO and Interpol. Okay, I'm heading back to Whitechapel to join the door-to-door of the neighborhood. Somebody may have seen something like delivery vans. They had to have brought a whole lot of explosives in. And I'll want to talk to staff members who weren't working today. Somebody has to know something, Good. I've also brought Hugo Vox in on this. Vox, the T-Town guy? Yes. I've asked him to put together his groups of consultants. He's built several think tanks of strategists, novelists, and screenwriters. Thriller novelists mostly. David Morrell, Gail Linz, Eric Van Lustbader, Martin Hanley, authors of that stripe. Their novels are built around extreme and devious plots and are usually so well thought out that some in our government have decried them as primers for terrorists. Yeah, I heard a lot of that after the towers. People were making comparisons to Black Sunday, that book by the Silence of the Lambs guy, Thomas Harris. And, yes, there are striking similarities. The authors are vetted by Vox, of course. We're hoping the authors will come up with scenarios that we can use for programming mind readers' searches. Worth a shot. Maybe we'll get lucky. One of these days you'll have to tell me where you continue to find your optimism, he said, and disconnected. Interlude 6. T-Town, Mount Baker, Washington State. 4 months before the London event. Dr. Circe O'Tree lived in Terror Town. Her office was tucked away in a corner of a sprawling jumble of blockhouses built as extensions to what had been a ski chalet prior to 9/11. The office was never warm and she could hear gunfire all day long. Circe spent most of her day on the internet, cruising websites and social networks, reading thousands of posts, making notes, updating lists, and fighting the onset of early cynicism. At 28 she still believed it was possible to remain idealistic and optimistic about the better nature of the human species despite all of the evidence that filled her daily intake of information. Knock, knock, said a voice, and she turned to see her boss, Hugo Vox, standing in the doorway. He held 2 chunky ceramic mugs of steaming coffee and had a box of donuts tucked under his elbow. You ready for a break? She pushed her laptop aside. Like an hour ago. My eyes are falling out. You look as tired as I feel, said Vox as he handed her a mug. I've been doing webinars all day with the DOJ and there's only so much red tape I can eat before I want to shoot myself, but... He hooked a visitor chair with his foot and dragged it in front of her desk, then lowered his bulk into it. Hugo Vox was a big man, son and grandson of Boston policemen, though he did not wear a badge himself. His father had been wounded on the job and retired early to write novels, and the second one had become an international bestseller, spawning a Robert De Niro movie and a TV series that ran for 6 years. His next 11 novels had made the family rich. On the day the elder Vox, who had single-parented Hugo, won an Emmy for his show, he drove out to the estate of the mother of his son and proposed. They had been lovers in college, but her wealthy and aggressively classist parents had forced her to give up their baby. Now, as young 40-somethings, she had inherited millions after her parents, the computer fortune Sandersons, died in a plane crash. They settled down to form the family that fate and the class system had once denied them. As a result, Hugo had been able to afford Yale, and while still an undergraduate he formed a staffing agency, specializing in security guards. He hired many of his father's retiree cop friends. By the time Vox was out of grad school his company was providing security for the United Nations in New York and 30 other organizations with government ties. By the time Vox was 30 he was a multi-millionaire in his own right and his company, Secure One, had begun taking contracts from military bases, partly to provide private security contractors and partly to screen employees applying for positions in sensitive areas. The catchphrase vetted by Vox identified personnel who had passed Secure One's ultra-rigorous screening process. He received a number of large military contracts to screen personnel for special operations and was soon putting the Vox seal of approval on operators for Delta Force, the CIA, and similar covert organizations. The day after Vox's father died from lung cancer, the planes hit the towers. Vox was asked to head the team that investigated the flight schools in which the Al-Qaeda operatives had earned their pilots' licenses. Vox's report put people in jail and had crushed several companies whose standards for security were deemed criminally lax. If some people had previously wondered if Hugo Vox was too strict before September 11, he was thereafter seen as a role model. In 2002, Vox created his first think tank. He reached out to a select number of thriller writers, friends of his father, and brought them together to dream up the most dreadful and unstoppable kinds of carnage that human minds could concoct. Bombings, exotic bioweapons, covert takeovers, dirty bombs, plagues, and more. The authors gave him everything he wanted and then some, and Vox put it all in a report and brought it to the White House along with a proposal for a training camp in which the top counterterrorism teams in the United States and allied nations would run the scenarios over and over again until they had discovered or invented adequate responses. The response from Homeland and the Oval Office was not exactly a blank check but close enough. Homeland leased land in Washington state and Vox bought the old White Trails Resort. Terror Town was born. That was more than a decade ago, and now T-Town was the centerpiece for counter and anti-terrorism training. And now many key players in the war on terror could boast of having been vetted by Vox. As online social networks flourished over the last few years, all manner of fringe and splinter groups had begun using resources like MySpace, Facebook, Twitter, and message boards for anonymous communication. Vox wanted someone to monitor these networks, someone with the credentials and the intelligence necessary to find even the most obscure clues that might reveal the presence of tangible threats. When Sergio Trias' resume had crossed his desk, Vox knew that he had found a perfect fit. Her reports had stopped a number of attacks and put some dangerous people in jail. So, Vox said, gesturing to her laptop with a jelly donut, "Who's being scary today? I've been tracking some spooky stuff with Israel and Islamic keywords." Anti-Semitic stuff? Not exactly. It's militant, but it appears to be more pro-Israel militancy. Let me read some of them. She opened a Word document and brought up a file. Cersei wore half-glasses perched precariously on the end of her Irish nose. Here's one. Why would God put a sword into the hand of Israel and forbid him to use it? It makes no sense to sit by while jihad is waged against the chosen people. Vox grunted. And another one, as David did to Goliath shall Israel do to the giant of Islam. She adjusted her glasses. On the surface these are anti-Islamic statements couched in pseudo-biblical phrasing, but they have an a sense of meanness about them. It doesn't feel like simple rants. Who's posting this stuff? That's the thing, most of these are anonymous posts on Twitter, but they're from accounts started at places like cybercafes. They create an email account, use that to open an account on a social network, and then either abandon it or log in from a different site. We've seen that kind of behavior before, Hugo. Remember all that War in Heaven and Armageddon in the Shadows stuff from a couple of years ago? This has the same feel. Careful and anonymous. He grunted and nodded. Yeah, sounds like it. Have you checked with our friends in the Bureau? I did, and I got the usual "we'll look into it" reply, which translates as "ignore the rantings of the crazy lady." Vox grinned. How about Homeland? Same thing, damn it. She cocked an eye at him. Any chance we can bring it to the DMS? Maybe let Mindreader. Too soon, Vox said firmly. Deacon's been very clear that he doesn't want to hear anything from us unless it's actionable. Okay. She felt deflated. Let me collate what I found first. If I'm going to make a report even the DMS will accept, then I'll want to bring all of it. There's more? Like this? Hundreds of postings, and thousands of places where these posts have been reposted and retweeted. What? Tweeted. A post on Twitter is called a tweet. When someone likes it and wants to pass it on, they retweet it. Good God. I know it sounds silly, but Twitter has become the most powerful tool of business on the net. Vox smiled like a tolerant bear. He had coarse, thick features, a bulbous nose, and rubbery lips, but his smile was charming. Tweets by terrorists. You can't say that this job isn't interesting, kiddo. Cersei nodded but did not smile. Unlike her boss, she was very beautiful, with dark eyes and foamy black curls. Also unlike him, she seldom smiled. As much as genetics had been generous to her, life itself had not. Less than a year ago her mother had been killed in a car accident, and Circe's younger sister had died in combat in Afghanistan the previous summer. She felt alone and adrift in the world, and except for a father she almost never saw, Circe had no family. T-Town had become her home and Hugo Vox had become a second father, but Circe was still adrift in the shadows of loss and grief. "There's something else," she said, and pulled up another file. "Some keywords have popped up in these postings. Not all of them, but enough of them to make me pay attention." She touched the screen and ran a plumb fingernail down, pausing at different entries as she scrolled with her other hand. Goddess, or some variation of it, shows up in a lot of the entries. In the text, but more often in the usernames of the original poster or people reposting. Oh, Christ, not her again. Over the last few years various groups ranging from the CIA to the DMS had tracked a series of online comments from a person, or perhaps a group, called the Goddess of the Chosen. The posts were heaviest before and after catastrophic events. If there was a hurricane, a volcanic eruption, a terrorist bombing, or an airline disaster, the goddess would make a post claiming that the event had happened according to her will. So far the identity of the goddess had not been established, and because she tended to comment on all disasters it was hard to qualify her political leanings. Vox rubbed his eyes tiredly. "Are you sure it's her?" "Sure. No, but there are a lot of posts and most of them are using name variations. Goddess of the Seven, Sacred Goddess, Queen _of all, which is a goddess reference, and posts are using various names of goddesses from world myth. Demeter, Mazu, Mamiwata, Morrigan, Nemane, Macha, Badb, and scores of others. Hundreds, really. How many posts have you been tracking?" "Over 40,000. When Vox's eyes bugged she said hastily, "Not personally, I'm using the Merlin pattern search software from the DMS." Vox grunted. "I didn't know Deacon let you have Merlin." "He didn't. Grace did." "Is it any good?" "Well, it's not Mind Reader, but it's better than what we have." "What else is popping up?" Circe adjusted her glasses. "Some of the names may be randomly chosen from a grab bag of goddess names. But there are some that seem to have a political connection. Ashira, Anath, Astarte, and Ashima all show up as usernames. There is some evidence that the Hebrew faith may have been polytheistic and those names are possible female counterparts of Yahweh. If that's true, then they were later removed as the culture became more male-centric. Lilith also shows up. As does Baalat Jebel or Baltus, who is essentially a pan-Semitic goddess. And Eris, Greek goddess of discord. That's Discordia in Greek, which ties into the chaos concept. Vox held up his hands. Okay, I get the picture. Lots of goddess references. Tell me what you think about them. Is this the same goddess you've been tracking? Not sure yet. If so, Hugo, this is the first time the goddess has made specific threats against Islam. Her usual rant is against what she frequently calls the sin of complacency. Those are anarchical references supporting chaos as the natural path for spiritual growth. Which is horseshit. Well, arguing for an ongoing state of chaos is self-contradictory. But these new posts are clearly political, and they suggest that action should be taken, which gives them a whiff of militancy. A militant goddess cult? Is there precedent? Not recently, but historically? Sure. There were goddess cults all over the world, and some of them have been quite violent. Vox took a big bite of his donut and chewed noisily. Okay. Write your report. Good work, kiddo. Keep at it. He pushed the box of donuts across the desk. Keep the carbs. You earned M. He heaved his bulk out of the guest chair and left, sketching a wave with his coffee cup. Circe watched him go and then looked down at the documents on the screen. She chewed her lip for a moment, wrestling with some of the same doubts that had plagued her since she first noticed this pattern. Was it there? Or was the Merlin software simply too good at finding patterns in everything? She bit a piece of a cinnamon donut, sipped her coffee, toggled over to Twitter, and dove back in. Interlude 7. Hate Crimes. May through July. Michael Hecht was not a Jew. None of his friends were Jews, and except for the accountant at the hardware store in which he worked part-time, no one he knew was Jewish. None of his uncles or grandparents had fought in Europe during World War II, and he had no connections to anyone who had been interned or murdered in the Nazi concentration camps. He had never been to Israel and did not know anyone who had. Michael Hecht did not even particularly understand politics. He had an IQ of 86 and had a C average in school. He never watched any debates and could not with any degree of certainty name anyone in state politics. Michael Hecht also did not personally know any Muslims. None of them were among his friends, family, or co-workers. No Muslim had ever been rude to him, physically attacked him, done harm to people he knew or loved. All of this information came out during Deputy Sheriff Jaden Glover's interview of Hecht following the 22-year-old's arrest. Glover had known Michael all his life. He'd once dated Hecht's oldest sister, Marianne. "Why'd you do it?" Glover asked. Hecht shrugged. He sat on a metal chair, his wrists cuffed to a D-ring on the table. Another deputy stood by the door. Hecht had been Mirandized at the scene and again here in the station. He'd waived his rights both times. "Come on, Mike. You drove 37 miles, you stopped to buy gasoline. You brought half a dozen of your mom's mason jars with you. And rags. You even brought a lighter and you don't smoke. You had to have planned this." Michael Hecht shrugged again. His face was smudged with soot and he had some tissue stuffed into his nostril to stem the bleeding from where the building caretaker, Kuzef, had punched him. "You went to all that trouble," said Glover, "and you put firebombs through all the windows. You burned the whole damn thing to the ground. What was in your head, boy? You upset 'cause Milt Ryerson's boy lost his leg in Iraq? This some kind of personal vendetta?" Michael Hecht did not know what a vendetta was. "Shit, I didn't know Tommy lost his leg. Damn, that's fucked up." Glover cut a look at the other deputy, who arched one eyebrow. "You didn't know about Tom Ryerson?" "Nah. I ain't seen him since graduation." "Then why'd you set fire to the mosque?" Hecht looked confused. "What's a mosque?" "What's a Judas Priest, boy? That's what you just burned the hell down." "It wasn't no mosque. It was a church. A raghead church. That's what a mosque is. A church for Muslims. Fucking ragheads. Do you have a reason to hate Muslims, Mike? They're fucking sand niggers. You ever met a Muslim, Mike?" Hecht looked away for a second. "No." "Then why did you want to burn down their church?" Hecht was silent for a long time, his face contorting as he tried to think it through. "Come on, Mike. I'd like to help you here, but you got to be straight with me." Michael Hecht leaned back and looked up at the ceiling. "Ah, man. I don't know. They're just fucking ragheads, you know." That was all they managed to get out of him. When the county detectives made a thorough search of Michael Hecht's house, they also searched his email accounts and backtracked his internet usage. Hecht was subscribed to hundreds of message boards. Over 40 of them were devoted to the goddess. The most recent posting Hecht had been to was the last in a series of linked messages on Twitter. The first one read, "The chosen will not tolerate the impure touch of the Muslim." The intervening posts escalated up from there in racial hatred, culminating with the one that had, apparently, sent Michael Hecht out into the night. Fire purifies. Michael Hecht was charged with 1 count of arson and 14 counts of murder. His state-appointed defense attorney tried to build a case on diminished capacity, but by the time the matter went to trial, the attorney knew that he was trying to sell a sympathy verdict in what had become a landmark hate crime case. The jury deliberated for 14 minutes. Michael Hecht was convicted in a Powell County, Kentucky court and sentenced to death. He remains on death row to this day. In New York City, a flaming whiskey bottle was thrown through the front window of the 117th Street Mosque during evening prayers. Several congregants suffered minor burns, and only the swift and combined actions of Azada, a teenage girl, and 3 of her friends, who grabbed fire extinguishers, prevented loss of life. No one was arrested for the crime. However, witnesses saw a black male, approximately 35, wearing a business suit, running from the scene seconds after they heard the sound of the window breaking. In Atlanta, Georgia, 4 white males and 1 Hispanic were arrested as they emerged from the Al Farouk Masjid Mosque on 14th Street. The young men had emptied 2 5-gallon cans of gasoline inside the building and had stopped to light a rock that had been wrapped in a gas-soaked rag. Police cruisers, responding to a silent alarm triggered by the break-in, blocked the flight of the youths. All 5 were taken into custody. Fire department personnel worked with the caretakers of the mosque to clean up the building. However, early estimates were that it would cost $40,000 to remove all traces of the gasoline and replace tapestries, books, and furniture damaged during the intrusion. When detectives interviewed the boys, one of them admitted to having gotten the idea from the internet. It was later determined that 3 of the 5 regularly followed forums and posts by the goddess. A week later, the Catholic church attended by 2 of the boys was firebombed. No suspects have so far been identified. Over the next month, 3 mosques, 2 churches, and 2 synagogues were burned in Georgia. Within 6 hours of the goddess's fire purifies post, arson-based hate crimes directed at Muslims rose nearly 4%. At the end of 6 weeks, taking into account retaliatory attacks that included arson, drive-by shootings, rapes, beatings, and bomb scares, the incidence of anti-Muslim hate crimes rose 39%. Corresponding hate crimes directed at Jews rose 26%, and hate crimes directed at Christians of various colors and denominations rose 24%. The total number of victims directly connected to these crimes, according to the Department of Justice, numbered 43 dead, 175 wounded. The day that CNN broke the story and showed those statistics, the goddess, using the name Inio, posted this comment on over 60 social networks. I am well pleased. Chapter 13. Whitechapel, London. December 17, 2:41 p.m. Greenwich Mean Time. Benson Child arranged to provide me with a set of barrier credentials that would be a master key to all levels of the investigation. He also authorized me to carry my weapon, which was useful, since I was already packing the Beretta 92F. A constable will meet you downstairs with the ID cards and other documents, and then he'll drive you back to the London, where you'll liaise with Detective Sergeant Rebecca Alstone. Her team is coordinating the door-to-door interviews of the neighborhood. Great. We were in his office and he poured a cup of tea into a cardboard container and handed it to me. Temperatures dropped out there. You'll need this if you're going to be pounding on doors, but. I thanked him, and Ghost and I went out into the December blast. Just outside I spotted 3 constables standing by the open door of a police car. They all turned toward me and the closest, a beefy guy, asked, "Are you Captain Ledger?" I began to say yes when I heard a metallic sound and then a growl as Ghost suddenly bristled and stopped, his muscles instantly tense. It took my brain a half-second to process the sound I'd heard, because it was incongruous. The beefy cop smiled at me and pointed a pistol at my face. The sound had been him quietly racking the slide. He was almost laughing as he said, "Happy Christmas from the 7." I threw the hot tea in his face. If you're going to ambush someone, don't make a speech first. It's a rookie mistake. He screamed as the scalding liquid struck him full in the eyes. Hit! I bellowed to Ghost. He and I leaped forward together, me driving hands first into the left-hand cop and Ghost hitting the guy on the right like a white cannonball. Ghost growled deep in his chest and I saw teeth flash, and then there were screams as he and the cop fell to the asphalt. The guy I went for managed to bring his pistol up, but I'd planned for that and bashed his arm aside with my right as I drove the flat of my palm into his forehead. The gun exploded with a flat crack. My blow slammed him against the car, knocked his head all the way back, exposing his throat. I hammered his Adam's apple with both fists and he collapsed under me, gurgling wetly and trying to suck air through a crushed trachea. I spun off him just as the window beside me exploded. Beef, half-blind and scalded, fired wildly in my direction, the bullets shattering windows and punching through the black paint of the police car. I rushed in and to one side, but he tracked me, probably only seeing shadows out of those eyes, but enough to swing the barrel toward my face. I came up outside his line of fire, took his gun hand in both of mine, and twisted sharply as I pivoted. In the dojo and in the movies, the victim of a wrist lock does a nice flip through the air. In the real world, his wrist turns way too fast to act as a lever for his body, which means that the forearm bones explode inside his arm. His scream rose into the ultrasonic. I kicked Beef in the knee, and as he canted sideways, I kicked the other knee. He collapsed into a screaming pile of junk. I tore my coat open and pulled my Beretta even while I dove for the front of the car. There were screams there, too, and the mean growl of a dog in Mortal Kombat. I hit the hood on one hip and skidded across, landing on the far side and bringing the gun down. Off! Off! I yelled, but Ghost was already backing off. His white muzzle was bright red with blood, most of it from the attacker's throat. Ghost looked at me with eyes that had gone from those of a pet and companion to those of a hunter-killer from ancient times. The primitive killer in me met the eyes of the predator wolf in him, and for a moment there was a shared awareness. Not adversaries. Members of a pack. The level of understanding that passed between us could never be taught. Back and down. He looked down at the dying man and growled low and evil, and then moved 3 steps away in Saturday. There were shouts around us and I turned, sweeping the Beretta's barrel around. Another pair of cops and people in ordinary clothes. Whistles and yells. I bellowed, "Special Agent." I didn't know what else to say. Were these constables also assassins for the kings? If so, the risk to innocent bystanders was about to jump off the scale. The 2 cops drew their batons and closed on me in a nice flanking approach, yelling at me, ordering me to lay down my weapon. One of them was shouting into his shoulder mic. Balls. I pointed my gun at the closest of them. Freeze. I barked. The sharp tone of voice and the implacable presence of the gun slowed them from a run to a walk and then to frozen immobility. To Ghost I snapped, "Set." The command to get ready for a non-lethal takedown. Non-lethal as long as the guy didn't injure the dog, and then all bets were off. Freeze. I yelled again. These men are not police officers. That's Danny French. Snapped one of the cops, pointing to the man whose throat I'd crushed. You murdering bastard. Crap. Okay, they were police officers. Now what? The man I scolded moaned and sagged back. Dead or unconscious, I couldn't tell. Ghost edged toward me to protect my flank. I could tell that the officers were going to try it. Gun and dog notwithstanding. For all they knew, I was a mad cop killer. Stop. Benson Child came running out of the building with a phalanx of armed barrier personnel at his heels. I saw Deirdre MacDonald and Detective Chief Inspector Martin Aylrod following behind. Because they wore uniforms, the street cops looked at them in confusion. The crowd was even more confused because guns were being pointed at cops and no one was pointing a gun at the crazy yank with the dog. Child's men pushed the cops against the wall and frisked them. I didn't think they were involved and was pretty sure they weren't, but I was in no mood to take stupid risks. I lowered my weapon and eased the hammer down. Child didn't ask me to surrender it. Sit and watch, I said to Ghost, and he did just that. The wolf was still there behind his eyes. I could feel the killer behind my own. Child leaned close to me. For God's sake, Ledger, I know these men. What the bloody hell happened here? 7 Kings, I said. Chapter 14. Over the Atlantic, Flight 7988. December 17th, 2:42 p.m. Greenwich Mean Time. Dr. Rudy Sanchez sat in his first-class seat and fumed. He disliked air travel at the best of times and definitely didn't want to be in the air when terrorist bombs were going off anywhere in the world. In the days following the attack on the World Trade Center, Sanchez had been one of a team of doctors who had descended on Ground Zero to help in any way they could. As a psychiatrist, Rudy saw firsthand the initial waves of post-event trauma that were the result of the attack. He saw the wound inflicted on the hearts, minds, and souls of the people working the site. The haunted eyes of police and firefighters who spent hours picking through the rubble to locate pieces of people who had been their friends or colleagues. The dreadful loss of confidence in the world in the eyes of the thousands of people who stood constant vigil at the fringes of the disaster. The strange blend of relief and guilt in the eyes of the survivors. During the flight, he'd listened to the constant buzz of frantic discussion aboard the United Airlines jet. Since 9/11, terrorism was part of everyday language. It had become so commonplace that jokes were made about terrorists. Books and movies had been made about it. And the thought that it was already that deeply enmeshed with ordinary life chilled Rudy to the bone. And now he had the Nicodemus file, and everything about this matter was unnerving. The file was strangely incomplete. There should have been hundreds of pages of it. Evaluations, transcripts, after-session notes, and a detailed record of the man's arrest, trial, and incarceration. Instead, there were a few dozen pages of very general notes that might apply to any prisoner. Commonplace stuff. Worthless except for the very last set of handwritten notes taken a few hours ago by the prison psychiatrist, Dr. Stankiewicz, and even they were cryptic. References to a goddess but without context to identify which goddess. The overall thrust of Nicodemus's words had tended toward Judeo-Christian references, particularly with his reference to Dumas and Jesmas. They were variations on the spellings of Dismas and Gestas, the names of the two criminals crucified on either side of Jesus. But since those names were not in the standard Bible but in the highly apocryphal Gospel of Nicodemus, it seemed likely they were simply part of the overall religious delusion the prisoner had built up around himself. None of it tied back to either 9/11 or the London, at least as far as Rudy could determine. There was nothing else of substance in Stankiewicz's notes. Rudy was alone in first class. Since the bomb went off, there had been a flood of seat cancellations. He used his secure access to open a video web chat with Bug via satellite. A small box opened up, showing the face of the head of the DMS computer lab. Although his name was Jerome Taylor, even his own family called him Bug. He had been a computer hacker as a kid and came onto Mr. Church's radar when he tried to hack Homeland, believing that if he had the right access he could locate Osama bin Laden. Major Grace Cortland and Sergeant Gus Dietrich showed up at Taylor's door the following morning. He was offered a deal: work for the DMS or go to jail. When he accepted and was told about MindReader, he fell deeply and irrevocably in love. "Hey, Doc," he said brightly. The world could be in flames and Bug would still be jovial. Rudy wondered how Bug's mood would change if the internet crashed. "Bug," he said, "are you sure you sent me all of Nicodemus's records?" "Yeah." "Could you have missed something, Dot? Could Oprah fit into Beyoncé's bikini?" He snorted and said, "Either they have a lot of his stuff stored on paper records or what? Or someone's removed it. Can't MindReader tell if someone has been into the computer files? Doesn't it leave a handprint? Footprint, and yes. Except there's no footprint here. From a computer standpoint, nothing appears to be missing, and I've gone into the Willow Grove and Philadelphia PD databases, too. There's just nothing else there. We can't even verify his first name. If he has one. Hijo de puta. The fact that all of this is missing is deep magic. I'm getting a Woodrow just thinking about how sexy this is, 'cause we're not talking about some pissant tapeworm. Someone's punked the system just like MindReader. And they've absconded with the treeware and treeware? Paper. Actual Weirso last century printed documents. Someone in MeatSpace actually swiped the physical records as well. That's stuff we can do when we bring our A game. No one else has anything like Mind Reader, so I can't grok how they did this. Whoever he is, this guy's a freaking ghost. Rudy disconnected and then called Mr. Church. Problem? Asked Church. Rudy explained about the records. Is it possible Bug missed something? Bug doesn't make those kinds of mistakes. Then, that begs the uncomfortable question as to the possibility of a more sophisticated computer system than MindReader. Unlikely. It would have to have been designed and built entirely without a connection to the internet, or we'd have got no whiff of it. Or built with an operating system so different as to be unrecognizable as a computer to all other computers. It's doubtful something that exotic would be able to interface with the existing systems and networks. Deep Throat has a phone system that we can't understand or crack. Church didn't comment. Coming at a time like this, said Rudy, with terrorist activity ongoing, a mystery of this kind is more than a bit unsettling. Yes, Church agreed. From his tone of voice he might have been agreeing to a comment on the weather, but Rudy knew him as well as anyone at the warehouse. There was an edge of strain in Church's calm voice. Church disconnected and Rudy tapped keys to bring up the booking photos of Nicodemus. From the side he was unremarkable. Thin, slightly stooped, with a receding chin and thinning hair. An ordinary man. From the front, however, he was something else. His eyes were a little too far apart, and the left was set higher and at a slight angle. His nose was thin and his mouth was a wet smile. Rudy enlarged the photo and stared into the man's eyes. They were cold and bottomless. Those eyes, and that smiling mouth, suggested a warped sensuality that Rudy found immensely distasteful, and a deep understanding of things that had no natural place in the human mind. Dios mio, Rudy murmured. Interlude 8. T-Town, Mount Baker, Washington State. 4 months before the London event. Circe O'Tree chewed on a plastic pen cap as she scrolled through the recent postings on Twitter. When she refreshed the page she had been watching, a new tweet popped up. The elders of Zion are not a myth. They live, they wait. They will have justice. She chewed her lip. It was posted by one of the new accounts Circe was following. In IO. Circe opened a browser and hit a saved link that took her to an online reference database of mythology. She typed in the name. The entry came up at once. In IO. A Greek goddess of war. She often accompanies Ares into battle. During the fall of Troy, Io inflicted horror and bloodshed alongside Phobos, Fear, and Deimos, Dread, the sons of Ares. Io is responsible for orchestrating the destruction of cities. Circe frowned at the screen for a few seconds and then reached for the phone. Hugo Vox answered after 4 rings. Jesus Christ, woman, don't you ever sleep? Vox growled, sounding like a sleepy bear. Circe glanced at the clock and realized with a start that it was 4:20 in the morning. I'm sorry, Hugo. I completely lost track of the time. The White House had better be in flames, he said. I'm sorry, she said again, flustered and suddenly embarrassed by her impetuousness. It can wait. No, he grumbled, I'm awake now. What is it? She told him. Ah. Christ. Okay, I'll be right down. While she waited, Circe toggled back to Twitter and refreshed the page. The comment had been retweeted 41 times. When she refreshed again a minute later there were 153. An enormous amount of posts, even for a social network as active as Twitter. Most of the posts were negative, decrying the comment and disputing the existence of the so-called learned elders of Zion. But more than 100 posts offered support of the comment. Of those, only a third were goddess names. Circe did trackbacks on many of them. Half were known agitators among the violent fringe of the conspiracy community. Some were frequent posters of anti-Islamic comments. The rest appeared to be ordinary people. There were so many things about this that bothered her. First, the choice of a name that was clearly tied to violence and destruction. Over the last few weeks, the goddess had made a clear shift toward militancy, though choosing the name Inio suggested a much more aggressive leap. The other troubling point was the Elders of Zion reference. Cersei was sure she had something on that. 10 minutes later, Hugo Vox came into her office wearing gray T-Town sweats that were water-stained. His hair had only been finger-combed. He looked at her and then more pointedly at what she was wearing. The same blue skirt and blouse from yesterday. You didn't leave here all night, did you? I got caught up. Look, kiddo, while I admire the dedication you have for your job, you're young and pretty and smart and you should be out on dates on Friday nights, not locked up here with a computer and the kind of junk food I eat. She made a face. He sighed. I know, you don't like dating guys in the service. How come, though? They're all good guys. Top of the line, . And vetted by Vox, she said with a grin. Well, not vetted for dating you, but I could look into that. Thanks, Hugo, but I don't need a matchmaker. Besides, the guys here at T-Town pretty much use testosterone. They spend all day long shooting things and beating each other up. What would we talk about over dinner? Muzzle velocity and choke holds? What about some of those bookworms you meet at signings? That literary agent of yours has a case of the hornies for you. Oh, please. He's a wiener. Hugo grinned. So, soldiers are too manly and the artsy crowd is too effete. Let me know when you find someone in the middle. I'm serious. You ever get off your ass and go out to have a real night off, I'll pay for dinner for both of you. She mumbled something awkward and waved him to a chair. He was chuckling as he settled his bulk into it. Okay, he said, you obviously found something. Thrill me. She launched in, but before she was finished he held up a hand. Elders of Zion? What the hell's that? The full name is the Protocols of the Learned Elders of Zion, which was supposedly the secret master plan by a group of Jews outlining how they would take over Europe and dominate the Christian world. How come I never heard about this? Well, this is early 20th century stuff. And it was proved to be a hoax. Then why the fuck am I not still sleeping in my goddamn bed? Please, bear with me, Hugo. The Protocols were a piece of propaganda intended to implicate European Jews in a conspiracy that did not exist. Henry Ford, who was a notorious anti-Semite, used the Protocols in his campaign against Jews, and even Hitler trotted them out to support his racist insanity. Much of the material was directly plagiarized from writings of political satire totally unrelated to the Jews. But hatred of the Jews in early 20th century Europe was stronger than common sense, and later, following the establishment of Israel as a state, a renewed wave of anti-Zionism sparked new interest in the Protocols, and this hatred spread from Europe to the Middle East. So what? The goddess has just started posting about the Elders of Zion. Hugo sat forward. Okay, now you have my full attention. No one credible defended the authenticity of the Protocols of the Elders of Zion, said Cersei, so why bring them up now? The goddess's earlier militant remarks had been firmly directed at Islam on behalf of Israel. Maybe now she's trying to build a case that the Protocols are real. Yeah, Hugo said thoughtfully, and that could get ugly, considering the lunkheads who gobble this shit up. Another possibility is that Inio is someone else using the same tactics as the goddess in order to redirect anger back at Israel. Also potentially ugly. Hugo rubbed his eyes, then cocked his head at her. Tell me straight, kiddo, rate this on a scale of 1 to 10, 1 being harmless freaks on the net and 10 being we scramble the DMS. She chewed her lips some more. Right now, I don't know. Maybe a 5? But this is the kind of thing that can lead to real violence. Vox snorted. Violence against who? The Jews? The Muslims? I can't tell from this shit who the goddess is really mad at. That's just it, Circe said. Maybe it's both. Maybe she just wants to start a fight. To what end? She's got to be rooting for someone. Maybe not. Maybe she just wants to see things burn. He peered suspiciously at her. Isn't that a line from a Batman movie? Circe blushed. It fits, though. Or it might fit. Some people groove on violence. Vox grunted. Circe said, Look, remember last year, when the white supremacist group in Alabama started using message boards to make threats against Jews? There were a half-dozen synagogues torched. The people posting weren't the same ones who torched the temples. They were idiots following a bad idea. That's what I think we have here. Maybe the goddess is a movement rather than a person. There are plenty of people who feed off that sort of thing. They don't actually have to be the ones throwing Molotov cocktails as long as they can watch the fire on TV. Vox pursed his lips and considered. You say you're at a 5 with this? When you get to a 7 I'll give you assets, until then you're flying solo. But, update your goddess report and send it to me. I'll make sure someone at Homeland pays attention to it. Thanks, Hugo. This is good work, kiddo. Even if this turns out to be nothing, this is very sharp stuff. He stood up and walked to the door, then half-turned. You may not want to hear this, I know things are kind of weird between you two, but your dad will be proud of you. Interlude 9. McCullough, Crown Island. St. Lawrence River, Ontario, Canada. 4 months ago. As promised, the limousine was waiting at the curb. A driver in traditional livery stood by the open door. A second man, identically dressed, stepped forward to take their bags. Both were slim, fit, and Korean. Toys caught Galt's eye, flicked a glance at the driver, and then affected to scratch his ribs. Galt did not need the cue. He'd already seen the bulge of the driver's shoulder-rigged pistol. The other man, too. Nice cuts to their jackets, though. Most people would never have guessed either of the Koreans was armed. Galt did not have a weapon. Toys, he knew, carried a knife in his left sleeve. Galt had seen his friend use that knife several times. Few surgeons were as precise or dispassionate. Once upon a time Toys had been Galt's employee, a combination executive secretary, valet, and bodyguard, but that time had passed. Events had occurred that forever changed the dynamic of their relationship. Now they were more like brothers. Or fellow refugees. Galt was at least nominally the alpha of their two-man pack, but that position was held now by mutual consent rather than financial or personal power. In the same disaster that had scarred them both, Galt had discovered an emotional blind spot that had nearly proven fatal while Toys had demonstrated terrifying personal power. They got into the car and settled back. The driver and the other man sat in the front with the plexiglass screen closed. The limo was next year's model. Very expensive and nicely outfitted. Toys poked around and found unopened bottles of Seren vodka, a superb El Salvadoran brand, and vermouth. Toys set about making martinis. Stirred, not shaken, he said as he handed one to Galt. It was a private joke. Although Toys loved watching the Bond movies, for eye candy of both genders, it irked him that Ian Fleming had his hero order his martinis to be made the wrong way. By shaking the mixture, the bartender created air bubbles that turned the martini cloudy. More crucially, shaking also caused the ice to release too much water, thereby bruising the flavor of the vodka. A perfect martini should be stirred gently for 30 seconds, then chilled properly and served stingingly dry and cold. Toys always made perfect martinis. They sipped. What are the odds that this lovely car is bugged? Asked Toys. He said it in a normal tone of voice. Galt smiled thinly. I would be disappointed if it wasn't. They settled back and sipped their drinks and said nothing else during the drive. The two Koreans took them to a small airport and ushered them onto a private Gulfstream G550. Galt was impressed. He had planned to buy one of those for himself before his plans had gone to hell in Afghanistan. The sleek jet came with a $59.9 million price tag. It had a range of 6,700 miles and all sorts of lovely bells and whistles, and though it was designed to accommodate up to 19 passengers in great comfort, Galt and Toys found themselves alone in the cabin. The second Korean came in to attend to drinks and to take their orders for dinner, and when the food came it was superb. The first course was a creme brulee of foie gras that they washed down with 1990 Cristal champagne, and that was followed by several small but delicious dishes, including tartare of Kobe beef with imperial beluga caviar and Bellin oysters, and mousseline of Pâtes Rouges crayfish with morel mushroom infusion. The accompanying wines, a 1985 Romanée-Conti, a 59 Chateau Mouton Rothschild, a 67 Chateau d'Yquem, and a 61 Chateau Palmer, inspired great respect from both of them. "Well," said Toys as he sipped Hennessy Biot du Siècle cognac, "I think we can submit a new definition for ostentatious." Are you complaining or commenting?" Toys sloshed the deep amber-colored liquid in his glass. "This is £200,000 a bottle. I'm not a cheap date, Sebastian, but they had me at the creme brulee." "You think they're trying to prove something to us? Don't you?" "Of course. And notice that we're both saying they." "Not he," Galt said. He sipped the cognac. It was delicious and it soothed the aches in his damaged flesh, but he would never have spent 200,000 on it. His devotion to brand names did not extend into mania. "Well, to be fair," Toys said, "our American friend was always grandiose, but cultured. Not so much. And he has no excuse for it. He's new money, but he went to the very best schools." "You're new money." "Yes, but if you didn't know it you couldn't tell. You can tell with him. At 100 paces, too. Table manners of a baboon, and he keeps his mouth open while chewing. And he has that thing where he speaks like a college professor one minute and a dock worker the next. You do know that he can hear everything we're saying." Galt merely smiled. "So," said Toys, rolling the cognac back and forth between his palms, "the question is why?" Galt shrugged. "A demonstration of conspicuous ostentation makes its own statement, don't you think? After all, no one needs to own a jet like this. There are plenty of less expensive aircraft that are more than opulent enough for the few hours their owners and their guests spend aboard them. To put it crudely, the price tag is a big fuck you to anyone who can't afford it, and much more so to those who can almost afford it." Mused Toys. "Then tell me this, almighty sage, why are we being treated to such luxury? He doesn't owe us a thing, not even sanctuary." Galt merely shrugged. He was pretty sure he knew. He closed his eyes and remembered a sultry night a dozen years ago. He and Eris in a Belle Étoile suite at the Hotel Le Maurice in Paris. The two of them naked, covered with bites and scratches, the bed and nightstand wrecked, sheets torn and tangled, and the air heavy with the smell of wine, perfume, and sex. One day, she'd murmured to him as they lay together on the floor, their feet propped on the edge of the bed they'd fallen out of during their last deliciously ferocious bout of sex. And it was sex. No one could call what they did lovemaking. It was too violent and immediate and selfish for that, and it had served them each and satisfied them both. "One day you'll be a king, lovely boy." Galt was propped on one elbow, his head resting in an open palm while he used his other hand to trace slow, meaningless symbols in the sweat between her heavy breasts. "A king?" he mused, his voice still carrying some of the East End London of his youth. "No way that's possible, but I'd like a knighthood." "That would be brilliant." She shook her head. Her hair was snow-white, with subtle threads of lustrous brown sewn through it. Candlelight reflected in her eyes so that it looked like she was on fire inside. "No, lovely boy. I have my eye on you. One of these days you'll be a king." Sebastian laughed. "A king of what? What would you like to be king of?" "Not of bloody England. Too much nonsense and fluff. You could be the king of your own world," she said. A king of the microscopic world of viruses and bacteria. Oh, very nice. Behold the leper king. SHHHH. Eris pressed a finger to his lips. No. Not a king of the common cold or the king of cancer. One day I think you will be the king of plagues. He almost laughed again, but there was something about her tone when she said those words that stopped him. The king of plagues. Saying it as if it was a real title for an actual king. No mockery. This was not a joke to her. Sebastian Gault had looked deep into her burning eyes. Tell me, he had whispered. And she told him. Not much, but enough. She broke off a delicious fragment of the truth and whispered it in his ear, and it was that seed, planted there in the shadows that smelled of their passion, that grew into Gault's dreams of empire. The many paths that led away from that moment in his life trailed away into infinite possibilities, but one was paved with gold. The king of plagues. And if I am a king, he whispered as he pulled her on top of him, will you be my queen? No, she breathed, her voice husky and dark, her hand reaching down to guide him inside. No. I will be your goddess. Afterward, he had made love to her so hard that they both wept and ached all the next day. And each time an unwise step or movement speared pain through either of them, they remembered and laughed. It was not the sex that they remembered but the idea that had fueled it. The king of plagues. And the goddess. The flight was long and the crew did not inform them of their destination. From the duration and the angle of the sun, Gault judged that they were in southeastern Canada. Looking out of the porthole suggested east, and Gault was sure that they were still in America. When the plane landed they were both relaxed and composed and accompanied the two Asians without comment or protest. The plane had set down at a large private airstrip by the water, and the boat ride across the river was quick and comfortable. As the boat coasted to a gentle stop at the dock, Gault nudged Toys with his knee. Toys looked up to see a woman step out of the shade of the boathouse and into the bright sunlight. Even Toys, whose taste tended toward fashion models of both gender of the type once known as heroin chic, lifted his eyebrows in appreciation. The woman was tall, slender, with snow-white hair that lifted and snapped in the breeze off the water. She wore skin-tight white sporting slacks and a bikini top that was little more than triangles of brightly colored cloth. Her feet were bare and she wore silver jewelry at throat, ears, fingers, toes, and navel. Sunlight flickered around her as if the daylight kept reaching out with quick and naughty touches. Her body was lithe and fit and the only concession to makeup was a fierce red lipstick that was an immediate challenge. Well, murmured Toys. Not exactly Snow White, is she? Good God, breathed Gault. That's Eris. I thought you said Eris was his mother. Gault laughed. That is his mother. Toys turned to Gault with a half-smile, but he wasn't joking. Then Toys took a second and longer look at the woman as she walked toward them. If that's cosmetic surgery, I'll marry her doctor. No. Just bloody good genes and a refusal to age like ordinary mortals. I don't know how old she is, but she has to be in her 60s. You're killing my youth-centric sensibilities. Gault laughed. As soon as the boat was tied to the cleats, he leaped onto the dock and walked toward Eris with his arms wide. She beamed at him like a happy panther and hugged him fiercely, showering kisses on him, even on the bandages. As Toys approached, Gault gave him a look that said, well, she's not my mother. Eris turned, graceful as a dancer, and gave Toys a quick and frank appraisal. Who is this delicious beast, Sebastian? She said in a husky voice that was English with a soupçon of Boston. Is this the clever one who's been keeping you out of trouble all these years? Sweetheart, Gault said, meet Toys. Toys, this is Evangeline Regina Isadora Sanderson. Lady Heiress to the commoners and goddess to those who really know her. Toys, now that's a name with real potential. Toys took her hand and kissed it in a way that was at once elegant and filled with self-referential mockery. Eris gave him a wicked grin. At close quarters he could see that she was indeed older than she at first appeared, but no one would ever guess 50, let alone mid-60s. The bikini top was challenged to restrain abundance. Her eyes were as green as a tropical sea and flecked with sparks of gold fire. "Welcome to Crown Island," she purred. "Thank you for having us," said Toys. Eris eyed him up and down. "I haven't had you yet." Then Eris hooked their arms so that they bookended her and led them toward the huge fortress of a building that was McCullough Castle. Above them the sun was a furnace, and Galt wondered what was being forged in its heat. Galt and Toys were escorted to separate rooms. "Divide and conquer?" Galt asked with a smile. "Divide, yes, conquer, no, lovely boy. We want you to be comfortable. Travel is such a bore. Take a hot shower. Fresh clothes will be laid out. Someone will come to fetch you in an hour." One of the two silent Koreans stepped up to Toys and led him down a side hall. When they were alone, Galt took Eris's hand and led her a few steps away from the second servant. "What's going on, love? This is weird even for you." She laughed. "Mystery and intrigue is all the thing, lovely boy." "I'm not the boy I once was," Galt said bitterly. He touched his bandages. "And I'm no longer lovely." Eris shook her head. "Bruises will heal and you'll come to love your new face." "I wasn't talking about my face," he said distantly. "Oh, God, are we going to have a gloomy existential conversation in a drafty hallway?" But before Galt could reply, she kissed him lightly on the mouth. "Go and make yourself clean and pretty for me." Chapter 15. Breaking news, CNBC. December 17, 2:55 p.m. Greenwich Mean Time. U.S. stock markets closed today after an apparent terrorist attack on the Royal London Hospital. The newly renovated hospital was completely destroyed, and early estimates number the dead at 4,000. That number is expected to climb. Though the incident in London happened before the opening bell, trading went into full flight to safety mode as points were chopped off by panicking investors. Stock markets in Europe and Canada have also plunged. SEC Commissioner Mark David Epstein has not said when trading would resume. Chapter 16. Bury your headquarters. December 17, 3:56 p.m. Greenwich Mean Time. The three assassins were, in fact, genuine London police constables. All three had clean records, none of them had known ties to extremist political or religious groups. In every way they were ordinary citizens, and that was the scariest part of it. "I don't understand this," complained Benson Child. "They're good men." "My ass," I said. We sat in his office on opposite sides of an open bottle of Clontarf single malt Irish whiskey. MacDonald, Aylrod, and the others had just left to handle the aftershocks of the shooting and manage the spin control. Ghost slept under the table. I'd cleaned him up and combed him, but he twitched in his sleep. "The man you scalded with the tea is named Mick Jones. You broke 9 of his bones. He's claimed that this was an unprovoked attack." "He's a lying sack of shit," I said. "He was the one that said, 'Happy Christmas from the Seven Kings.' He was smiling when he said it. A happy guy doing a job he enjoyed. Probably one of the chosen." Child frowned into his whiskey. "Well, as soon as he can be transported to a military hospital, we'll see about opening him up. One of my lads, Spanton, will oversee the interrogation. He's a right bastard, too, so we should get something." I wasn't chewed up with sympathy for the crooked cop. Child downed a heroic slug of whiskey and poured 2 fingers into the glass. "All this brings up ugly questions. How did the Kings know you were here for a meeting? Why do they want you dead? How were they able to corrupt 3 upstanding police constables? And what did they hope to accomplish by killing you? Understand, Captain, that while your DMS field record precedes you, I don't quite see why the Kings would target you above all others." "Me, neither. I'm certainly not a key player in the hospital bombing investigation." I took a sip that was every bit as large as Child's. I was fighting a bad case of the shakes. I spoke with Church a few minutes ago and there haven't been any attempts on other DMS agents. Guess I hold the golden ticket in the lunatic lottery. We sipped in silence. I wasn't sure how to read Child. I knew Church liked and trusted him, but the barrier director seemed decidedly chilly since the shooting. Granted, he knew the officers, but I wondered if the confusing nature of the incident made him doubt me. Well, fuck him if he did. He must have caught something in my expression, because he gave me a rueful smile. We'll sort it all out, Captain. Here in the UK we have a longer history of dealing with terrorists and secret societies than your lot does. From Guy Fawkes to the bloody IRA. Half the time we never know what's really going on. We catch a few, kill a few, dismantle a splinter cell, but it's like cutting heads off a hydra. Twice as many grow back and it's bloody impossible to say if we're doing any good. Better than doing nothing, I said. He grunted and sipped. It doesn't feel that way. It feels like all we're doing is pretending to maintain a shaky status quo while in reality things are slipping bit by bit into chaos. I leaned forward and pushed the bottle away from him. Oh yes, very funny. That's not drink talking, Joe, and I'm not using this to wash down Prozac. I suppose it's a kind of battle fatigue. I've been in this for 34 years and I can't say with any certainty that I've won any wars. I've won my share of battles, but the war always seems to go on. It was the first time he'd called me by my first name. A flag of truce? I finished off my whiskey and set the glass down. Before this happened I was going out to play cop. That still sounds like the best way to try and tackle this. Child looked at me. After what just happened? Are you in any condition? It was a fair question. I'd fled to Europe because I didn't think I was in any condition to be part of this sort of thing. Or at least that's what I thought. Somehow the war always seems to find me. My vacation's over, Benson, I said. I clicked my tongue and Ghost instantly returned from whatever dark dreams were troubling him and was at my side. I bent and stroked his head. Child stood and offered his hand. Stay safe. I laughed, but I shook his hand. We went outside into the cold. We were both hypervigilant, and though we saw nothing else the rest of the day, I could feel the eyes of the Seven Kings on me wherever I went. Interlude 10. T-Town, Mount Baker, Washington State. 3 months before the London event. Circe Tree perched on the edge of her chair and tried not to chew her lip as Hugo Vox read through the most recent version of what had come to be known as the Goddess Report. 2 or 3 times per page he reached into a ceramic bowl and took a handful of gummy worms. He chewed steadily and noisily as he read, and except for the sound of shouts and gunfire from the counter-terrorism range outside the room was quiet. The second hand on the Stars and Stripes clock on the wall seemed to crawl. When he finished the last page he looked up expectantly. This is incomplete. You got a lot of data here, kiddo, but I don't see any conclusions. That's what I wanted to talk to you about, Hugo. I don't know where to go with it. I just know that it's bad and it's getting worse. He nibbled a gummy worm and said nothing. Circe took a breath and plunged in. Ever since I started this I've been making connections and tracking patterns. The goddess, the elders of Zion, the covert and overt suggestions for violence, there's a lot of stuff here. The more the goddess posts, the more the other internet extremists pick up on it and repeat her comments, add to them, discuss them in chat rooms and on message boards. People are blogging about it, writing essays and magazine articles about it. Not just conspiracy theorists and shock journalists either. And it's spilling over into the real world. She laid a copy of The Grapevine on his desk. The picture showed the fiery aftermath of a Pakistani mosque being destroyed by a bomb and a parcel that had been delivered a few minutes before prayers. 43 dead, 80 wounded. The headline read, Israel strikes back. Vox picked up the newspaper and sneered. This is a rag. This is the same paper that printed Pat Robertson's comment that 9/11 was God showing displeasure at gays. He tossed it down on the desk. I wouldn't wipe my ass with it. She reached into her briefcase and brought out a stack of other newspapers and began stacking them on his desk one by one. USA Today, the Arizona Republic, the Chicago Tribune, the San Jose Mercury, and the Fresno Bee. Balls, he said. Every major newspaper has reported incidents that could be interpreted as hate crimes. Most of these papers retread each other's. She lifted a shopping bag that was filled with newspapers. Bahrain Post, Gulf Daily News, Cyprus Mail, Al Aram Weekly, Tehran Globe. I could go on and on, Hugo. Want me to get the rest from my office? Okay, Cersei, but we have to look beyond the reportage. Have you established for certain that these crimes are related to the goddess posts? I don't know if it's even possible to prove that, but look at the timing. She unfolded a flowchart and spread it over the mountain range of papers. See? The red line marks the first of the anti-Islam posts, and here's the first of the Protocols of Zion posts. Now look at the blue line. Those are incidents of hate crimes. Look at the spikes. These are all hate crimes against Muslims? No. Some are against Jews. By Muslims? Not always. Some are from anti-Semitic and anti-Zionist groups composed of Christians and others, but. So, we're seeing hate crimes go up, but they're not all specific to the message of the goddess? No, but. This is supposition, Cersei. I can surf the net and build a case that the widespread popularity of Hello Kitty was responsible for the fall of the Nixon presidency. When she looked blank, he gave her a Cheshire cat grin. Hello Kitty hit the US in 1974, same year as Watergate. I bet I could do a flowchart and probably make a good enough case to get a book deal out of it. How do you know this stuff? He grinned and tapped his head. I am filled with useless trivia. I'd clean the hell up on Jeopardy. Point is, kiddo, this data is interesting, but it still doesn't make your case. That's the thing, Hugo, with the net it's almost impossible to collect hard, verifiable evidence. That's why groups like the Goddess use it. Say that's true, so how do we separate that out and give it more credence than the 10 billion other equally well-documented conspiracy theories, lies, exaggerations, wishful thinking, and pure bullshit that comprise the worldwide goddamn web? Cersei sagged. What are you saying, that we ignore it? Vox looked genuinely surprised. Hell no. I really think you're onto something here, kiddo, but we're talking about making a case to the lunkheads in Washington who have an ironclad record for ignoring good leads and following bad ones. The DMS is different, she said. Sure, and if we take this to the DMS and we're wrong, DC will fry us. No one is supposed to bring anything to them unless it's verified to the highest possible probability. And right now that isn't how we can label this. Personal belief alone doesn't cut it. He took a breath. In the meantime, what's your next step? She was momentarily flustered, then steadied herself with a breath. I created a few email accounts with goddess names and have posted responses phrased to coax a more definitive statement, but most of the posters are clearly not core to this. Unfortunately, I haven't yet gotten any responses that I can say are clearly from someone in the know. If someone even is in the know. If, she agreed reluctantly. But I believe that the goddess is real, and I believe that the group she represents poses a real threat. I hear you, but until we have facts we can't build a case for it being a clear and present, and therefore actionable, danger. He tossed the report onto the desk. What do you suppose their motive is? I don't know. Chaos doesn't seem to be a profitable goal. I guess not. He tapped the report with a half-eaten gummy worm. You know, ever since you brought this to me I've been back and forth with the State Department, the FBI, and CIA, and the Israelis. None of them think that this is coming from Israel. I mean, beyond the tension that's been going on since, Moses parted the fucking Red Sea, there isn't anyone in Israel who thinks Jews are involved in this at all. She nodded. The more I read the goddess's net postings, the more I'm convinced they are designed to do the reverse of what they're saying, just like the protocols. By pretending to support and justify Israeli aggression against Islam, they're actually trying to frame them as terrorists. The problem is, it might be working. Whether they blew up the mosque or not doesn't matter as long as the right people think they did. Which brings us back to the third-party possibility. He rubbed his eyes. Keep on this. But maybe you can drop a bug in the ear of that British broad you're friends with. Grace Cortland? Yeah. Get her take on it, but on the down low. Nothing official. If she thinks you have something, then I'll reach out to Mr. Church. But take it slow, kiddo. One step at a time. Chapter 17. Whitechapel, London. December 17th, 5:25 p.m. Greenwich Mean Time. Director Child arranged to have me detailed to the Metropolitan Police Unit working the neighborhood around the fire scene. When I explained that Ghost was, among other things, a bomb sniffer, that amped up my usefulness. No official statement had been given about the three assassins, but rumors within the police department hinted that an American was involved and that the officers might be tied to a terrorist cell responsible for the London hospital bombing. My name was not mentioned, and yet the constables I worked with treated me with distance and caution. Fair enough, because after what happened outside Barrier I didn't trust any of them either. Everyone in London was paranoid. Everyone had reason. The search team to which I was attached was composed of more than 300 officers and detectives, and a comprehensive door-to-door search was underway. Everyone was being interviewed. First thing I did was visit the fire site. Jerry Spencer was already there when Ghost and I arrived. Jerry was in his 50s, with iron gray hair, an unsmiling face, and intensely dark eyes. His mouth wore a perpetual smile of disapproval and disappointment. I held out my hand. Jerry, great to see you. How was the flight? He eyed me like I was a side dish he hadn't ordered. Joe, he said without inflection. He kept his hands in his pockets. Jerry looked down at my dog and grunted. Jerry didn't have any pets. I suspect he wasn't allowed to. Taking it back, I murmured as I lowered my hand. Heard they tried to make a run at you, he said. Yeah. Fuckers. Yeah, I agreed. I waited for him to say something else, maybe ask after my health and well-being. He started walking toward a pair of his assistants who were unpacking his gear from several large metal suitcases. Do we have anything yet? I asked, falling into step beside him. Jerry shrugged. And that means? It means fuck off until I call you and tell you I got something. Love you too, man, I said, and clicked my tongue for Ghost. We left Jerry to it. Blew me bastard. I joined up with the constables working the door-to-door. They partnered me with a very bright but also very young detective sergeant named Rebecca Alstone. She coordinated 24 teams and together we met with thousands of residents. We asked tens of thousands of questions. We took names, dates, addresses, observations, speculations, rumors, unfounded accusations, political diatribes, opinions, and crackpot theories. What we didn't get was a solid lead of any kind. We kept at it through the rest of that terrible first day and straight through into the new day that dawned gray and bleak and devoid of promise. We were no further along than we had been the day before. I called to check on the shooters, but so far the background checks hadn't popped up any leads. We were chasing phantoms. Interlude 11. The State Correctional Institution at Graterford. Graterford, Pennsylvania. December 18, 3:26 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. Dr. Stankivius sat upright behind his desk, his palms placed flat so that he could press against the blotter to keep his fingers from trembling. You asked to see me, Nicodemus? Nicodemus stood between the towering guards, a man who was a dichotomy in flesh. His small stature and frail bones suggested weakness and vulnerability, and yet his personality and charisma were like a dark tower of steel and cold stone. He dominated the room and he hadn't yet spoken a single word. "Please have a seat," said the doctor. Nicodemus's lips writhed as he sat, and there was the gleam of spittle at the corners of his mouth. "Thank you for taking time from your busy day, doctor," he said softly. "It is the middle of the night. What is it you wanted to see me about? Was there something you forgot to tell me yesterday? I have had a dream." "A dream?" "Some would call it a vision." His eyes were half hidden by the shadows cast by the bony overhang of his brow. "What was the nature of this vision?" "Revelatory. It is a time of great discovery, doctor. The imperial eye is opened and the eye sees what the elders see, and it is well pleased. The eye can see into the minds of the elders, and what it sees is deemed good. Aye. Plagues will be visited upon the lands of empire and upon those who have broken faith with the sons of Moses. What does all of this mean? The voice you hear is mine, but the servant is a vessel through which the goddess speaks for all to hear. It is the time for all who believe to rise and be counted. False prophets have been heard throughout the land, but paradise does not wait for the bringers of small fire. The true face of the all shines not on those who use the sickle to hew down the wheat staffs that grow in the field of the goddess. The true face of the all shines upon those who have never strayed from the winding path that leads through the desert. Dr. Stankivius sighed and leaned back. "Nicodemus, I'm sorry, but I'm not in the mood for this. You said that you had important information for me. If you have information regarding the murder of Jesus Santiago, then..." Nicodemus suddenly leaned forward. The guards jumped in surprise and almost made a grab for him, but neither of them seemed capable or willing to lay hands upon the little man. Dr. Stankivius recoiled from the wild look in Nicodemus's eyes. His eyes flared wide so that the whites could be seen all around the irises, but those irises seemed to have darkened from a mottled green-brown to a black as dark as midnight. It was a trick of the light, Stankivius told himself. A trick of the light. "They are coming," whispered Nicodemus in a voice that was unrecognizable as his own and barely recognizable as human. It passed through the doctor's mind like a cold wind. The room went still. "How will you be judged when the sons of the goddess sit on their thrones? When the elders reclaim what is theirs and the goddess reaches out her dark and shining hand across the face of this world, will you stand with the wicked and be cast into everlasting perdition? Or, will you stand with the chosen and be counted as a warrior of heaven?" Stankivius felt his skin crawl. When he exhaled, he could see the vapor of his own breath. But that was impossible. The thermostat was permanently set at 68. Nicodemus bent forward another inch so that now his eyes were completely hidden by the shadows of his pale, craggy brow. "The elders have appealed to the goddess and she has sent her judgment." What judgment, Nicodemus?" stammered the doctor, his body suddenly racked by a shiver. It was so cold in the room that his teeth hurt. Nicodemus smiled so that his full lips were stretched thin over wet teeth. "She has sent 10 plagues, just as the god sent 10 plagues in his turn. The first was a rain of fire and ash that filled the streets of the new city. Woe to the children of the wicked that they did not listen, that their hearts were hardened as the Pharaoh's heart was hardened. But the goddess did not harden the hearts of the wicked. Anyone who says that she did is a liar and blasphemer. The wicked need no help in hardening their own hearts. They are defiant in their iniquity." "What are you talking about? What are these plagues?" The guards edged away from him, their hands on the riot sticks hanging from belt loops. Neither of them looked at each other or to Dr. Stankivius. Each was locked in his own private moment, each caught up in his own damaged reaction to this man. Nicodemus sat straight, bringing his face down toward Dr. Stankivius. He opened his eyes and for a moment, for a terrible single moment, his eyes were completely black. No iris, no sclera. Lo! And behold the rise of the 7 kings. All shall fall before them. He blinked and his eyes were normal again. A trick of the light, Dr. Stankivius told himself. Just a trick of that damned light. Nicodemus sat still and did not say another word. After a few minutes, Dr. Stankivius ordered the guards to take Nicodemus back to his cell. When the door was closed and the sounds of their footsteps faded, Dr. Stankivius rose and tottered toward his bathroom. He stared for a long minute into his own bloodshot and haunted eyes. He sank to his knees as a wave of nausea slammed into him, then he flipped up the lip of the toilet and vomited into it. Again and again until his stomach churned and twisted on nothing. Only a trick of the light. Except that he was sure that it wasn't. Chapter 18. Whitechapel, London. December 18, 7:29 a.m. Greenwich Mean Time. Next morning I caught 2 chilly hours sleep in the back of a police car while Ghost kept watch, and then shambled to a pub for a late breakfast. Eggs, sausage, bacon, toast, and jam. I'm a big believer in the adage of eating breakfast like a king, lunch like a prince, and dinner like a pauper. Except that I tended to eat lunch and dinner like a king, too. That way there were plenty of leftovers for the mouth on legs that was Ghost. I called Rudy, who was on the plane to America, and I woke him up. You'd never think that a civilized, cultured, and educated medical man like him could curse worse than Amy Winehouse on a bender. You kiss your mother with that mouth? Where do you think I learned to curse? He growled. I'd met his mother and I could see his point. Why am I awake and talking to you? He asked after a yawn so loud that I could hear his jaw pop over the cell phone. You hear about what happened yesterday? Yes, he said, and that fast I could hear that he'd shifted gears. Mr. Church said that you weren't injured. But, how are you feeling? Paranoid, scared, angry, and frustrated. I can imagine, he said. There's a lot of that going around these days. We're chasing phantoms. What? Oh, it's just the feeling that keeps popping into my head. Trying to fight back against the 7 kings is like trying to grab shadows. You can never put your hands on them. If I said, that's part of the spy game, how much of a beating would you give me? I laughed. Look, I called because I need to bang some ideas off of you before I bring them to church. Sure, he said, and, as you're so fond of saying, hit me. I took a sip of coffee. Okay, the way in which it was set up, the multiple bombs in key spots, suggests inside knowledge, and we're probably looking at someone in authority. Barrier estimates that the bombs had to be big, hundreds of kilos of C4 or something like it. The blast didn't have the signature of TNT, so we can probably rule out materials hijacked from a mining or demolition company. This is military grade, and that's very hard to come by. That's 2 points, Rudy observed. The first being the access to the building and the probable authority to allow for materials to be brought in, or to cover up the fact that they've already been brought in. The second point being that the bombers had access to significant amounts of military-grade materials. Right. But on the first point, that suggests more than one person. Why? Unless this was done in increments over time, it would take several people and some equipment to get all those explosives into the building. Hand trucks at least. And the materials would have to have been hidden, so maybe file cabinets filled with them. Or laundry hampers. File cabinets are hampers that no one cared to look in between the time they were brought in and the time the bombs went off, Rudy said. That's not actually very hard for the right person to manage. Who would have that authority? The hospital administrator and the first tier of assistants, of course. But to move objects in carts or hand trucks you have the head of physical plant, the senior janitorial staff, and the head of housekeeping. It's actually a longer list of people than you might think. That's what I was thinking. So we're probably looking at a minimum of 2 people working to bring the materials in under the radar of day-to-day operations. Or on the radar. Why? Rudy thought about it. I've worked in enough hospitals to know that when new resources are brought in, they're often distributed to appropriate departments but not immediately assigned to individual staff. There's always a paperwork lag. It wouldn't be unusual at all for new cabinets to be brought in and put in corners or disused offices or closets until they were assigned to the staff. And another snag could be that they were brought in, but the keys hadn't yet arrived or someone had accidentally sent the wrong keys. That's a typical hospital snafu. At Mount Sinai we once had 6 brand new cardiac crash carts sent, but the manufacturer had forgotten to ship the wheels. They sat in closets for almost 2 weeks before they were assigned to floors. I drank my coffee and thought about that. Ghost made a noise very much like a person clearing his throat for attention, and I tossed him a sausage. He snatched it out of the air with the precision of a dolphin taking a leaping mackerel. That's good, Rude, I said. Now, who would know the physical layout? Who would have access to the blueprints? Those bombs were placed at exactly the right structural points. Again, that's going to be a long list, cowboy. Hospital plans are public record, and something as high profile as the London renovation would have drawn a lot of attention. There would be dozens of copies of the main layout available to civil engineers, the fire department, civil defense, and anyone in hospital management. If and when we get a list of suspects, you should look for someone with some kind of background in engineering. And someone with some military or demolition experience, too. That might be our hook, I said. I think I'll have my friends here take a closer look at the building maintenance staff. We swapped a few other ideas but got no other brainstorms. Go back to sleep, Rude. Maybe you'll wake up and find that this was all a dream. He sighed. That would be nice. And maybe Santa Claus will put Shakira under my Christmas tree. That's just about as likely. He hung up and I set my plate down and let Ghost go to town on my unfinished sausage and toast. I was finishing my last cup of coffee when my phone rang. Do you have anything new? Asked Church. I told him about my conversation with Rudy. That's useful. I'll discuss this with Benson Child and we'll put some additional assets on those aspects of the background checks. What are you doing right now? I was about to head back and put in a few more hours with the door-to-door, but I may have to take you away from that later this morning. What's up? Details are still sketchy, but this may be more of a DMS matter than police work. Come on, what could be more important than what just happened? He said, something that hasn't yet happened? Look, I said, I'd like to stick with this thing if I can. Try not to need me on whatever else you have cooking. I'll use you as the situation demands, Church said coldly. Keep your phone on. He disconnected. I sat in the dark little booth for a couple of minutes, feeling the aches in bone and tendon and soul. I didn't want to be pulled off this part of the investigation. It kept me grounded on the level of real people rather than on the surreal level of kings and governments. That was important because since Grace's death my connection to basic humanity had been questionable at best. After she died I came here to Europe for the sole purpose of killing someone. My only companion was a dog. The guy I was chasing was one of the world's most dangerous assassins. I should have called for backup and didn't. I slaughtered the son of a bitch and it felt good. That's probably not a good thing from any psychological perspective. I was still dealing with grief and recovering from injuries received in the same battle that had killed Grace. I should have gone back to the States and spent time with my dad, my brother, and his family. In therapy with Rudy. Instead I got into fights, went scuba diving and skiing, spent hundreds of hours rigorously training Ghost, and even threw myself out of a couple of airplanes. That was my game plan for relaxing and recharging. So, I'm kind of a whack job. That's not a newsflash to anyone. My disconnect didn't start with Grace, though. I went through some trauma as a teenager that fractured my psyche. At the best of times I have several people living inside my skull. There's the modern man, that part of me who clings to idealism, hoards his dwindling supply of optimism, and is frequently shocked at the dreadful things people are willing to do to one another. Over the last year, that part of me has begun to crumble. The other two aspects, the cop and the warrior, are teetering on a precarious balance. The cop is probably the closest thing to a primary identity that I have. He's the well-balanced, astute, and emotionally controlled member of my inner committee. He's the part one trusts the most, and it's his face that I show to the world. Most of the time. Sometimes, more and more often lately, the world has seen the face of my other self. The warrior. Remember that TV show Dexter? He would have called it his dark passenger. When I imagine what that part of me looks like, he's crouched down in the weeds with green and black grease paint camouflage on his face, a red durag tied around his head, and eyes that are both fierce and dead. He waits there, always ready, never sleeping, perpetually eager to take it to the bad guys in ugly and brutally efficient ways. I closed my eyes and looked inside for some light, but there was nothing but shadows and dust. So I threw some money on the table, absently tapped my left side to reassure myself that the Beretta was snugged in place, clicked my tongue for ghost, and went back out to the war. Chapter 19. Area 51. 83 miles north-northwest of Las Vegas. December 18th, 4:31 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. First Sergeant Bradley F. Sims, top to everyone who knew him, and second in command of Joe Ledger's Echo team, stood by the Humvee and squinted at the open hangar door. The sharp, evil-looking snout of an experimental fighter bomber leered at him from the shadows, its black skin absorbing the stray rays of sunlight without reflection. Four other DMS agents clustered around the vehicle, each of them in unremarkable DCUs, the Desert Combat uniforms unmarked by unit patches or insignia. Their agency logo, a black biohazard symbol with DMS above and Department of Military Sciences below, was only used inside the warehouse and other field offices. They currently carried ID from Homeland and the FBI, and Top had an extra set that identified him as a special agent of the NSA. All legal but not in any way accurate. "Getting hot out here, Top," said the big man to his right. Staff Sergeant Harvey Bunny Rabbit was 6'7", and most of it looked to be packed onto his arms and chest. Even with the 300 pounds of muscle, he had long, rangy limbs and the quick, agile balance of a volleyball player, a game he'd played to Pan Am Games level, missing the Olympics only because of the Gulf War. "It's a fucking desert, farm boy," said Top. "Tends to be hot." Bunny took a pair of Oakley sunglasses from his pocket and put them on. He was blonde and pale, a Scots-Irish mix with a few Polish genes somewhere in his family tree. Top was a black man from Georgia. Bunny was the second youngest man on Echo Team, though he was third in command after Top. At 42, Top was the oldest by 10 years. The others, the thin, dark, and professorial ex-SEAL Khalid Shahid, eagle-eyed and beak-nosed former MP D.D. Whitman, and the laconic SWAT sniper John Smith, were all in their late 20s or early 30s. 6 other vehicles were parked around the open hangar. 2 from the base's own military police, 1 from the intelligence team based at Nellis, 2 DMS Humvees from the casino, the Nevada field office located in an actual, though no longer operating, hotel casino. Lucky Team had gone inside with the military investigators, leaving most of Echo Team outside to bake in the sun. Only Ricky Gomez and Snake Henderson from Echo went in with the others. They lost the coin toss. Echo Team was here to do some babysitting. Lucky Team was down 3 men following a raid on a Reno chemical lab that had turned into a firefight. The intel from the FBI had been weak, indicating that there were only 5 hostiles on site, but Lucky had walked into a nest of 30. By the time an HRT unit could roll, 2 DMS agents were dead and the team's former leader, Colonel Dulcic, had taken a bullet graze on the forehead that would keep him in the hospital for weeks. The second in command, Leto Nelson, had rallied his team and laid into the hostiles like the wrath of God. They'd held their line until the backup arrived, killing 11 of the terrorists and wounding 6 others, but it had been a bad day for them. Echo was here to make sure it didn't turn into a pattern. When luck goes bad, it can keep flowing downhill. The operation itself was little more than a look-see. Over the last 3 nights, the surveillance cameras on the base had malfunctioned. Once could be mechanical failure, twice was an alert. 3 times was deliberate action, even to the most hesitant and short-budgeted military pencil pusher. On any other base, the response would have been an increase of guard patrols and the installation of a secondary and covert set of cameras that would watch the standard security cameras, and a checkback of everyone who had access to the security office. But this corner of Area 51 was home to the Locust FB-119, the newest generation of stealth aircraft. Unlike previous generations, the Locust FB-119 was designed to be totally invisible to radar, building on a radical new design philosophy that was generations up from the faceted surfaces of earlier stealth craft. The Locust could also disguise its infrared emissions to make it harder to detect by heat-seeking surface-to-air or air-to-air missiles, and chameleon fast-adapting skin that immediately changed its underbelly colors to match the skies through which it flew, with a lag time of 0.093 seconds. 6 Locusts sat in the hangar, ready for the last phase of tests before Senate approval for mass production. If even a single photograph of the craft hit the net or fell into North Korean, Iranian, or Chinese hands, it could spark a new and ugly round of the arms race, because it would be clear to any aeronautics engineer that these birds were designed to deliver nuclear payloads. Bunny squinted up at the unrelenting sun. "December my ass," Bunny complained. "Got to be 90. "It's 73, said Khalid, and under his breath he said, "Kizik." "Hey, I heard that. But you don't know what it means. If I shoot you enough times you'll tell me." Top touched his ear jack. "Go for Sims," he said, and listened for a moment. "Copy that, Snake. Sounds like it's Miller time. Tell Lucky Teen that first round's on Echo." And the hangar blew up. They saw it before they heard it. The windows above the half-open doors bowed outward and the entire roof leaped in a single unit above the building. A split second later the heavy whomp slammed them all backward. A massive ball of red-veined yellow flame mushroomed up from the building. Another blast followed the first less than a second later, and a third. The walls disintegrated, filling the air with debris as sharp as blades. Top twisted and dove for cover, tackling Dee Dee as he went, spilling them both into the open door of the Humvee even as the shockwave lifted the vehicle and battered it onto its other side. Bunny was plucked off the ground and slammed into Khalid, and they struck the ground on the far side of the vehicle, both of them losing their weapons as superheated gases blew them along the hardpan like debris. John Smith tried to run, but a piece of debris, a half-melted plastic bucket, struck him in the lower back and dropped him like he'd been shot. The Humvee lurched over onto its side and rocked back and forth as gravity pulled Top and Dee Dee down into an awkward tangle of too many arms and legs against the door of the passenger side. There were more explosions, one after the other, the force of them rumbling with earthquake power through the ground, rattling every bolt and fitting in the big vehicle. The windows shattered and a hail of gummed safety glass hammered them. The long, slow boom of the last explosion echoed out across the desert. Then there was silence. To Top Sims the silence felt like it was filled with knives. He hovered on the edge of consciousness, agony stabbing through every bruised inch of him. Top knew he was hurt, but he could not tell how badly. His head throbbed horribly and there was warmth in his ears. Blood? He prayed that his eardrums hadn't been blown out. He lay still for a moment, listening for the sounds of combat. The echoes of the blasts kept pounding inside his head. He worked his jaw and something clicked behind his jaw and one ear popped. He could hear. First his own labored breathing and then a muffled sound. Below him. "Dee Dee," he croaked. She made a soft, hurt sound. "Talk to me, soldier," he said as he tried to shift his weight off her. She was a strong woman, but his 175 pounds were smashed down on top of her 130, and at an angle that was doing neither of them any good. "Can't breathe," she said in a hoarse whisper. Top reached up to grab the steering wheel and pulled his weight away from her. He heard her gasp in a lungful of air. "Better," she said, but her voice was weak. "I'm going to climb out. Got to see what's what. I'll be back for you." I'm good," she said without conviction. Top reached up with his other hand, taking the knob wheel in both fists, then set his teeth and pulled. It was like doing a chin-up through a junk-cluttered manhole, and the strain on his muscles was incredible. Particularly on his left side, which had only recently healed from injuries from a mission down in the Bahamas back in August. As he pulled himself up, he could feel the burn along the newly healed ribs and barely knit muscle in his shoulder. Top set his teeth against the pain and hauled. Top. He looked up as a big shadow moved above him, blocking out the sky. Bunny's face was streaked with dust and lines of blood, but his eyes were clear. He reached a hand down and knotted his fist in the front of Top's combat vest, then with a grunt like an angry bear reared back and hauled Top out of the Humvee as easily as Top might pull out a child. The huge muscles in the big young man's arms swelled like ripe melons as Bunny pulled. Top caught the edge of the frame and hoisted himself onto the side of the vehicle. "You may be ugly, farm boy, but right now I could kiss you. Buy me dinner and a movie first, old man." He wiped sweat from his eyes. Top's trembling fingers fumbled for his sidearm, but Bunny said, "We're not under fire, Top. No hostiles. No nothing. Got to get Dee Dee out." Bunny bowed down and thrust his head and shoulders into the Humvee. "Hey. Dee Dee, how we doing down there?" "Just fine. I'm down here doing my fucking nails." Bunny snorted and took the hands that she reached up to him and pulled her out. She and Top hopped down onto the ground, dazed and unsteady. "Report," gasped Top. Bunny crouched atop the Humvee. "We're not under fire. This isn't an active attack." Khalid's winded. I landed on top of him. Smith's good. His blue eyes were hard as diamonds. Top, Ricky and Snake were inside when it blew. Top closed his eyes. Ricky Gomez had been with Echo for 3 months, the longest active service besides Bunny. He'd proven himself in half a dozen tough assignments. But Snake. God. This was only Snake's 3rd day on the job. His first field op. He was only inside because he lost a coin toss. "Is Smith on point?" "Yeah," said Bunny. "His weapon was damaged in the blast, but I gave him mine and he's watching our asses. Sat phone's toast, but we have team radio. Smith's on channel 2. Top spit blood out of his mouth and tapped his comlink to the channel. "Rock to Chatterbox, come in." "Go for Chatterbox," said Smith quietly. The link was bad, full of static. "What VE you got?" "0 movement, 0 hostiles. ETA on fire and rescue." There was a pause. "From where?" "From the main damn building," Top snapped, but then he caught Bunny's eye. The big man shook his head, then nodded past the end of the overturned Humvee. Top staggered away from the vehicle and looked past it. The Locust hangar had been at the edge of the complex, the outermost of 11 buildings. Most of the buildings were empty as the base dwindled toward complete decommission, but there was a security shack, crew's quarters, and the aeronautics lab. 4 active buildings and 70 staff. Or, there should have been. Now all there was, as far as the eye could see, was burning rubble and towers of smoke that rose to the sky like the pillars of hell. Area 51 had been wiped off the face of the earth. Part 2. Driving Force. How can any act done under compulsion have any moral element in it, seeing that what is moral is the free act of an intelligent being? Auberon Herbert. Chapter 20. Barrier Headquarters. Agincourt Road, London. December 18, 8:41 a.m. Greenwich Mean Time. Mr. Church's phone rang. He looked at the screen display and saw that it was his aide. Sergeant Dietrich knew that he was in a meeting with Barrier and the Home Secretary and would never interrupt unless it was an emergency. Church excused himself and stepped into the hall as he thumbed on the phone. "Boss," Dietrich said in a fierce whisper, "Lucky Team and Echo Team have been hit." He quickly told Church about Area 51. "God Almighty," whispered Church. "Is there anything to indicate that this is a Seven Kings event?" "Not so far, but we don't have investigators on the scene yet." I called the casino. They're pretty rattled, but they've scrambled some choppers. Notify all stations to go to level 1 crisis alert. You want me to come get you? Yes, but then we have to pick up Captain Ledger. The situation in Scotland looks like it's going south on us. Christ. What the hell's happening, boss? 3 level 1s in 24 hours? The 7 Kings are making their move. But what move? Church didn't answer. Instead, he gave Dietrich a string of orders and then hung up. Church stood in the empty hallway for 2 minutes as he worked it out in his head. Then he made several calls. The first was to the President of the United States. The second was to Aunt Sally at the hangar to apprise her of the situation. Then he dialed the number for Hugo Vox. Deacon? Said Vox. You get a break on the London thing? We have a new situation, Hugo, Church said, and quickly outlined the problem. Ah. Christ. Is this more of the 7 Kings bullshit? Too soon to tell, but it seems likely. What can I do to help? Has your think tank come up with anything? Nothing useful, but they're hard at it. Bug's been feeding us intel, but no one's come up with a good reason why that hospital should have been targeted. I was hoping for more by now, Hugo. I can go beat them with chains, Deke, but it won't make them think any faster. We need more data. Can I tell them about Area 51? Yes, but if you do, then the team has to be sequestered for the duration of the crisis. That could be hours, days, or weeks. They're not going to like that. Imagine how much I care. Vox snorted. Okay. Anything else? Yes, Church said. Is Cirsa still at T-Town? No, the good Dr. O'Tree is in London. I've had her working on security for that silly boat ride thing for the last couple of months. Goddamn waste of resources. You disapprove of the Sea of Hope? Of its intent? No, of course not, but they've asked for so damn much security that every agency is coming up short and my own crew is spread pretty thin. Bad damn timing for all this other shit to hit the fan. Isn't it, though? And with the hospital attack, the Brits are not only not thinking of canceling it, they've asked for more security. Shit, Deke, the Chinese army couldn't penetrate that thing. And it's only rock and roll. It's an opportunist stream hit. It's the Prince of England and a lot of other celebrities. It's celebrities' kids. Inbred offspring of the rich and famous. The Paris Hilton crowd. Fucking bunch of privileged silver spoon. Really, Hugo? We have time for this? Yeah, sorry. It's a sore spot with me. There's just too much going on in the real world for me to want to expend any consideration for stunt events. Message noted. Now, back to matters at hand. Where's Cersei? Chapter 21. Whitechapel, London. December 18th, 9:54 a.m. Greenwich Mean Time. Captain Ledger. I turned to see Detective Sergeant Rebecca Alstone hurrying along the by-street toward me. Alstone was the coordinator for the team to which I'd been assigned. We were doing background checks on the hospital staff and I was coming out of a house where the family of a dead nurse was lost in the horror of shared grief. The day was bitterly cold, with a raw wind that smelled of salt water and ash. Alstone waved me toward the lee side of a parked delivery van. It was about a degree warmer out of the wind. What is it? I asked. Alstone, a petite and pretty brunette from Hampshire, pitched her voice in a confidential tone. We have a situation, sir. A pair of our lads, Constables Lamba and Pettit, have been interviewing the families of the janitorial staff, and they found something very curious taped to one of the apartment doors. Lamba took a photo of it with his phone and emailed it to me. She produced her BlackBerry and pressed a button to bring up a picture of a standard apartment door, beige wood with metal numbers. A crooked sign read, "Happy Christmas." Garland and lights framed the door. Allstone pressed the plus button to enlarge the image to show a white index card taped just under a length of bright green plastic garland. A finger, presumably the constable's, held the garland back so that the note could be read. In shaky block letters it read, "They are with Jesus. May God forgive all sinners." Christ. Have they entered the scene? No, she said. They notified me straight away. I called it in and they told me to fetch you. Everyone else senior is too far away. Good. Let's go. We climbed into her car, with Allstone crammed next to me and both of us crowded by my hulk of a dog, and drove the 3 blocks to the apartment building. A constable was outside erecting sawhorse crime scene barriers. The apartment was on the top floor. Most of the doors in the hallway were decorated for Christmas, and more than half of them were ajar, with concerned and curious neighbors looking out at all the policemen in the hall. A constable, with Pettit on his name badge, stepped forward to intercept us. "No one's touched the door, Detective Sergeant," he reported. "But the card fell down and there was something behind it that you need to see." "What is it?" asked Allstone, but I looked past the officer and I could feel the warrior inside my head tense for fight or flight. Someone had used red and black felt-tip pens to leave a message on the apartment door. A message, or a signature, no larger than a silver dollar. A number 7 overlaid atop the word Kings and encompassed by a blood-red circle. "Son of a bitch." "Captain," gasped Allstone, "is that?" "Yes, it damn well is. Evacuate the building. Now." Allstone hadn't been told to take orders from me, but she didn't argue. She spun and began shouting orders to the other bobbies. I dug out my phone and called Church. He said, "Seal the building. I'll tell the authorities here and advise that they certify this as a D-notice situation. We don't want that logo in the press, otherwise gangbangers will tag it on every wall in the country. And I'm sure Barrier will roll a team out to you. I don't want to wait that long." "Then do what you have to do. I'll clear it so you're in charge of the crime scene until Barrier takes over." Allstone closed on me and lowered her voice to an urgent whisper. "What the hell's happening, Captain?" "Call me Joe, and I think we just caught the first break in the London hospital case. Barrier is on its way, but I'm in charge until then. Orders to that effect are being cut right now. Call in if you're uncertain, otherwise let's get to work. You okay with that, Dot?" There was a flicker on her face that suggested she wasn't completely okay with it, but she nodded. A lesser person might have tried to fight that, because this was likely to be a career-making moment. Allstone was too much of a good cop to play politics, and that elevated her several notches in my book. "Floor's clear," called Pettit from the other end of the hall. I took a digital camera from my pocket and snapped off 20 frames, catching the symbol, the door, and the surrounding hallway. Then I bent and made a close no-touch examination of the door. I had ghost sniff it, too, but he didn't give me the signal for a bomb. He did, however, give a quick double bark that he was trained to use when he was searching for missing bodies. Search and recovery dogs are trained to sniff out cadaverine, a foul-smelling molecule produced by protein hydrolysis during putrefaction of animal tissue. In other words, odorat. Something in there was dead. Chapter 22. Whitechapel, London. December 18, 10:28 a.m. Greenwich Mean Time. "What's he found?" Allstone asked, backing away. "Is it a bomb?" "No," I said. "He's also trained to find bodies." Bloody hell. Time's not our friend, Detective Sergeant. "We need to kick the door." She nodded, but she looked scared. "Back up," I suggested quietly, and she took a steadying breath and waved for Pettit and Lamba to join us. "Okay, lads," she said. "Captain Ledger will kick the door, we'll cover and then clear the apartment in a 2x2 pattern." They nodded and drew their guns. I drew back and kicked. The door flew open and I went in and left while Allstone covered my right. We moved fast, yelling for anyone who was there to lay down their weapons. But no one was there, and we all knew that going in. "Clear!" yelled Pettit from the kitchen. "Clear!" yelled Alstone from what looked like a teenager's bedroom. "In here! In here!" yelled Lamba from the doorway of the master bedroom. "Two down! Civilians! Two down! Get a medical team!" Alstone made the call, but it was well past the point where medics could do anything. The woman and teenage girl on the king-sized bed were far beyond the need for first aid. Or any aid. Ghost sniffed the air near the bed and gave a brief whine. Pettit checked the adjoining bathroom. "Gun in here. Plenty of blood, no bodies. Step out, Ed," ordered Alstone. Ghost suddenly whuffed softly and sat down by the hamper, looking from it to me and back again. I froze. "What's he found?" snapped Alstone. "He's cross-trained as a bomb sniffer," I said, and the constables all took reflexive backward steps. "Don't worry, I don't think that's what he's found." I was right. All we found in the hamper, after a very careful search, was dirty clothes. There was one set of coveralls with the name Plimpton embroidered on the breast that Ghost sniffed, again giving us the single woof. "These must be Plimptons," I said, "and there must be nitrates on them. He probably had these when handling the explosives at the hospital." Alstone and her men looked greatly relieved. Me, too. I fished a red rubber ball out of my pocket and tossed it in the air so Ghost could leap up and catch it. He returned it to me for another toss and tried for a third, but 2 catches was the reward for finding something and he knew it. His tail thumped happily on the floor, though, and that image was grotesquely at odds with what lay on the bed 4 feet from where the shepherd Saturday. The bodies lay straight and proper. Fully dressed, the woman in a neat red skirt, white blouse, and a vest with snowmen embroidered on it. She had a Christmas wreath pin on her left breast. Her hair was as neat as possible, given the conditions. Beside her was a teenage girl who looked like she would have been beautiful, had time and the cruelest of fates given her a chance. Her eyes were closed, long lashes brushing perfectly smooth cheeks. She wore the skirt and blazer from an expensive girls' school, but she had earrings in the shapes of Christmas bulbs. Both of them had been shot in the head. Blood trails led from the bed to the bathroom, and when I gingerly stepped past Lamba I could see that the ugly work had been done in there. The handgun, an old Webley top-break revolver, sat on the closed toilet lid. The gun was broken open, the bullets removed. The 3 spent shells stood in a precise line with the 3 unfired rounds. Bloody fingerprints smeared the casings and the toilet. The precision with which the rounds had been arranged was at odds with the smears of blood. Just as the neat and tidy positioning of the bodies belied the condition of the victims. "Bloody hell," whispered Lamba. "What is this? Some kind of ritual?" "Looks like a professional hit," said Pettit. "The sense of order is." "No," I cut in. "No, this is pain. I think the husband did this, and I think he made them as pretty as he could so that they wouldn't suffer any further indignities." Pettit cocked an eye at me. "Are you a forensic specialist?" "No," I said, but I didn't care to explain my thought patterns to him. I knew I was right. "There will be another note." Alstone said, "Okay, lads, you 2 take charge of the hall. No one comes in." The constables nodded, clearly happy to leave the apartment. I wanted to go with them. Once they were gone, Alstone called in to headquarters. She listened for almost a minute. "Yes, sir," she said crisply, and disconnected. Then she threw a calculating look my way. "Well, Captain, I just spoke to the chief superintendent, who said that we are to break investigative protocol and that I was to assist you in an examination of the crime scene." "And you have a problem with that because?" "Mucking about with the crime scene before forensics arrives is a great way to lose evidence. We could wait, but this is a matter of terrorism. The murder investigation is secondary. It's more important right now to find a lead to the terrorists than it is to build a court case. If we cock this, it'll ruin me in the department, she warned. Me, too. So, let's not cock it up. I gave her my very best, hey, I'm a blonde-haired, blue-eyed all-American guy smile. That smile would charm the knickers off the Queen. Allstone's eyes were cold and her mouth was a stiff line of disapproval, but she nodded. And she kept her knickers on, which in light of that smile spoke to a great deal of self-control. We turned and faced the bed. The stupid smile I wore crumbled slowly into dust and fell away. Damn, I said softly. Allstone sighed, and we set to work. Interlude 12. Near Shetland in the Orkney Isles. December 18, 10:21 a.m. Greenwich Mean Time. Rafael Santoro pulled the folds of his coat around him and tried not to shiver. The jacket he'd worn around London was inadequate for the wind that blew like knives across the North Sea. His gloves, purchased to allow dexterity, were equally useless. "Air, father, take this for you freeze." Santoro looked up into the lined, weather-worn face of the captain of the hired boat. The man held out a battered tin mug of steaming coffee. "Bless you, my son," murmured Santoro as he took the cup and buried his nose in the steam. He preferred tea, but now was not a time to be fussy. He blew on the scalding liquid and took a careful sip, but even then he burned his tongue. He winced. It's not very good," said the captain, misreading the wince, "but it's OT. It's fine, thank you." The captain was a lumpy man with a Cockney accent and a bulbous stringer's nose webbed with purple veins. He lingered, clearly wanting something else. What now? Had the man noticed or discovered something? Did he want a bribe? Santoro looked up, hoisting a smile onto his face. Something? Well, began the captain, fumbling with it now that he was up to it, "you see, the thing is, father, it's about what happened in London. The fire and all. Those terrorists." He paused. "I try to be a good Catholic, father, but I can't understand why God would allow this kind of thing to happen. God gives us free will, my son. He allows us to make our own choices. One day all of the wicked will be called to account for what they have done." "Yeah, but that's just it, father. Who would want to do something like this?" Santoro smiled sadly and shook his head. "What kind of man indeed, After the captain shambled away, shaking his head in confusion, Santoro closed his eyes and drifted into a comfortable doze. The question had triggered so many memories, and as the boat rocked on the waves his dreaming mind drifted back to the very first event he had orchestrated for the Seven Kings. Bombay, India. March 12, 1993. At 1:03 in the afternoon, a small man with a tidy mustache drove into the parking garage beneath the Bombay Stock Exchange, found a spot near the elevator, and turned off the engine. He sat behind the wheel for several minutes, pretending to read notes in a file folder as two carloads of employees from the exchange, returning from a late lunch, walked, laughing and talking, between the rows of parked cars, waited for the elevator, and then piled into the lift. When the doors closed, the small man got out of his car. He walked quickly up and down the rows to make sure that he was alone. When he was satisfied, he unlocked his trunk and pulled back the orange blanket that covered the unconscious Pakistani man. The Pakistani was drugged but uninjured. Under other circumstances he would wake up in under an hour. He was dressed in the traditional clothing of a Muslim, a dark and formal sherwani and an embroidered velvet kufi. The small man bent and lifted the Pakistani out of the trunk, grunting and cursing with the effort. The drugged man was barely 140 pounds, but he was totally slack, and the small man had trouble pulling him over the lip of the trunk. It took 4 minutes to drag him to the open driver's door and another 3 to adequately position him behind the wheel. By the time the small man was finished, he was bathed in sweat. He mopped his forehead very carefully so as not to remove the makeup. Though Rafael Santoro's own Mediterranean complexion was dark, he was not as dark as an Indian. He checked his watch. 1:16. He smiled. Plenty of time. All that remained now was to close the car door and walk away. He took the elevator to the lobby and walked out through the revolving door. He paused at a sidewalk stand that served nariyal pani and drank the coconut water right there. So soothing after his exertions. He asked the vendor to scrape out the tender kernel inside, then strolled away, nibbling thoughtfully on it as he mentally counted the last 300 seconds in his head to see if his calculations matched the digital timer in the trunk. He felt the blast before he heard it. A deep rumble like a subway train rolling beneath his feet, and then muted thunder filled the air behind him as the densely packed high RDX explosives in the car detonated. He turned to see the shockwave ripple along both sides of the street like a waft of heat haze, shimmering in the air and blowing out storefronts and car windows. Santoro wrapped his arms over his head and dropped into a squat beside a wooden kiosk where brightly colored tourist scarves were sold. The shockwave passed him and fled down the street, and he peeked through an opening in his overlapped arms. He smiled at the beauty of it. He turned as the crowds of people around him shook off their shock and ran toward the burning building. Santoro consulted his watch. His mental calculation had been off by less than 15 seconds. The watch read 1:30. The crowd surged past him and he allowed the tide to pull him back to the scene of the disaster. He stood with the others and watched as the stock exchange burned, and when the flames leaped to the adjoining buildings, Santoro hid a small smile. He stayed there for over an hour, and by then news that there had been a second blast was already being circulated. By the time he reached his hotel room and ordered a meal, the news stations were frantic with reports of bombings all across Bombay. The current estimate was 8, but Santoro knew that there would be more. 20 had been planned. Some in cars, others on buses, and even in the saddlebags of scooters. Room service arrived and he ate a healthy meal of curry, flavored with coconut, tamarind, chile, and spices, with basmati rice. He tipped the boy and settled down to his meal. He ordered a bottle of wine and sat with it in a comfortable chair. He was glad that he had not been one of the agents who had been ordered to leave a suitcase bomb in his hotel. He liked this place. Maybe next spring he'd come back here. He wasn't as fond of the Juhu Centaur Hotel or the Hotel Sea Rock, so he didn't mind when the increasingly shocked reporters told of blasts that tore through each of them. Other bombs destroyed the Plaza Theatre, the Nair and JJ hospitals, part of the University of Bombay, and the Javeri, Century, and Katha bazaars. He watched the news all day. He was mildly disappointed that the rail station bombs were found and defused before they could detonate. By day's end, the tally was 13 blasts that claimed 257 lives and left over 700 injured. A nice day's work. He could not help but laugh as the police and various experts on terrorism discussed and debated the reason for the attacks. The air of Bombay was thick with paranoia. Santoro showered, washing away the brown dye that made him look Indian. He would apply a fresh coat tomorrow before he checked out of the hotel. He toweled off and got ready for bed. He knew that the whole plan would succeed. It was like clockwork. Long in the planning, subtle in the orchestration, deceptively simple in execution. A bread trail would lead the police toward a Muslim crime family who would take the fall. Lovely. There were no loose ends for the police to follow, nothing that would lead them back to Santoro, or to the men who had hired him to plan and execute what had been discreetly referred to as the Bombay holiday. Muslims had nothing to do with it. It was not part of any Islamic jihad. It had, in fact, nothing at all to do with any religious ideology, and it made no specific theological statement. At least, not as far as Santoro knew. He was fairly insightful, and as far as he could judge, this whole thing was about what it was always about. Money and power. With that happy thought in his head, Santoro pulled up the sheet, snuggled into the pillow, and fell into a deep and untroubled sleep, content in the knowledge the world would never be the same again. The 7 kings would be pleased. His last thought as he drifted off was, "The goddess will love me for this." The boat thumped down over a tall wave and Santoro jolted awake. He looked around, his hand touching the knife beneath his clothes. The captain saw him and smiled. "Wind's picking up," he said. "We're eating some chop, but we'll be in port before it gets too bad." "Yes," said Santoro, but he was agreeing to a different meaning entirely. Smiling, Santoro took his iPhone out of his pocket and checked his text messages. There were separate notes of congratulations from each of the 7 kings. Both the King of Fear and the King of Plagues asked him how things were progressing on Fair Isle. To both, Santoro sent the same message. Crimson rivers will flow. He could imagine the champagne corks popping as that was read aloud in the chamber of the kings. Just before the boat docked, Santoro received a message from the goddess herself. "You are the beloved sword of the goddess." The world swam around him and Santoro felt tears stinging his eyes. He bent his head and whispered prayers of thanks and love to the goddess, and prayed to her that he might soon be lifted from the flesh of a servant to the spirit of a god. Her god. Her god and lover. Chapter 23. The Plimpton Crime Scene. Whitechapel, London. December 18, 10:36 a.m. Greenwich Mean Time. Allstone removed 2 pairs of latex gloves from her pocket and handed a set to me. I pulled them on and took my camera from my jacket. It's a special design that takes 35 megapixel shots at ultra-fine quality, with a 300 image capacity. A prototype from one of Church's friends in the industry. I clicked off 100 shots, moving fast, trusting to the anti-shake function to capture everything. At least the forensics team would have some nice pictures to look at. Nice. Christ. When I finished taking the pics, I took a small cable from my pocket and connected the camera to my phone and then sent the images via satellite to Church, Benson Child, Jerry Spencer, Bug, and Doctor Who. Photos on the bureau made it clear that the victims were the mother and daughter who had lived here. Laura Plimpton, 41, and daughter, Zoe, 15. They'd both been pretty. "Look at this," Allstone said, her voice dropping into a whisper. She drew a cheap plastic pen from her inner pocket and touched the curled left hand of Laura Plimpton. I came around to her side of the bed. I took my penlight and shined it into the dark hollow formed by her curled white fingers. "Is that paper, Dot?" "You have a good eye, Detective Sergeant," I said, and took some close-ups of Laura Plimpton's hand. "You ought to consider a career in criminal investigation." "Oh yes, very funny." We very slowly, very carefully worked together to gently spread Laura Plimpton's fingers. She must have been murdered early yesterday morning, so rigor had come and gone, leaving her fingers slack in a creepy, rubbery way. In death her bladder and bowels had released, so the smells that rose from her were eye-watering, and buried beneath them were the beginnings of the sweet stink of decomposition. Allstone slid the paper out and I lowered Plimpton's hand back to its resting place on her breast. I knew that she was dead and far beyond any feeling, but I felt like I wanted to apologize to her for this necessary violation. We carried the paper to the dresser and carefully unfolded it. It was a quarter of a piece of ordinary computer paper folded several times and then rolled into a cylinder. There were several lines handwritten on it in blue ballpoint. "My sweet Laura and precious Zoe. I know that what I have done is unforgivable. I have damned my immortal soul for all eternity. But at least what I have done here in our home will save you both from greater horrors. It was the only way to save you both from them. They are everywhere. I could not let them do those things to you. Not even if I am to burn in hell. God accept and protect you both. My greatest regret is that I will not be able to join you in paradise. I will try to make it right if I can, but I know they are watching. I don't ask for or expect forgiveness. They are not kings. They are monsters. I am only the monster they made me." It wasn't signed. The paper was stained with bloody fingerprints and the distinctive pucker marks of dried water. Tears, without a doubt. There was a reference to the kings, but I wasn't sure what that meant. Was Plimpton not part of the kings? I am only the monster they made me. Was that an admission that he had become corrupted by the kings? Or had they somehow coerced him into this? They are not kings. They are monsters. No shit. I looked at Alstone and saw confusion and compassion warring on her young face. As one we straightened and turned to look at the bodies on the bed. What the hell are we into here, Captain? They are everywhere. He had underlined everywhere half a dozen times. It's Joe, I said, and in my considered opinion as a professional investigator, it beats the hell out of me. Though, that was not entirely true. An idea was beginning to form in one of the darker side corridors in my broken head. I am only the monster they made me. My phone rang. It was Church. Sit rep? He demanded. I told him and started to explain, but he cut me off. We have what we need from that site. Leave the rest to the locals. I'm 3 minutes away. Be downstairs. I think I'm onto something here. I don't want to bug out now, Would you rather hear about it from the emergency broadcast system? Shit. I'm on my way, I said. Interlude 13. T-Town, Mount Baker, Washington State. 3.5 months before the London event. The range master at Terror Town was slim, swarthy, bearded, and had a beaky nose and dark eyes. The name embroidered on his chest was Muhammad. A few sorry souls had made jokes around him with words like towel head, camel jockey, and sand nigger. They misunderstood his stance on racial epithets, because they thought that if he was working this range then Muhammad could not be either a devout Muslim or a true Arab. Of those sorry souls, the ones who were able to walk away from the range under their own steam were encouraged to pack their bags and go find a clue. The rest received the very best of emergency care in the T-Town infirmary. Cersei O'Tree had been there for one of those encounters. The whole thing was over in a second and a man much bigger than Muhammad lay in a fetal position, hands clutching his groin, face screwed into a purple knot of silent agony. The sight had bothered Cersei for weeks. But she could not find any fault with the range master. He never once started a fight. His view, however, was that even small hate crimes should be appropriately addressed. Although she worked around violence all day and though she had logged hundreds of hours on the combat ranges and in the self-defense classes, Cersei had never before been a witness to actual violence. Even so, threads of violence were sewn through her life. Her mother and sister had died violently, her father was in one of the more ferocious departments of government service, and all of her friends were either current or former military or scientists like her, who studied war and conflict. The relationship between Chief Petty Officer Abdul Muhammad and Dr. Cersei O'Tree was complicated, its parameters unspoken. He cut her no slack, but he always gave her a little extra advice and encouragement. He also let her train in the late evenings after the teams had called it a night. Though most of the men at T-Town respected, or perhaps dreaded Muhammad, they frequently forgot themselves when Cersei was on deck. She was a very beautiful woman with a figure that drew the eyes of normally focused shooters away from their targets. Range scores plummeted when she was on deck. And she found the whole thing exceptionally tiresome. She couldn't change her genetics, and dressing down in shapeless clothes was an admission of defeat. After ignoring the testosterone-infused nonsense for months, she began coming later and later to the range. Now it was full dark and the sky above glittered with 10 billion diamonds. The August breeze off of Mount Baker was cool and soothing after hours spent with her computer. "Your mind is not in the game, Doc," Muhammad growled after she finished her last grouped shots. Cersei cleared and benched the gun. There was no one else on the range, but the proper etiquette had become ingrained. You earned a sharp rebuke only once from Muhammad, and you never forgot it. On her second day at T-Town, Cersei had stepped past the firing line before all of the other shooters had declared their weapons benched. Muhammad read her the riot act in front of everyone and he was thorough about it. Then he made her stay an extra hour and practice the rules of handgun safety, shouting out each step no matter who was firing. The lessons sank in. She pulled off her ear defenders. "Lot on my mind tonight, Chief. You haven't scored this low since your first month." She looked downrange as the target moved toward her on a pulley. She had fired all 15 rounds from a Glock 22. She was not a brilliant shooter, but she was a competent and consistent one, usually putting 11 rounds out of each magazine into the kill zone of a suspended target 15 yards away. At 25 yards she lost a bit of her accuracy of firing fast, but in a slow-fire drill she was a very good shot. Mohammed folded his arms and leaned against the wall of the shooting stall. "Why do you practice with a handgun?" She almost sighed. This was one of the chief's ritual questions. "To save my life and the lives of those in my charge." "How do you accomplish this?" "By hitting what I aim at with focus, speed, and commitment." Aha. So tell me, Doc, what part of that sounds like I got too much on my mind? Nothing, Chief. Very well. Bring your gear. When he said that it only meant one thing, the combat range. Cersei regretted coming out to the range this late. She had wanted to work off some nervous energy and blow holes in the wild theories that were forming in her mind. Bringing her problems to the range had been foolish. She gathered up her gear, making sure to do each step of gun safety exactly the right way even though Chief Mohammed did not appear to be watching. She ran to catch up with him and followed him down a long and windy cinder block corridor. The block walls were filled in with tightly packed dirt to catch ricochets, and the corridor smelled like a graveyard. They came out into the maze of T-Town's 18 combat ranges. Each one was designed to allow operatives to train for different kinds of circumstances: city street, subway, airplane, airport, business, government office, house, and others. Mohammed chose the shortest of the ranges, a mom-and-pop corner store. Cersei knew that there were 9 pepper poppers, metal silhouette targets that could be positioned throughout the range and operated by remote control. They were hinged at the bottom so that they could swing up on fast spring releases or fall back after being shot. At least 4 of the targets would be hostiles, the rest designated as possible non-combatants. The possible part was crucial, because in the war on terror the enemy didn't wear uniforms or team shirts. "How many mags, Chief?" Muhammad grinned. He took a magazine from her pack, thumbed 4 rounds out, and handed it over. 11 rounds. Best intel says 4 hostiles. Could be 5. That gives you 2 per and 3 for luck. I never did this with less than 2 full magazines. He shrugged. Life sucks sometimes. What if a situation turned out to be bigger and badder than you expected? You want to read a rule book at a hostel? Think that'll win the day, Doc? No, Chief. Now, you run this range and I don't want to hear from jams, tripping over your shoelaces, or a text message from your friends. You run it like you know how to run it and keep your head in the fucking game. You read me, Dr. O'Tree? She had never been in the military, but she snapped to attention. I read you, Chief. Then it's time to go to work. Mohammed put a wooden matchstick between his teeth and walked off the range and into the steel observation bunker. There was a warning buzzer announcing a live fire exercise and the lights in the store came on. Cersei called, "Loading." She slapped the magazine into the Glock and racked the slide, keeping the barrel pointed into the range, her finger along the trigger guard. Mohammed's words from their very first training session echoed in her mind. Shake hands with the grip. Snug but comfortable. Get to know the weight. Fit the handle into the V formed by the thumb and index finger of the shooting hand as high as possible on the backstrap. Your strong hand holds and fires, your weak hand completes the grip and supports. Mohammed's amplified voice growled from a speaker, ready on the firing line. Cersei could feel her heart hammering, but she took several deep breaths to relax her mind and muscles. Mohammed spoke from her memories. Breath control minimizes body movement and that in turn reduces handgun movement. Go! Cersei kicked in the door and entered fast, sliding to one side and bringing her gun up in a two-handed grip, the sights level with her eyes. Aim with your dominant eye when shooting a handgun. Even if you're right-handed, it does not mean that you are right-eye dominant. Learn your body and work with it in the most natural way. A target pivoted toward her. A teenager in a Brooklyn t-shirt and jeans, but he was pulling a pistol from his belt. Cersei shot him in the chest and again in the face. Tap tap. Squeeze the trigger in a natural and continuous way. Never jerk the trigger. Another target sprang up from behind a row of canned goods. An old man holding something. A bag of groceries. Both hands visible. No weapon. She spun as she caught sight of movement to her left. A man with an automatic weapon. Tap tap. Follow through. Apply the shooting fundamentals continuously. Sloppy is dead. Let the process keep you alive. She saw the shadow of another and was aiming as she turned, checking her target in a split part of a second. Tap tap. The afterimage of a hand grenade floated in her mind as she stepped and turned and covered high and low, tracking with her eyes. She shuffled sideways to put 2 rows between her and a grenade blast. There was a bang, and wet confetti filled the air. None of it landed on her. Then the lights went out and something brushed her. She whirled and faded left, looking for ambient light, seeing a glow splash across the face of a man with a smiling face, but the glow washed down across his chest. Shotgun. Tap tap. 2 targets came up together. Another teenager and a housewife. The teenager wore a sweatshirt with the name of the store. The woman stood behind him, one hand out of sight. The kid's eyes were scared and painted so that he looked nervously back at Cersei. It was an almost impossible shot in the dark. She took it. Tap tap. 4 hostiles down. 3 rounds left. The lights came on, no, just the emergency lights. Weak in yellow. She turned at movement, saw a woman with a stroller. Lingered for a moment, looking for a trap. No gun, no bomb. Cersei moved forward, turning left and right, checking her corners, checking behind her. There. A figure rose from behind the counter. Big fat guy holding another shotgun. Cersei turned, aimed. Did not fire. The man looked like an older version of the kid in the sweatshirt. Father? Uncle. The owner, defending his store against the attack. Cersei kept the pistol on him. Drop your weapon. Do it now. The shopkeeper's silhouette dropped back. And the lights came on. Clear and lock. Cersei stepped out of her shooter's crouch, turning to keep the barrel clear of the entrance. She eased the hammer down, removed the magazine, and ejected the round from the chamber. She held up the locked and empty weapon. Clear, dot. Mohammed hit the button for the exit door to open and she stepped out, placing her weapon on the courtesy bench. Her ears were ringing and her hand tingled from the heavy recoil. Well, said Mohammed, smiling around the wooden matchstick. You're not dead, document congratulations. I almost shot that last target. He shook his head. You didn't. We don't worry about almost any more than we worry about any other distraction. Combat purifies thinking. It was one of his most common aphorisms, and she nodded, repeating it softly. Now, he said, it's comforting to know that you can bring your game when you need to. Next time you're on my range, I want you to remember that. I don't ever want to see bullshit scores like you took back there. You read me, dot. Loud and clear, Chief. Mohammed smiled and wiggled the matchstick up and down. Okay, let's agree that your ass has been kicked. Now, Doc, what the hell's got you so bent out of shape? It's complicated, but, she hesitated, unsure how to begin. With what you do. No kidding. He wore a crooked smile as he shoved his hands into his back pockets. I believe that it's Miller time. Let's go someplace and talk this out. You don't drink. Bars serve coffee. I'll watch you drink. She still hedged. You'll think I'm crazy. And that'll change our relationship how? He clapped her on the shoulder. Come on, document crazy one buys the first round. They sat in the T-Town canteen, huddled together in a private corner. She drank white wine, he drank hot tea. She told him everything that she had found online, and she told him all of her speculations. Chief Petty Officer Abdul Muhammad did not think she was crazy. I can see it, he said after careful thought. On both sides of this thing there are enough hotheads ready to pull a trigger or throw a firebomb, and that's as true now as it was during the Crusades and maybe back to Moses and the Pharaoh. What do you think about the protocols and all that? He sipped his tea. What, do I think that there are radical Jews out there planning the downfall of the free world? He shrugged. Yeah, probably. Just like there are radical Muslims, Buddhists, Lutherans, and Hindus. There's radical everything. That's why there's always a war somewhere. But if you're asking if I think that these web posts are being made by a vast secret society of Jews, then no. I don't buy that for a moment. Chapter 24. Interstate Route 95 South. Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. December 18, 5:37 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. Dr. Rudy Sanchez hurried through the terminal, collected his suitcase, and picked up the late-model Ford. His annoyance at having been sent back to the States before even setting foot in England had long since passed, replaced by a growing sense of unease about the man named Nicodemus. Once he was on the road in Pennsylvania, Rudy called Mr. Church. Bug called me a few minutes ago, Rudy explained. We had another call from the psychiatrist at Graterford. Have you read the transcript? No, and I can't read it now. Give me the highlights, Dot. Rudy did. When he was finished, Church said, he actually mentioned the kings? His exact words, as Dr. Stankivius recited them to me, were, Lo! And behold the rise of the 7 kings. All shall fall before them. Interesting, murmured Church. I'll see that and raise you one. He told Rudy about the king's symbol on Plimpton's door and the reference in the note the man had left in his murdered wife's hand. What does it all mean? I would give a lot to be able to answer that question, Doctor. Maybe you can coax some answers out of Nicodemus. I hope so, but I'm not optimistic. Nicodemus is supposed to be in isolation, without TV or newspaper privileges, and yet he's making references to the London hospital and the 7 kings. He shouldn't be able to get outside information. You question the likelihood of an information leak in a prison? Church said. That's almost funny. Almost, Rudy agreed sourly. He absently wondered what Mr. Church would look like laughing. Rudy had never seen the man do anything more than smile, and even then the emotion looked unwelcome and unwanted on his features. Someone at the prison must be feeding him information, and I doubt they're doing it just so he can stick pins in the prison therapist. While you're there, don't assume trust in anyone, and that includes the prison doctor and the warden. Rudy sighed. It's sad that paranoia has become an indispensable quality of good job performance here in the DMS. I'm finding it very hard to trust anyone. It's not paranoia if they really are out to get you, said Church. Rudy thought, why is it you only have a sense of humor when things are really bad? But he didn't say it. I'd like your full read on Nicodemus, said Church, as well as any observations you care to share about the staff. What do you want me to look for? I'll leave you to determine that, Doctor. I don't want to pollute your perceptions by sharing my speculations. We can compare notes later. Okay. One more thing, Doctor. I'm bringing in a consultant. Dr. Circe O'Tree. Are you familiar with her? Not personally, but I know her work. I've seen her on TV, read her books. The new one, The Terrorist Sophist, should be required reading by everyone in the DMS. She makes some very important points on how terrorists rationalize what they do. She's rather brilliant. Yes. She's also being largely wasted working as Hugo Vox's assistant. I think she has more potential than Hugo gives her credit for. Do you have a problem with her consulting on this? God, no. In fact, I welcome her insight. Good. She's already agreed, and it's our good fortune that she is currently in London working on another matter. He disconnected. Rudy made the turn from I-95 to 476 West. He turned on the news and listened to the latest rehash of the London disaster. Nothing new, so he dialed through Sirius until he found a Mexican ska band, cranked the sound way up, and put the pedal down. As a driver, Rudy was usually careful to the point where Joe called him Tia when he was behind the wheel. He wasn't feeling like an old aunt right now. As Joe was so fond of saying, the clock was ticking. Chapter 25. Whitechapel, London, England. December 18, 11:21 a.m. Greenwich Mean Time. When Ghost and I came out of the apartment complex, the street was crowded with police vehicles, ambulances, and a variety of nondescript government cars that were probably licensed to the various counter-terrorism teams I'd met yesterday. Lots of stone-faced guys with wires behind their ears were watching up and down the street while local cops struggled to keep the crowd well back. Everyone looked scraped raw by the unrelenting winds. I saw a limo idling down the street, well out of the press and angled for a quick departure. The driver gave the headlights a quick flash, so I headed that way, at times having to be ungentle with the rubberneckers who thronged the by-street. By the time I reached it, the driver, in the form of the squat and muscular Sergeant Gus Dietrich, had gotten out and stood by the rear passenger door. Not sure what Dietrich's job description was with the DMS. He was gruff, tough, honest, and as dependable as the bulldog that he closely resembled. "Good to see you, Captain." He offered me a rock-hard hand. "Skip the captain crap, Gus. Good to see you, too. Wish it was under better circumstances." "Ha! Let me know when those better circumstances roll around, Joe. I'll take the day off and go get a massage. In the meantime, good luck with this one. It's going to be a real nut-buster, but." He opened the door and we climbed inside, happy to be out of the vicious cold. I slid onto the bench seat and Dietrich closed the door and ran around to climb behind the wheel. There were two men on the opposite seat. One big, one small, neither smiling fuzzy bunny warm-fed me. Guy on the left was Mr. Church. He was north of 60, but he made it look like a fit 40. Blocky, hard, with big hands and a face you wouldn't want to see across a poker table from you. Tinted sunglasses even in the back seat of the limo. He gave me a fraction of a nod and there was no expression at all on his face. The other guy was a gangly, gawky collection of awkward limbs and comprehensive disapproval. Dr. William Hu, Chief of Scientific Research for the DMS. He had a Mondel face, an Einstein brain, the pop culture sensibilities of Joss Whedon, but the compassion of a ghoul. When I'd first joined the Department of Military Sciences, I tried real hard to like him, but that got to be an expensive hobby. He didn't burn up any calories trying to warm up to me, either. Captain Ledger, who said in exactly the same way you might say painful rectal itch. "Doctor Who," I said, meeting him on the same ground. We didn't shake hands. Ghost sniffed the hand Church extended, gave the fingertips a tiny lick, and then sat back. Then Ghost turned and eyed Who like he was a steak dinner. Who never attempted to touch Ghost. Who was an asshole, but he wasn't stupid. Gus Dietrich put it in gear and the limo pulled away from the curb like we were fleeing the scene of a crime. I grabbed an armrest to keep from falling out of my seat. "Where are we going?" "Scotland," said Church. "Specifically Fair Isle. Shetland Islands, in the North Sea, very remote, ultra-high security. A chopper's waiting." "Why? Has there been another attack?" "More complicated than that. Short answer is that there is a situation at a viral research station there. A staff member is holding the rest of the employees hostage." "Why?" "Unknown. He connected to the kings? To be determined. Working alone? Possibly. It's the impression he's conveyed so far. Uses I and me rather than we. Demands, aside from the usual precautionary requirements, keep our distance, don't try anything, etc., he's asked to speak to a representative of Homeland Security. Homeland? Does this guy know he's in Scotland? He's American, said who? Baker and Schloss lease half of the island from the Brits. Baker and Schloss? The Male Enhancement Company? Who grinned? Yeah, the Pecker Pill people. They're a medium-sized pharmaceutical company with a board made up of American, British, German, and French members. Majority stockholders are the Baker family of Martha's Vineyard. Old money. The male enhancement drug put them on the public radar, but they make their real money from government contracts. For what? Enhanced soldiers? Viral research, said Church. What kind? Germ warfare, Nobody uses the term anymore, who said haughtily. Baker and Schloss has government contracts for tactical response bioagents. TRBs. Which means what? I asked. Germ warfare, said Church. The point is that the situation is politically complicated. The title to the land is actually held by the U.S. government. Baker and Schloss has access to it as part of their research contract. Why is it in Scotland? Church said nothing. What? I prompted. Who snorted? It's here because it's not allowed to be in the U.S. I studied their faces. Church was a stone, but who was smiling, and he never smiled unless something unpleasant was happening. I'm going out on a limb here and guess that it's not allowed in the UK either, but... No, it's allowed, said Church, but only under the most exacting circumstances, which translates as difficult and expensive. Those responsible for establishing this facility found it less expensive and more productive to simply move it outside of the scope of domestic regulars and congressional oversight. That itself is problematic in a variety of ugly ways. The nature of the work being done at Fairall contravenes half a dozen international agreements. Why is it even in operation? I demanded. It's a holdover from a previous administration. And it's one of those things that the layers of government power players fail to tell a new president. How? I began, but he cut me off. There are too many secrets to tell any sitting president. At best, the president can be briefed in general about the areas of research and given more complete information when the situation requires it. But the career politicians within the infrastructure have a skewed view of both need to know and plausible deniability. They believe they have the right to decide what the president is allowed to know, or not allowed to know. I knew what he was saying. As much as we don't want to accept the truth, there were layers of government that remained in place no matter which party held power in the White House. Shadow governments, cells and cabals, some of which believed that what they were doing was in the best interest of the American people, though in those rare cases when someone was able to shine a light on them it became pretty clear that money and the power it purchased was the only enduring motive. If this got out, Church said, it could cripple the current administration and it would almost certainly result in some kind of criminal charges for key members of the previous administration. I started to say something smart-ass, but he headed me off at the pass. This isn't a time to collect scalps, Captain. Playing politics has hurt our country too many times. And while I agree that those responsible should be held accountable, that's something best done quietly on our own turf. Spilling this in public would do greater harm than good. The stock market is already taking very bad hits because of the hospital bombing. This could crash it into a depression. It would also strip the power of the United States in critical negotiations with North Korea, China, and Iran. Yeah, stones and glass houses. He nodded. I said, tell you, though, if someone wanted to do just that, this would be a good way to go about it. We have to consider that this might be a Seven Kings operation. No. Really? said Who dryly. Church adjusted his glasses. We face 3 separate problems. Let me see if I can guess, I said, and ticked them off on my fingers. First, we need to contain the situation and prevent any bugs from getting loose. Second, we need to make sure this doesn't embarrass the OLUS of A. Right. And the third? We have to find out why this guy is doing this. You said he wants to talk to someone from Homeland? Not the Brits? Not the press? That's interesting. Isn't it, though? Said Church. He said one thing that I find particularly intriguing. He said that there's still time to stop this. That doesn't sound like a threat, I said. Maybe he's not a bad guy. Maybe he's just a scared guy. Scared of what? Who asked? Don't know yet. But you don't take people hostage if you're not scared of something. Not unless you're in it for the money, and this doesn't have that kind of feel. Agreed, said Church. Or maybe he's part of this thing, whatever it is, and got either cold feet or an attack of conscience. And if the Kings are involved, we might finally have a doorway into them. I nodded. Couple questions, though. Go. First, why me? Where the hell's the rest of the DMS? Everyone healthy enough to report for work has been scrambled and assigned to investigation or protection in the States. As for our teams here, Gog is still on the job and Prague and Magog has gone dark in Afghanistan, though that's expected at this stage of that operation. We can't get either of them here in time and this situation needs a shooter. I gave him a sour look. Swell. Joe Ledger, gun for hire. If your feelings are bruised, Captain, let me put it more delicately, this situation needs finesse. Thanks, but I wasn't about to break out in tears. Who made a small grunting sound that I was free to interpret any way I wanted. I considered sicking ghost on him. We do have some local assets, however, said Church. Barrier is sending Lionheart team as backup. I thought we had to keep the Brits out of this, I said. Officially, we have to keep the British government out of it, corrected Church. Brigadier Preble, head of Barrier's Tactical Field Office in Scotland, is an old friend of mine. He understands our need for discretion and he'll be meeting us in a few minutes. Does Benson Child know about this? Officially, no. Unofficially, I briefed him on the matter and he advised me that Preble's goodwill is only going to last as far as containment. If there's any kind of biological breach, then Preble will disown us. As well he should. As you would in the same circumstance. Of course. The limo pulled out of traffic and through the gates of a large estate. A military helicopter was parked on the lawn behind the house, the rotors already turning, the engine whine rising to a scream. Interlude 14. Crown Island. St. Lawrence River, Ontario, Canada. 4 months ago. Galt stepped out of the steaming shower and reached for a towel. It wasn't on the rack. Instead, Eris moved out of the mist and handed it to him. Galt snatched the towel from her and pressed it to his naked, scarred face, turning half away. But Eris moved closer still. She still wore the bikini top, but she had shed the tight pants and wore only the scraps of bright cloth that comprised the bottom of the bikini. Her body was strong and taut, with hard muscles under tan skin. "Let me see," she said, touching the hand that pressed the towel to his face. "No," he said hoarsely. "Don't be a child, Sebastian," she said in her low and smoky voice. "Neither of us is as pretty as we used to be. Life and time are monsters and they gnaw at us." She kissed the back of his hand and then tugged lightly at the towel. "Please don't." But Galt knew from too many years and too many encounters that Lady Eris could not be told no. She kissed his hand and tugged, and finally he yielded, as he had always yielded to her. She tossed the towel aside and touched his chin, turning his face toward her. Her sea-green eyes took in everything, missed nothing. The smile on her parted lips never wavered as each of the bruises and surgical scars was revealed. This will heal, she said softly. Not all of it. She touched the crow's feet at the corners of her eyes, then drifted her fingertips across her throat. Neither will this. But only fools and mortals worry about these things. You aged, I melted, he said as she moved even closer. Her full breasts brushed the naked skin of his stomach. Surely that's proof of mortality. No, she said as she plucked the strings of her bikini. The pieces fell away except for the triangle that had covered her left breast, which was momentarily held in place by the pressure of one taut nipple against the rippled muscles of his abdomen. No, she said again, we're not mortals. She kissed his mouth, his cheek, the corner of his eye, her breath furnace hot against the crooked lines of his scars. We're gods, she whispered. Galt suddenly pulled her to him, crushing her against his chest, her softness pressed to him, his hardness pressed to her, the steam swirling around them both. Her lips and hungry hands were everywhere, touching him, stroking him, guiding him toward wetness. Gods, he breathed. And then they both cried out together as two gods became one. Interlude 15. T-Town, Mount Baker, Washington State. 3.5 months before the London event. Circe tried not to fidget as Major Grace Cortland, Mr. Church's top field agent and one of Circe's closest friends, read through the goddess report. Grace was slim and fit and was known throughout the counter-terrorism community as the Iron Maiden. It wasn't an insult. Grace was a top-of-the-game shooter for the DMS, which made her the best of the best of the best. Bloody hell, Grace said as she closed the report. Am I crazy or is there something there? Grace smiled. Both, I dare say. Am I wrong? The FBI sent us a report on this a few weeks ago and they were all over the place with their suspicions, and none of their geniuses came within pissing distance of what you have here. This is brilliant. Really, Dot? No, I'm lying to you, you daft cow. Of course. Agencies are nodding at the goddess postings and dismissing them as an aftereffect or a symptom. I know. But the dates clearly show that the posts predate the last couple of spikes in hate crimes. No doubt, but there are always other events that can be held up as causal factors. An army drone hits a village mosque instead of a Taliban opium warehouse and bang. Grace tapped the report with a forefinger. But they'll have to take you seriously once they read this. They have read it. This same report. They see my name on the document and they don't take me seriously. Ah. Grace Cortland pursed her lips. Then the problem is the same one you've been facing since you started mucking about with the goddess thing, love. There's nowhere to go with it. That's the trouble with the internet, there are too many ways to create and maintain anonymity. The FBI is all about following breadcrumb trails. Here there's no trail to follow, and those wankers are too busy playing with their beef bayonets to try and find a way. That and they're swamped trying to stop the Chinese ghost net from stealing every last effing secret we have. She paused. Is there any chance the Chinese are involved in this? We've been dealing with wave after wave of their cyber terrorism these last few years. Impossible to say. They sat and thought about it. So, Circe said, you see my problem. Even when I can get someone to agree that there's something going on out there, no one can offer a single suggestion on what to do about it. Grace murmured. If this was piss easy we'd have solved all the world's problems already. As it is, best I can do for you, love, is bring this to Aunt Sally. She has the cybercrimes portfolio right now. But this isn't a cybercrime per se. More like hate-mongering, and technically that's allowed under free speech. Well, as we don't have a division for cyber fucking about, we'll have to go with what we have. She lifted the report. Can I keep this copy? I'd like to read it again on the plane. Circe chewed her lip. Hugo told me to keep this on the down low as far as the DMS is concerned. He said I could talk to you off the record. He'd kill me if he knew you had a copy of that. Grace smiled and tucked the report into her bag. If you don't tell him, I won't. Thanks. Circe smiled weakly. Do you have to get right back? Grace smiled. Not this minute. First, I want to tell you about something that you have to swear to God you won't tell anyone else. Circe crossed her heart and held her hand to God. What is it? I can't tell you his name. Security reasons, you understand. Grace Cortland leaned forward and put her elbows on the desk. But I think I'd bloody well fallen in love. Chapter 26. Over Scottish airspace. December 18, 2:09 p.m. Greenwich Mean Time. We flew to the outskirts of Glasgow and transferred to an unmarked black barrier hello. The cabin was soundproofed. Once we were airborne, an officer came out of the cockpit. Medium height, with ramrod posture, a neatly trimmed mustache, and a black beret on which was the medieval castle emblem of Barrier. He gave Church a "now we're in it" look, and Church nodded. The officer smiled at me and held out a small, hard hand. Brigadier Ashton Preble, he said in a city Scots burr. Joe Ledger, sir. Yes, he drawled in a way that suggested he already knew who and what I was. Pleasure to meet you, Captain Ledger. Glad to hear you're back in the game. Timing couldn't be more critical. I snorted. Nothing like jumping in with both feet. Preble had eyes like blueberries, dark and cold. Ghost looked him up and down but didn't react in any challenging way to Preble. I've started trusting the dog's judgment of people. Preble was one of us. Ashton Church said, would you bring Captain Ledger up to speed on where we're going? Of course. We're flying to Fair Isle, said Preble. The table between us was actually a computer, and he called up an aerial shot of a tiny speck of a place in the North Sea, halfway between Orkney and Shetland. We've managed to quarantine the island and cut off all telephone, cell, and radio communication. We even shut down the internet. Nothing's getting off the island and we have gunboats in the waters. Has anyone noticed? I asked. They have, but we can play the London hospital card for all manner of blackouts at the moment. Small mercies. I glanced at Church. No offense to the Brigadier, but what's on and off the record here? Brigadier Preble is in the family, Captain, but... That was one of Church's catchphrases. It meant that Preble was in the select circle of people among whom there were no secrets. Well, none except those Church kept to himself. Preble punched buttons that tightened the satellite image of the facility. Fair Isle is 5 kilometers long, about 3 wide. It's almost entirely surrounded by jagged cliffs. 73 civilian residents, not counting the live-in staff at the facility. The civilians live in the southern third of the island, which is where the fertile ground is. They live in crofts along here. He tapped the screen to indicate several small enclosed parcels of arable land, then rolled the cursor to shift the image to the central and northern sections. The northern part is largely rough grazing and rocky moorland. There's a lighthouse on the south end, and a bird sanctuary. I bent low and studied the aerial image. There was a compound at the northwest tip of the island. A handful of functional buildings surrounded by trees and a fence. There are 6 buildings comprising the Fair Isle Research Endeavour, or FIRE, if you enjoy trite acronyms. According to public charter, the lab is there to study bacteria that affect fish and mollusks. And, before you ask, Captain, there really are some rare and even unique bacteria in those waters that do affect the marine life. It's very good cover, and I believe a portion of the facility is actually dedicated to that purpose. Am I correct, Doctor? Who nodded? About 20% of the work at the lab, and they've actually made some progress, too. Last 2 years have seen a 4% increase in clam harvests. Big whoop, I said. What about the other 80%? Ah, said Preble as he suppressed a smile. According to what I'm not supposed to know, there are some very, very nasty bugs being studied there. Very nasty, who agreed? Baker and Schloss are working to develop a TRB, specifically an airborne strain of Ebola. I stared at him in horror. Why the hell would? Proactive defense, Church cut in. Meaning? Meaning, said who, that someone is inevitably going to develop airborne Ebola. You busted one lab yourself, Captain. Yes, and those were nutcases, document. What are our guys doing? Working on a cure? A cure, a treatment, or some prophylactic stratagem, said who. I didn't like it, but I understood it. Ebola is about 97% contagious and almost always lethal. Obtaining research samples was necessarily difficult, because if a terrorist organization ever launched a weaponized version of it and we hadn't done our homework, we wouldn't live long enough to regret the lack of preparedness. Still sucked, though. Bloody marvelous, isn't it? Preble said with a tight smile. And your lot brought the virus here by the gallon. Can't say I'm very happy about it. Can't say I am either, said Church. After September 11th, there was an overwhelming fear of being perceived by the public as unprepared. It was a bigger concern than actually developing a workable response to a biological attack. That pushed several likely pathogens into active testing immediately rather than waiting until a secure facility could be built somewhere in the U.S. And there may have been a secondary agenda. Some of the people who put this plan together may not have wanted to risk testing on U.S. soil. They felt it was more prudent to exploit the protection of an ally with a strong military in case of an attack by a terrorist group. He glanced at me. No, Captain, don't look at the logic too closely. It doesn't hold up to any kind of scrutiny. Politics, said Preble, giving that word all the bile it deserved. Politics, agreed Church. By U.S., British, and international law, this lab is illegal. It was Black Book authorized following 9/11, but it was approved too hastily and then given to a private company to manage. If you try to make sense out of that, you'll hurt yourself. Said Preble. I can't stand on a pedestal here, because we made the same mistakes. America wasn't the only country scrambling to retrofit itself for anti-terrorism and counter-terrorism preparedness. You guys are killing my idealism here, I said. Let's hope that's all we kill, said Ashton. It wasn't a joke and nobody smiled. So, I said, we seem to be busting our ass to get there, but everything you're telling me is past tense. Who said, this morning, Fire senior researcher Dr. Charles Gray came into work and brought his wife and son with him. They passed through all the security checkpoints, and he used his keycard to get them all into the bio-research wing. Totally against all protocols, of course. We reviewed the security tapes, and when one lab tech tried to protest, Gray flat out threatened to fire the guy. The tech backed down, more concerned for his job than for protocols. He sneered. Accidents are always about the human element. For once I could find no fault with his statement. Church called up a floor plan on the tabletop computer. Fire is built in layers, with a false front around the exterior to make it look like an inexpensive university-level lab. There are offices and staff rooms, and so on, built in the outer ring. They connect at 2 points through airlocks to the main lab complex. Inside there is another and much more sophisticated airlock that accesses what they call the hot room. That's where the work on the Class A pathogens is done, and there's a glass-enclosed and pressure-sealed observation tank in the center. The staff calls it the fish tank, and the biological vault is in there. Everyone working in the hot room can see the bio vault, so nobody working there will be surprised when it's opened. There are also warning lights and buzzers of different kinds that go off when the unlocking codes are being entered. Church looked up from the screen. Dr. Gray called the entire staff into the hot room, and shortly after that the video surveillance system went out. How? Aren't those systems supposed to have redundancies? Yes, Church agreed, so we can presume that they were deliberately taken offline. I thought about that. Then he can't be doing this alone. No way the security cameras are controlled from the hot room or the other labs. Preble smiled approvingly. Good call. No, the failsafe on the surveillance system has a set of manual controls, and they are in the security office on the other side of the complex. So figure at least one other person. Could be more. Is there a shutdown protocol? I asked. And is that connected to the door seals? Who said, there are manual controls for all functions of the outer lab and the hot room, but it's only used when the biovault is locked and the fish tank sealed. They use it when they're installing new equipment or making repairs to doors and such, and under those conditions the biovault with the active samples is sealed and guarded. That system is connected via satellite uplinks to coded routers in a national security satellite. The uplink has been terminated at the source. Same for the hardlines that connect to the TAT-14 transatlantic telecommunications cable. The satellite and cable are functioning normally, but both report a disconnection. There's got to be a failsafe, a dead man's switch. Sure, said Hu. But like everything, there is a bypass to it. Bug has pinged it and he's sure that the system has been taken offline. In fact, the only way to bypass this kind of security is through deliberate and coordinated human action. Shit. You can't prevent human error, said Hu fussily. You can only advise against it and encourage adherence to rules. It gets worse, said Church. Because the main lab is not part of any active virus research protocols, it has looser safety features. In fact, it can be manually integrated into the main air conditioning system for the whole lab facility. I could feel the blood drain from my face. What kind of moron would approve that design? The bureaucratic kind, said Church. Christ. Can the vents be blocked from outside? Under normal circumstances, yes, but it appears that at some time prior to today Gray or someone working with him disabled the vent overrides. We'll have to review weeks of security tapes and logs to see who worked on it, and that's beside the point. It's damage done. The vent controls have been entirely routed to the hot room. All Gray has to do to flood the building is throw a switch. What are the options? Can you disable the electrics? Cut the power? Essential services like venting, lights, and airlock functions have battery backups. It's a safety measure to make sure the automatic seals never lose power. What about an electromagnetic pulse? How fast can you drop an E-bomb on the place? This is a hardened facility, said Preble. We've examined the option of carpet bombing the facility, but we would need an exact mix of bunker busters and fuel air bombs, and that's tricky. Destroying the building is easy, making sure we fry every single microscopic germ is another matter altogether, and our best computer models give us only a probability of 94% success. And since we're talking about airborne Ebola, that might as well be zero, said Hu. Yes, agreed Preble, and prevailing winds are not in our favor today. On the other hand, there's a carrier just over the horizon and I've had a quiet word with the captain. He's an old mate of mine. If there's so much as a wee hint that the facility's outer containment is failing, then I make a call and we'll all be having tea with Jesus before you can say oh, shite. You'd drop a nuke? I asked, appalled. And only part of my concern is based on the fact that we're flying there. Dropping a nuke on an illegal American bioweapons lab would be, I fished for a word bad enough to describe it and came up short. I agree, said Church grimly. Aside from the physical damage and risk of fallout, neither country would recover from the damage to their credibility on a global scale. It would truly be catastrophic. Nevertheless, gentlemen, said Preble, should things turn against us, I've prepared a set of recommendations for the Prime Minister that includes a nuclear option. Let's make sure that things don't turn against us, said Church quietly. We have several overlapping quarantine protocols in operation, and a Chinook is flying in rolls of industrial-grade quarantine draping. We'll disable all of the external cameras and then drape the building. That should give us an extra step toward first base in the event of a containment breach. Once that's in place, we'll roll out our primary response. Let me guess, I said. Me, in a hazmat suit, with a gun. Can you recommend something else? Sure. A whole bunch of shooters in hazmats with guns. Seal the outer doors, take out the inner doors with an RPG, burn everything else with flamethrowers, let Dr. Gray be the one having tea and crumpets with the Messiah, and we call it a day. I looked at Church. But that's not the play you're going to call, is it? He said nothing for a moment. This was the kind of moment in which he'd usually reach for a Nilla wafer while the rest of us sorted it out and got into the same mental gear as him. Preble hadn't supplied any cookies. Church looked almost wistful. He said, "You're the senior DMS field commander on station, Captain. Do you see that as the best tactical option?" I sighed. No. And why not? Church asked, like Socrates guiding a student through a logic puzzle. I hated when he did this. Because with that plan we don't get to ask any questions, and we need to know why he's doing this. Church and Preble nodded. There was a faint bing-bing and then the pilot's voice said, "Touchdown in 5, gentlemen." Interlude 16. T-Town. Mount Baker, Washington State. 3.5 months before the London event. Hugo Vox stood in the doorway to Circe's office. His face looked haggard, his eyes dark. "I'm so sorry," he said. Circe couldn't speak. It felt like a steel hand was clamped around her throat. Grace. Her mouth formed the name silently as the first tears fell. Vox nodded. Down in the Bahamas. A big DMS action. I don't have the details, but the word is that she died in combat. A lot of people died. The DMS took a lot of losses. It's a terrible tragedy. For them, and for all of us. Grace, Circe murmured, finding a splinter of her voice, but the name stuck in her throat. God. I know you two were close, said Vox. Circe put her face in her hands. I just saw her the other day. The DMS was facing something really big. Something really, really bad. From what Gus Dietrich told me, Grace may have saved us all. That new guy, Ledger, was able to wrap it up, but Grace Cortland did her part. Yes, ma'am, she did her part indeed. Best of the best, she was. Circe shook her head, not wanting to hear more. Not now. Vox turned away, and then paused. He turned back for just a moment and watched Circe's shoulders tremble with the first wave of sobs. He opened his mouth to say something, but he left it unsaid. He sighed and lumbered out. Interlude 17. McCullough, Crown Island. St. Lawrence River, Ontario, Canada. 4 months ago. The two silent Korean guards came for Galton toys an hour later and led them down the hallway, the end of which was blocked by a gorgeously embroidered brocade tapestry that depicted a scene from the Book of Revelation. Galt bent and slowly translated the Latin stitched along the border. Here is the mind which has wisdom. The 7 heads are 7 mountains on which the woman sits. There are also 7 kings. 5 have fallen, 1 is, and the other has not yet come. And when he comes, he must continue a short time. The beast that was, and is not, is himself also the 8th, and is of the 7, and is going to perdition. I must have missed that in catechism, murmured Toys. One of the guards slid the tapestry aside to reveal an elevator door. The guard pressed his palm to a geometry scanner and tapped in a complex entry code. The elevator door opened silently. Toys was impressed with the sophistication of the equipment. The security precautions matched the exacting standards he had always encouraged Galt to use. The elevator took them deep into the heart of the island. When the doors opened, one guard indicated that they exit, but neither of the 2 Asians moved to join them. Galt and Toys exchanged a brief wary glance before stepping out into a hallway that had been carved from raw bedrock. There was a set of large and ornately carved teak doors to their right, and as they stepped forward the doors opened toward them without a sound. They entered a massive chamber. One wall of the chamber was covered floor to ceiling with flat-screen TV monitors, the other walls were hung with tapestries as ancient and elegant as the apocalypse drapery upstairs. The center of the room was dominated by a massive oak table around which there were 7 great throne-like chairs and 7 expensive leather chairs of the kind Toys had once bought for Galt's private office. On the far side of the table a chair that had a higher back than all the others sat on a dais. It stood empty. The lights were low except for green-globed lamps positioned for each of the chairs. All but one of the lamps had been angled to spill light toward the center of the table, leaving the person in each chair cast in shadows. 6 of the great chairs were occupied, but the one closest to where Galt and Toys stood was empty. Likewise, 6 of the leather chairs were occupied. Every face was in shadow, but Toys knew that those faces were turned toward Galt. "Yes," he heard Galt murmur. "What?" Toys asked under his breath. Galt looked at Toys for a long moment, his eyes glassy and distant. "Sebastian?" Toys prompted. Galt did not answer. Instead, he took a step deeper into the room. "Welcome," said a familiar voice, and they turned as a man in one of the thrones leaned into the spill of light. "Sebastian, Toys, it's so good to see you both," said the American in his booming bull voice. It was difficult for Toys to reconcile the gruffness of this man with the elegant majesty of his mother. They were not only Una-like as people, but to Toys it seemed as if they had to be from different species also. "Welcome," said the others seated at the table. Galt nodded silently and, Toys thought, with genuine reverence. Because of all the grandeur of the room, the moody lighting, the thrones, and the setting, Toys wouldn't have been surprised if the men at the table had been wearing hoods or masks, or at the very least black tie. But the American wore an ordinary 3-button polo shirt and had a pair of sunglasses tucked into the V. He looked ready for a quick 9 of golf rather than a clandestine meeting in an underground chamber beneath a castle. Galt gestured vaguely to the room. "What is all this?" The American laughed. "It's pretty much exactly what it looks like, boys. We're a secret society." "A secret society?" Toys laughed. "Are you taking the mickey?" "No, I'm serious as a heart attack." Galt folded his arms and cocked a disbelieving head to one side. "Re-I-I-ite. An actual secret society. Like, what? Like the Cabal? They've been smashed flat by the DMS. The Trilateral Commission? More effective. The Illuminati? Right ballpark." Toys muttered, somewhere Dan Brown just had an erection. Everyone at the table laughed. "Seriously, who are you and what is all this?" demanded Toys. The American smiled and shrugged. It was a very Gallic shrug even though he was pure New England. "How would you like me to answer that? I presume straightforward is a non-starter?" Another chuckle rippled through the seated figures. "If we ever decide on a membership pamphlet, it will go something like this," said a man on the right side of the room, and then he spoke in a formal and ominous voice. "We have many names. History knows us as the Sargonai, the heirs and kinsmen of Sargon of Mesopotamia, first emperor in the history of mankind." The man who spoke wore the robes of a Saudi. Moreover, Toys knew him. It was impossible that he was here. In America, in New York of all places, where even the mind-numbed street people would attack him without hesitation. "Sargonai?" Galt echoed with a smile. Another leaned forward, a fat man with Slavic features. "It's just a cover name, one of many we've used, but we don't call ourselves that." "Not anymore." "Why not?" drawled Toys. "It's catchy. It would look great on souvenir coffee mugs." "Hush," barked Galt. "No," said the Saudi, "let him have his voice. If you are welcome here, then so is your conscience. As you see, we each have one. Around the room the people seated in the leather chairs leaned into the light. 4 men, 2 women. Most of them nodded, one waved, and the one seated next to the American saluted with a steaming cup of coffee. "Conscience?" Galt asked. The Slav answered that. It is the policy of the trust that each of us has a conscience who is free to speak his or her mind. They may offer advice, provide intelligence, and participate in all of our discussions. All great kings have had such as they, and they've worn 1,000 disguises: chamberlain and general, jester and body servant, spouse and lover. Trust is the determining factor. Mutual interest and a shared vision are the chemicals that combine to cement their relationship together. Galt took a step forward and Toys noticed how his friend's eyes had flared with interest at the word kings. For years Galt had written that word in doodles or used variations on it for passwords. Galt had never explained why. "You speak of advisors to kings," Galt said. "Is that what you are? Kings?" "Yes," said the American. "We are the 7 kings of the New World Trust. Sons of Sargon through 1,000 generations of men, the fruit of the tree of empire. Foretold in the book of Revelation." Galt shared a look with Toys. 7 kings? Galt tilted his chin toward the empty throne. 7 we have been, 7 we will be again, said another voice. A man at the far side of the table leaned forward. Toys recognized him as an Israeli politician. 7 is the sacred number of the goddess. Though, admittedly, the American said, we are 1 member short at the moment. Kings of what? Asked Toys. The Israeli and the American smiled as if they were waiting for that question. We are not kings of countries, said the Israeli. Each of us embraces a specific path, a specific view, and we claim kingship over everything that falls within the scope of this view. He stood up and in a bold voice declared, I am the king of war. No gun is fired, no border crossed, no weapons bought or sold, but that I am involved. War and the threat of war cultivate commerce and cause innovation to advance by leaps and bounds. War evolves our society and defines our species. It sounded crazy, the words childishly grandiose, and yet the way in which it was said made the smile die on Toy's mouth. He looked at this man and in a flash of insight believed him. Toys knew that, all phrasing aside, what this man said was the truth. The Saudi stood. I am the king of lies. Truth is the clay in my hands, and information is the most potent force on earth. Nations rise and fall on what is said and what is believed. A whisper in the ear, a story leaked to the press, a piece of information seeded to an intelligence analyst can change the course of world events. Toys heard Galt catch his breath. The Russian stood. I am the king of famine. The need for food is a universal constant, and no one takes a bite or lets water pass their lips unless I allow it. Fortunes are made from plenty as they are from want. I am both plenty and want. Another man stood and spoke in a cultured Italian accent, I am the king of gold. Money is the blood of this world. The lack of it destroys people and tears kings from thrones, the excess of it corrupts saints. World economies are mine to bend and twist and crush. A Frenchman stood. I am the king of thieves. My weapons are stocks and banks and loans and the flow of debt between peoples and corporations and governments. Finally the American stood and spoke in a booming voice, I am the king of fear. When a bomb goes off, it has my kiss upon it. Terror stirs the pot of chaos, and in chaos the 7 kings thrive. I arm the faithful and the fanatical. I allow the disenfranchised a voice. Not to serve their ends, but to serve mine. Ours. Then all of them together raised their voices and roared out, we are the 7 kings. We are chaos. They sat, but the echo of their words punched all the walls and pounded Galt and Toys like physical blows. No one spoke until the last echo faded to a whisper. The American smiled a devil's smile. And we would like you to join us, Sebastian. We have an opening at our table. Opening? Murmured Galt faintly. His eyes were fever bright. We would like you to be our new king of plagues. Jesus, hissed Toys, and grabbed Galt's arm, but Galt laid his hand on Toy's wrist and slowly pushed him off. The king of plagues, echoed Galt. He looked at each man, each king. He looked at their thrones and then at the empty throne, and as he did so he touched the bandages that still covered his ruined and remade face. Toys leaned close and whispered to him, "Be careful, Sebastian. This is too weird, even for us." But Galt was not listening. "What do you say, Sebastian?" asked the American. "We need a man of vision, a man who understands the power of self-interest. We need a man who grasps the many wonderful and life-changing potentials that wait in the RNA and proteins of a virus. Someone who is brave enough to use these pathogens like fists." He paused and every eye in the room was on Galt. "Are you that man?" Galt took an absent step forward, and then another, and a third until he stood at the edge of the table. He rested his fingertips on the cool polished wood and stared for a long minute down at his own distorted reflection. Then, slowly, he raised his eyes and looked at the assembly of kings. "Yes," he said in a voice that was more deadly than smallpox. "Oh, yes." Toys felt a pain in his heart as if some unseen hand had stabbed him. He looked at the rapt expression on Galt's face, and then he closed his eyes. "No. Oh, Sebastian, no." He did not dare not say it aloud. Chapter 27. Fair Isle Research Endeavor. The Shetland Isles. December 18th, 2:38 p.m. Greenwich Mean Time. We landed behind a stand of oak trees, scattering goats and gulls. Once the door was open I peered through the window just in time to see another chopper set down, a muscular Merlin HC-3 transport chopper. The doors slid open and a dozen barrier agents in Saratoga Hammer chemical warfare suits deployed and ran to formation past the outside edge of the rotor wash. Preble, Hu, and Dietrich climbed out of our chopper, but Church shifted to stand between me and the door. "Hold on," he said. His dark eyes, hidden behind the tinted lenses of his glasses, were like black marbles. "I'm sorry to have cut your vacation short." "No, you're not," I said. "No, I'm not," he admitted. "You've been through a lot and I'm throwing you into the fire. Dr. Sanchez tells me that it's too soon, that you need more time to heal. Tell me if I'm making a mistake." I wanted to laugh. We both knew I'd rather be back in my hotel room in London. Or in the middle of the Sahara. Anywhere but here. Sometimes the absurd nature of what I do hits me. Here I was, a former Baltimore detective still young enough to kick some ass in a pickup b-ball game, a guy with a father who just won a nail-biter of an election to become the new mayor, a brother who was also a cop as well as a husband and a father to my only nephew, a guy who should have been working cases back home and maybe scouting for a wife of my own. With all that, here I was pulling on a combat-modified hazmat suit and gun belt because I was about to enter a building filled with some of the deadliest and more virulent diseases known to modern man, a building held by a lunatic who was threatening to release those diseases. A man I'd almost certainly have to kill and who might be part of a huge secret society trying to tear down the world. How the hell did that become normal for me? Or for anyone? Was it too soon? How could I, or anyone in my position, answer that question? "You didn't make a mistake," I said. He nodded but didn't move. "Is there something else?" I asked. For a moment Church's mouth was a tight and lipless line of tension, almost a snarl. "I didn't want to tell you this in front of the others. I debated waiting until after you finished with the lab, but I didn't think you'd thank me for that." "That's ominous as shit, boss." "Spill it." "There's been another incident." He told me about the explosions at Area 51. I could feel my stomach turning to icy slush, and there was a roaring in my ears that wasn't the wind. "Lucky team, the investigators, the staff at the base," Church said. "Gone. All of them. An echo team? Top and Bunny?" He shook his head. "We lost 2. Sergeants Gomez and Henderson. The rest were outside. Scrapes and bruises, but no other casualties. They are, however, the only survivors. Everyone else at the base is dead." I can't believe it," I stammered. I didn't know Henderson, but Ricky Gomez had been in active training around the time I took off for Europe. Nice kid from Brooklyn. His brother played single A ball for the Cyclones. Now Ricky and Henderson and all the others were dust. Just like the 4,000 at the London. Ash and bones. I could hear something ripping behind my eyes and a bloody haze clouded my vision. I had to force my voice to sound normal. I used the cop voice, not the killer's. What do we know? I demanded. Next to nothing. Nellis is sending a team and I've scrambled our people from the casino. We have Jerry Spencer's number 2, Bess Tanaka, out there working the scene. Church paused. So far no one has come forward to claim responsibility. Has to be the Kings. Probably, he said, but the unfortunate truth is that they're not our only enemies. What's our play? That's being determined now. I've advised the president to keep this out of the media for as long as possible, otherwise the whole base will become a circus. The internet and cable talk shows are already buzzing with conspiracy theories about the hospital. This would be gasoline on that fire. We may have to spin a cover story to make it work. I nodded. How the fuck does someone take out an entire military base? I mean, seriously, a secret and ultra-high security military base? I can only think of one way, Church said, his face turning once more to a mask of cold iron. I looked at him and then nodded. He was right, there was no other way. God damn it. They had to have someone inside. I'm sorry I had to dump this on you right before a mission, but I knew you'd want to know. I nodded. Do you want me to pull you from this? Is that a serious question? I said. A ghost of a smile crossed his face. I suppose not. He offered me his hand. Then good hunting, Captain. We shook, and he stepped aside to allow me to exit the bird. Chapter 28. The State Correctional Institution at Graterford. Graterford, Pennsylvania. December 18, 2:39 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. I'm sorry there isn't more, said Dr. Stankiewicz. Apparently the maximum aspect of the security here at Graterford doesn't extend to my office. As he said it, he shot a withering look at the warden. Rudy Sanchez saw the barb go home. Certainly no love lost between these two, he thought. The records for this prisoner are sparse at best, Rudy said aloud. Is there any explanation for the omissions, Warden? The warden, a black-faced former state trooper named Wilson, spread his hands. It's a mystery. A mystery, Rudy said quietly, establishing and maintaining direct eye contact. Wilson shifted in his chair. Naturally, I've initiated a full-scale investigation. Naturally. But, tell me, Warden, what does that investigation comprise? Sorry? A full-scale investigation. What exactly will you do to try and locate the missing files? I mean, we will interview the staff and review the duty logs. His voice trailed off. Rudy removed a small notebook and jotted something. Wilson's eyes were fixed on Rudy as he did so, but he didn't let Wilson see what he wrote. The note read, "Get car inspected." Wilson immediately launched into a more detailed explanation of what would be done. Computer searches, extra staff brought in to scour the filing cabinets to check for misfiling, a complete search of Nicodemus's cell, follow-ups with all current staff, and interviews with trustees and guards who worked in the medical unit during or after the murder of Jesus Santiago, the young Latino who had been mutilated with the numbers December 17. Rudy listened quietly. Then he wrote, "Feed Joe's cat," and closed his notebook. Wilson was sweating. "Thank you, Warden," said Rudy. "I'm sure you are doing everything within your powers." He leaned ever so slightly on the word "your." He had no desire to roast anyone over a bureaucratic fire, but at the same time he despised incompetence, particularly in jobs related to health or security. He wasn't fond of it before joining the DMS, and now he knew firsthand how sloppy work could lead to spilled blood. Rudy turned to Dr. Stankiewicz. Doctor, you indicated to me that you believe Nicodemus to have unusual knowledge of the events taking place in London. Is that correct? Yes. Has Nicodemus admitted such knowledge? No, as I mentioned in my report. He mentioned the 7 kings, is that correct? Yes. Just the once? Yes. Rudy did not mention the graffiti on the wall of the hospital or on the door of the murdered family. Instead he asked, has Nicodemus admitted to any of the crimes for which he's been convicted or suspected? No. Has he denied involvement? For Jesus Santiago? His response was obscure and evasive. I could not encourage him to say yes or no in simple terms. On the other hand, he flat out denied that he had been talking with Santiago, and the witness to that encounter, a guard, later died of a self-inflicted gunshot wound. You don't have any medical records for Nicodemus, Rudy said. Why is that? There was a fire in the prison medical center, said the warden. Fire marshal says that it was rats chewing on the wires. They found a charred rat carcass. We lost a couple of years' worth of records. Bullshit, thought Rudy. Stankivius nodded. Much of our testing equipment and supplies were smoke and water damaged. The fire also damaged the CT scanner. And the copies of the medical reports that should be in the file? Neither man answered. Rudy sat back and looked at them for several quiet seconds. Both men looked ashamed and nervous. They're both scared out of their minds. Dios mío. What in hell is going on here? I'm sorry, gentlemen, but I'm having a hard time understanding this. This is a maximum security prison. A model for such prisons, as I understand it. You have a large staff, modern equipment, plenty of resources, and you're telling me that you are unable to compile even a basic medical and psychological profile on a convict who has been incarcerated here for over 15 years? One-room jails in third-world countries can do at least that much. I hesitate to use the word obfuscation here, but... Now wait a minute, Dr. Sanchez, Stankivius began. We're not doing this deliberately. No? So, it's just sloppy procedure? Stankivius clamped his mouth shut. That's unfair, Wilson said tightly. We've had a string of bad luck. Rudy eyed him coolly. Bad luck is what happens when you buy scratch-off lottery tickets, Warden. As I understand it, it is not a factor in the American penal system, particularly at this level. Both men stared at him for a second, then their eyes faltered and they looked away. Rudy sighed. They're too scared to even properly defend their actions. Interesting. Very well, said Rudy. I'd like to see the prisoner now. The doctor and the warden exchanged a brief, defeated look. Finally the warden got heavily to his feet. Of course, Dr. Sanchez. Interlude 18. The 7 Kings. 4 months ago. Champagne was served and they all toasted, even the Saudi took a glass, winking to Galt as he did so. Toys closed on Galt to whisper in his ear, "What the hell are you doing? We don't even know what we're getting into here. We just got out of a mess. Do you want to walk into another one?" Galt looked at him, his eyes hard and steady. "I know precisely what I'm doing, Toys. If you're scared, you can leave any time you want." Toys took a step back as if he'd been slapped. "What are you?" The American cleared his throat and waved everyone to their seats. Galt and Toys remained standing, though now they stood a few feet apart. Toys looked both surprised and concerned, but Galt smiled and patted him on the cheek. "It's all going to be fine," he said quietly. "You'll see." When everyone was seated, the American pressed a section of the tabletop and it slid open to reveal a computer keyboard. He tapped some keys and the monitors on the wall flickered on to show a series of buildings in different cities. "First," he said, "let us show you our world." "No secrets." "No secrets," murmured Galt. "This is the world of the 7 Kings. On the screens, one after another, buildings erupted into flame. School buses exploded, throwing small fire wreath shapes into the street. Jetliners slammed into tall towers, and those towers collapsed, pancaking down and filling the streets with deadly gray clouds. Suicide bombers walked into theaters and train stations. Kings and presidents were caught in indiscretions. Princesses were killed in car wrecks. Drug companies released medications that proved to be more dangerous than the diseases they were designed to combat. Flu epidemics sprang out of nowhere. It rolled on and on. A symphony of destruction that was at once shocking in its scope and elegant in its subtlety. As each new image played, one of the kings would tell the story behind it. Misinformation, disinformation, and the placement of carefully selected truths. Fuel thrown onto the fire of religious hatred. Ethnic wars funded by private dollars. Useful assassinations, and even more useful attempted assassinations. Galt turned to the kings. You did all of that? The towers? All of it? Some of this is our doing, said the King of Gold. Some of these things are the actions of our enemies. Some were conceived by us but handed over to other groups to carry out. We're often involved well behind the scenes. The King of Famine said, we provide ideas, financing, encouragement, and occasionally direct action. The American nodded to the small man who sat in the seat of his conscience. My good friend in conscience, Rafael Santoro, has overseen many of our most complicated events. Santoro bowed slightly. It is always my pleasure to serve the Seven Kings. Toys gestured to the screens. If some of this isn't your actual work, he said, why show it to us? Well, said the American with a mildly pained expression, that's part of the reason we brought you here. When we said that we will have no secrets from you, we meant it. As much as we would like to truly be the most powerful force on the planet, we aren't. Toys nodded. Let me guess, you're in some kind of dust-up with the other lot. Yes, agreed the American. And they're bigger? At the moment. And stronger? For now. Do they know about you? There was an uncomfortable murmur. Yes, said the King of War. They know. They know and they would like to see us all dead. Toy said, do they fight for truth, justice, and the American way? Hardly. The King of Lies laughed. They are a true shadow government with no higher intentions. They have had a hand in starting virtually every major conflict since the Civil War. As opposed to you chaps who are giving out daffodils and free blowjobs, said Toys with disgust. Damn it, Toys, snarled Galt, but the King surprised them both by laughing. I like this boy, Sebastian, said the American. I always have. Says what he fucking means and doesn't give a rat's ass what anybody thinks. Too bloody right, Galt said with asperity. Toys affected to brush lint from his lapel with a look that said, I'm rubber, you're glue. Our agenda is not a happy one for the great unwashed masses, admitted the King of Gold. We are predators and we pretend to be nothing else. Then who are your enemies? Demanded Galt. He looked as if the very thought of enemies offended him on a personal level. The Skull and Bones. Several of the kings said it at the same time, each of them with disgust. The actual Skull and Bones? Toys laughed. Those wankers at Yale? George Bush and that lot? That lot, yes, said the Saudi. Though, admittedly, not all of the most celebrated members of that society belong to the inner circle, and it's the inner circle who are the real power. Many of the members do not even believe that an inner circle exists. They think it's an urban legend created by detractors of the Skull and Bones. However, it is real, and it is only the inner circle which concerns us. That is where the true power is. Galt said, surely the world is big enough for you each to cut a large slice of the global pie. Why the conflict? It isn't of our making, said the King of Famine. When we first made contact with the inner circle, we reached out in the hopes of establishing some manner of working partnership. Or at very least an agreement of non-interference. How'd that work out for you chaps? Asked Toys. Not well. Each attempt to arrange a sit-down with the inner circle has resulted in the murder of our agents. Over the last decade, the inner circle has invested a great deal of time and effort in discovering who we are. A number of our agents have been targeted and killed, many of them tortured for information. We keep a great deal of distance between us and our operatives in the field, so the inner circle do not know our names, but they've done considerable damage to our operations. They've also sicked various American and international organizations on us, including Interpol, NATO, the CIA, and the DMS. That has made things uncomfortable. Why the animosity? Are you both going after the same things? Asked Galt. Is it simply a competition to grab the most? No. Our interests overlap, but our methods are very much in conflict. And the inner circle have become obsessed with controlling all of the power in the Middle East, which is where we make much of our money. They keep starting wars over there. Toys looked at the King of War. And you don't? No. We make more money from the threat of war and the arms race than from outright declared war, said the Israelite. Small wars are okay, but major conflicts stop trade. In cases of decisive victory, it can even eradicate whole markets. We profit from the constant escalation, from nations and groups preparing for war, because that means when one upgrades its weapons system, its rivals need to do the same. Keeping up with the Joneses, said Toys. With guns. Guns, missile systems, jets, tanks, body armor, defense satellites, the works, said the American. The inner circle are directly aggressive. We're chaotic. Aggression causes trade disconnects, and to see that, look at the US and its trade relations in the years following 9/11. They waved such a big stick that they chased everyone else off the playground, and as a result they wound up selling their souls to China. Dumbasses. So, you didn't do the attacks on the towers? Oh, but we did, said the Saudi with a smile. That was a masterpiece of planning of which we are all very proud. But it was the inner circle who derailed our carefully drawn plans by shifting the focus away from Al-Qaeda and onto Saddam. All that nonsense about weapons of mass destruction. Saddam was a murderous fool, but he was no Hitler. He was not even a decent Mussolini. Iran is 10 times greater a threat to the United States. Iraq, that was purely a grab for oil. And to place substantial U.S. military assets in the Middle East, said war. If we had not stepped in to fund the Shiites and some other interested parties, then the Americans would have flattened Iraq and that would be that. Galt walked over to the Saudi. Where do you fit into all of this, then? You are the face of the Al-Qaeda. They are hunted because of you. The King of Lies smiled. It was always our intention that the Al-Qaeda take the blame for the towers. However, we initiated the project and invited them in. They were involved, have no doubts, and most of them are as true to their cause as they say. I, however, am not, nor have I ever been. We stoked the Al-Qaeda's hatred of the Great Satan. Overall, it was one of our greatest successes. And we used our people here in the States to amp up anti-Islamic hatred, said the American. Hate crimes are mucho profitable. They impact stocks, they shift populations, they influence elections, and there are profits to be taken at every step of that. So you destroyed the towers to make a buck? Toys asked. The King of Gold said, most negative world events influence the stock market, mainly because the vast majority of investors are timid sheep who piss themselves if the wind veers. Deliberate negative events, such as terrorist incidents, cause significant and sudden drops in the market. The key is knowing what is coming and, most importantly, when. That way you can buy when prices are plummeting. Do it through 100 intermediaries and you don't leave a trail. We learned that from 9/11. And if the government panics and closes the market, wait it out. It will always reopen and prices will always rise again. Once things stabilize, we begin to sell when prices get to about 60% of the pre-panic price. Again, you don't appear to be a strict profiteer. You're just one of the sheep meandering back to the fold after the big bad wolf has been chased off. So, said Galt, impressed, instead of having your people poised to act should something happen, you have them ready to maximize the take based on true foreknowledge. Exactly. Bloody brilliant. Catapulting the United States and its global image has been the key, said the King of Thieves. America has been a crucial element in Middle East politics since the British withdrew in 1971. Despite all of the hate and criticism leveled against them, intelligent people on all sides of the issue know that they are a positive influence on the stability of the region. If their credibility were so badly damaged that they could no longer adequately play their role, then there would be a regional crisis that would cause oil prices to skyrocket. We saw some of that in 2006 and 7 when Americans were paying over $4 a gallon to keep their SUVs on the road. Go back in time and you can see other price spikes corresponding to incidents of damaged American credibility and regional instability. The 1973 oil embargo was the first, then the Iranian Revolution of 1979 and the Iran-Iraq War the following year. Over and over we see proof of this. The current conflict has other useful effects, continued the King of Famine. Our actions have brought the United States into armed conflict with the Taliban in Afghanistan. But I thought you were opposed to open war, said Toys. War laughed. Afghanistan isn't an open war. It never will be. It's a guerrilla war. That's fine, because that kind of thing can go on for years and years without any dramatic resolution. Which America can't win, suggested Galt. No one can, agreed War. Not unless you are willing to exterminate the enemy, and America, for all of its faults, is not willing to take that step. Not even the bonesmen can sell ethnic genocide to the US people. We can bank on that. We have, in fact, banked on it. Bush is a bonesman, isn't he? Asked Toys. Yes, but he's not inner circle, said the American. Dubia was their public face, and may not have even known it. He's a Texas jokester who couldn't manage a Walmart and the inner circle put him in the Oval Office for 2 terms while they moved behind the scenes. What about the current administration? Asked Galt. The inner circle doesn't have the same kind of control over this president, which is why they are trying to weaken him and discredit his accomplishments. Once he's out, they'll put another one of their mannequins in the White House. Don't tell me you voted for the Democrat, Toy said with a grin. Actually, we did. The American chuckled. Though rest assured it had nothing to do with supporting him, his policies, or the do-gooder agenda he's selling. No, we stand behind anyone who isn't on the inner circle's leash. We are trying to meet the inner circle on the same ground, said the King of Famine. They are kingmakers and they have a lot of experience in that regard. We are working toward that end. We want to put one of our puppets in the White House and, ultimately, in number 10 Downing Street, the Palazzo del Quirinale, the Élysée Palace, and the Kremlin. How far along are you? Asked Galt. Famine shrugged. We have a program in place now that is designed to increase racial and religious hatred between Islam and Israel, which should embarrass sitting governments and shake some power players out of their seats. Then it will be a horse race between us and the inner circle to fill those seats. Through religious conflict? Asked Toys, and he was careful to keep his voice neutral. None of us have any particular anger toward any religion or ethnic group, however, we agree that hate crimes are good for business. Our business, said Lies. Our campaign is being driven through systematic disinformation on the internet, and through bribes and donations to certain extremist groups who lack only funding and a kick in the backside in order to act. And by act you mean? Walking into mosques or temples wearing vests packed with C4. Or leaving bombs in religiously significant areas. Christ, said Toys, and Galt cut him an annoyed look. There are always people willing to kill in the name of their God, said Famine. Because of the open forum nature of the internet, laws about free speech, and news media hungry for controversial stories, small and disenfranchised groups have found a voice that can now be heard around the world. It's lovely. With money, internet postings, and other support, we give them a fist as well as a voice. And, said Galt, because they're vocal factions instead of countries, hate crimes increase, tension increases, but the actual nations don't go to war. And you profit. The kings beamed at him. This is all so elegant, murmured Galt. Elegant, maybe, snorted the American. But it's riskier than it needs to be. Gold turned to him. Not so. Your mother, the goddess, has done great work. The American made a disgusted noise. You disapprove of this campaign? Galt asked him. The American looked around the room before he shrugged. We may not have secrets here, but we don't always agree on policy. I was the only dissenting voice on this. Mom still hasn't forgiven me. What's your objection? It puts my ass on the line. This whole campaign requires me to use resources that are part of what I do outside the kings. If this falls apart, guess whose dick will be in the ringer? There was a brief and uncomfortable silence in the room. My brother, said the Frenchman quietly, we've talked about this. There are so many layers of subterfuge between your businesses and the goddess's plan that they will never dig deep enough to expose you. But maybe, snapped the American with bad grace, but those inner circle pricks aren't forgiving and they can bring a lot of guns to bear. They've already aimed the DMS at us. Those sons of whores took out 7 cells that we've been grooming for hits here in the States. How? Demanded Toys. How does the inner circle know what you're planning? There was a heavy silence in the room. Finally the King of Famine said, we suspect that the conscience of our former King of Plagues was leaking information. Toys glanced at the empty seat. And where is he now? Seems like you should be turning thumbscrews on the chatty bastard. We did, said Gold, and when Toys and Galt looked at him they saw that he wasn't joking. We can get quite, what's the phrase? We went medieval on him, supplied the King of Fear. But we got a little overzealous. Well, I did, I guess. By the end he was confessing to everything from killing Marilyn Monroe to starting the Chicago fire. My bad. I thought I could open him up. If I may, said Rafael Santoro, placing his palm over his heart, if there is a next time, please consider allowing me to do what is necessary, yes? The American nodded. Not a problem. I should have waited until you were back in the country rather than having a go at it. Even so, the leak seems to have stopped, though. The Russian said, our goal of instability works even when the bonesmen are pulling the strings in Washington and, through proxy, the Middle East. We have damaged and will continue to damage governmental credibility, and when America stumbles money spills all over the place. And you were there to lap it up? Said Toys with a smile. We were there with big fucking buckets. Declared Famine. The economic crash of 2008? That was ours. It was our riposte to the invasion of Iraq, and we skewered the bonesmen very nicely. Gold laughed. People talk about all the billions that were lost, but money is never lost. It is like energy, it continues to exist in one form or another. Money drained out of banks and automobile manufacturers and it flowed to us through 1,000 channels within the global market. Galt smiled. This is all brilliant, but, is there a place for me in Eris's program? Please, said the King of Thieves quickly, holding up a hand. In the Chamber of the Kings, she is to be referred to as the goddess. Galt bowed. Goddess it is, and I can't think of a better description for her. The first wave of the program is already underway, conceded the King of Famine. But your late predecessor, the esteemed and much missed Dr. Kirov, had been working on several key steps of the second phase. They are very much your kind of thing, Brother Plagues. Tell me. He told Galt the plan. The information was staggering in its beauty. Kirov had about half of it worked out, said the King of Gold. And he was preparing for a trip to Egypt when he died. A stroke, by God. A tragic loss and a hard blow, because we don't know how he was going to accomplish several key steps. Yeah, observed the American, it left us with a big fat frigging hole in Mom's evil master plan. Kirov was the point man for this whole operation. Now we have to decide if we can continue with what Kirov had planned, or if we need to cut our losses. Galt pursed his lips. I'd like to look at Kirov's research and see his lab. And, of course, I'll need to know everything about what you are planning. What you want to do, who you want to kill, and what you hope to accomplish. That will take some time. Galt smiled a great and icy smile. Then let's get to it. Chapter 29. Fair Isle Research Endeavor. The Shetland Isles. December 18th, 2:41 p.m. Greenwich Mean Time. Mr. Church's phone rang and he stayed inside the chopper to take the call. The caller ID said unknown. The voice said, Area 51 was the work of the Seven Kings. I was wondering when you would be calling, said Church as mildly as if the call were from an old friend. It's been a while. He attached a cable to his phone and plugged it into his laptop, initiating a 7-continent multiphasic search that used MindReader to hack satellites and phone company databases. Did you miss me? I always enjoy our chats. Do you have something for me? I want to see the kings destroyed. The tracking signal began bouncing around from country to country. The DMS could accomplish that, Church said, if you gave us something more concrete to go on. There was silence on the line. The tracker had so far traced the call through 18 national exchanges and 14 service providers. Can you at least tell me something about the Seven Kings? What do they want to accomplish? There was a sound that might have been a laugh. They want to break the bones of their enemies and suck out the marrow. That's what they want to do. That isn't particularly helpful. Yes, said the caller, it is. And he disconnected. The signal vanished without any clue to its origin. Chapter 30. The State Correctional Institution at Graterford. Graterford, Pennsylvania. December 18th, 2:42 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Nicodemus was led into the office. Rudy sat behind Stankivius's desk. He had borrowed a technique from Mr. Church and had purchased a pair of non-prescription glasses with tinted lenses. Except in direct light, his eyes were virtually impossible to see. My name is Dr. Sanchez, said Rudy. Please, sit down. Nicodemus sat. His hands were cuffed to a waist chain and he laid them in his lap. He stared at Rudy with eyes that rarely blinked. Please state your full name. Nicodemus studied him for a long time before answering. Nicodemus. Is that your first name or your last name? It is all that I am. Why are you reluctant to tell me your full name? Why do you need it? Only witches and sorcerers conjure with names. Is that what you are? Do you think that's what I am? Nicodemus smiled but did not answer. Do you know why I wanted to see you, Nicodemus? I know. Will you tell me? Almost a full minute passed before Nicodemus answered. It is the nature of prophets to know things that other men do not. Are you a prophet? Sometimes voices speak through me. Are you aware of the event that occurred in London yesterday? I am aware that souls are in the smoke and that darkness stretched across the sky. What else do you know of that event? Nicodemus leaned forward. Are you a God-fearing man, Dr. Sanchez? I am a person of faith. One corner of the prisoner's mouth curled upward in a small sneer. Then if you are a Bible-reading man, brother, you will be familiar with the book of Exodus, chapters 7 through 12. Rudy had been expecting this. You're referring to the 10 plagues of Egypt. You are a Bible-reading man. Yes. God visited the 10 plagues on Egypt in order to free the Israelites who had been kept as slaves. He leaned forward very quickly and Rudy noted that the guards gasped and stepped back first rather than lunge forward to restrain the man. They are just as afraid of this man as Warden Wilson and Dr. Stankivius, Rudy mused. What kind of hold does Nicodemus have over everyone? Nicodemus's eyes burned with excitement. Had it been God's will simply to release his people, he could have done so with a legion of angels. But that teaches nothing. Do you know why God sent so many plagues, and why he hardened Pharaoh's heart each time so that the Israelites were not freed? Please tell me. He noted that Nicodemus used the word God rather than goddess. I ask you, Doctor. Very well. It seems to be a matter of how one interprets the meaning of the words, bearing in mind that they are translated. I do not believe that the passage is saying that God forced Pharaoh to commit evil, but that God allowed it. Why would he allow such a dreadful thing? It is the nature of free will. If we humans have free will, and faith in the face of doubt suggests that we do, then it comes from God. Otherwise no one would be responsible for anything that they do, and that includes acts of charity and kindness as well as acts of evil. Then, Doctor, by your own statement you do not believe in the guidance of the divine in our actions. That isn't what I said, and I believe you know that. Guidance is not the same thing as coercion. He watched Nicodemus's eyes when he said the word coercion. Was there a flicker? Did they tighten just a fraction? What about the devil, Dr. Sanchez? Do you believe that the devil and his demons can dominate the mind and soul of a person and make them do terrible things? No, said Rudy. I do not believe that. How can you believe in one part of the Bible and not all of it? Rudy almost smiled, and he appreciated the trap the little prisoner had laid. Very clever indeed. That is a longer discussion than we have time for now, Rudy said. Though perhaps we'll have the chance to explore it further. For now, Nicodemus, please tell me why when I ask you about what happened in London yesterday you bring up the 10 plagues of Egypt? Is there some connection? All things are connected. We float in a pool of time in which all things eddy and swirl. Could you be a bit more specific? We are living in biblical times, said Nicodemus. The Bible isn't a record of what was, it is a record of what is. The Old Testament, the New Testament, they are but chapters in a book that will continue to be written. New pages are being written today. Written into our skins, written on the skies above us, written into our souls. The prophets shout it from street corners and are not heard. False prophets speak it from the television, but even when they tell the truth they are not believed. History is unfolding and the words of the prophets are written on the subway walls and tenement halls. You're quoting Simon and Garfunkel, said Rudy. Not exactly scripture. Nicodemus chuckled. Ah, so you are awake. I had begun to worry, Doctor. You come here to ask me questions that you already know the answers to, and when I speak you do not appear to listen. You are being vague and evasive, Rudy said. And you are being disingenuous, countered Nicodemus. You do know what I am saying. No, sir, I do not. But I am willing to listen and to hear. When Nicodemus did not reply, Rudy said, Please, tell me what you know about what happened in London. Nicodemus closed his eyes very slowly and then opened them. It was a very reptilian action. I know nothing about London. The sky is like sackcloth and my eye is blind. Rudy waited. Yesterday, when you spoke with Dr. Stankivius you mentioned a goddess. Tell me about her, Not a goddess, corrected the little man. To believe in a goddess presupposes that there are many, and that is an untruth spoken by liars and fools. I spoke of the goddess. And yet today you mention God. Doesn't that suggest more than one deity? No, said Nicodemus quickly. Sometimes my mouth speaks the words it was trained to speak, not those which are in my heart. Meaning? God has transformed and become. Become what? Become all. Male and female. The eternal yin and yang. This is the completion of a cosmic cycle begun before time. I see. No, doctor, you do not. You pretend wisdom, but your eyes are blinded by convention and misunderstanding. I am willing to learn the truth. Nicodemus's smile was so strange that Rudy could not easily find an adjective to describe it. The closest he could come was the lurid goblin-esque. The goddess has opened her eye, doctor, and she sees all. She has appointed 7 kings to sit in judgment of all men. Ah, thought Rudy, now we get to it. Who are these 7 kings? Are they real men? They are the sons of the goddess and they walk the earth as the Son of Man once walked. And are they connected with what happened in London yesterday? They are connected to all things. The 7 kings are everywhere. They look over your shoulder and they see into the hearts of men. Nicodemus, said Rudy quietly, you seem to know so much. Why not put this insight and wisdom to good use? The 7 kings are doing very bad things. Surely this cannot be the will of heaven. Do you pretend to know the mind of the goddess? No, I do not. But if you do, then help us. Tell me something that will allow me to protect the innocent. Nicodemus chuckled and then repeated the word innocent as if he could taste it. His tongue wriggled over his teeth and lips. I can only repeat what is whispered in my ears. Rudy sat back. I do not believe you are telling me the truth, Nicodemus. I believe that you do know more than you are saying. Suddenly, like the flip of a switch, everything on the little man's face changed. In a flash his face lost its sinister cast, the feral intensity in his eyes dimmed like a fire someone had doused with cold water. His mouth worked to speak, but there was no sound. He looked shocked and suddenly stared at Rudy with a deep and terrible desperation. Who? He whispered. What's wrong? Asked Rudy, rising to his feet. Who am I? Nicodemus looked around the office as if seeing the people and the furniture for the very first time. Where am I? What is this place? The guard stepped back in confusion. Even Nicodemus's voice had changed. It was the croaking voice of a weak and sickly old man. Gee God, help me. Then Nicodemus stiffened and looked down, but it seemed as if he was looking down into his soul rather than at his body. What's happening to me? The scream was so immediate and so shockingly loud that Rudy squeezed his eyes shut and clapped his hands over his ears. The guards staggered backward, both of them crying out in fear. The warden and the prison psychiatrist reeled back, feet kicking at the floor to push them deeper into their seats and away from the tearing sound of that voice. Then silence. Rudy could barely breathe and he slowly realized that he was holding his breath. Slowly he exhaled, and for a moment his breath misted in the air as if the room were frigid. Cautiously, almost fearfully, Rudy opened his eyes. The little prisoner sat calm and erect in the chair. He was smiling. A cruel and secretive smile, a smile brimming with an awful amusement. He was Nicodemus again. Rudy looked around. The others in the room wore the expressions of people who had witnessed horror. He had seen expressions like those on the faces of the people at Ground Zero and in Thailand after the tsunami and in Haiti. No one spoke. Before Rudy could say anything, Nicodemus spoke in a voice that was as soft as a whisper but as grating as teeth on the tines of a fork. I am looking over water to a dark and pestilential place. From this place a new river of blood will flow, like the Nile flowed with blood when Pharaoh defied the will of God and refused to free the people of Israel. Oh, woe to the enemies of the goddess! May their bones bend and crack like wheat straw in a hot wind. Stand not in the path of the goddess's righteousness and wrath. Rudy licked his lips. What was that? He said. A minute ago, what was that? Why, nothing at all happened a minute ago, and if it did, I was not here to behold it. Who are you, Nicodemus? The little man chuckled. Maybe I'm that in which you do not believe, Dr. Sanchez. He stared at Rudy and would say nothing else. Rudy tried several times to elicit further comments, but the prisoner might as well have been a statue. Minutes stretched and snapped, and still Nicodemus merely sat there and looked at Rudy. Very well, Rudy said at last. He turned to Warden Wilson. Warden, I think it would be in the best interests of national security for this prisoner to be kept in complete lockdown. He goes nowhere alone, he is allowed no contact of any kind with other convicts, and anything that he says to the guards is to be reported to me or my office right away. Are we agreed on this? His voice was mild but pitched to accept only agreement and cooperation. Wilson nodded and then jerked his head to the guards. The prisoner rose without being touched and turned toward the door. But at the doorway he paused and turned back to Rudy. I will leave you with one last thing, Doctor, since you are a Bible-reading believer in the Holy Word. Rudy waited. Your friend has stepped into harm's way. What do you mean? Rudy asked. When the sword of the goddess falls, it is better to stand with the righteous rather than with those who allow the wicked to prosper. He did the slow, reptilian blink once more. You and yours fight to defend the house of bones, and that path is impure and filled with snakes and thorns. The river of blood will sweep your friend away. Rudy stood. You accused me of being disingenuous, Nicodemus, and as far as I'm concerned this is a con game. Everyone has friends, and a case can easily be made that at any given time one or more of our friends are in some potential danger. Car accidents, plane crashes, take your pick. Scare tactics are cheap theatrics, and frankly, I expected more from you. Nicodemus smiled. Well now, sir, I would not want to be compared or confused with carnival barkers and sideshow tricksters. No, sir. Yet my comment stands. Your friend is walking in harm's way. Which friend, Dot? The smile became degrees colder. The killer, he said. The one who has lost the grace of the goddess. The one who walks with ghosts. Rudy's mouth went dry. Nicodemus laughed and fell into his intractable silence, and after several minutes he allowed himself to be led away. What was that all about? Demanded Wilson in a ghost of a voice. Rudy's throat was so tight he could not speak to answer. Interlude 19. T-Town, Mount Baker, Washington State. 2 months before the London event. Hugo Vox roared at her, "You did what?" Circe winced. Grace was a good friend, Hugo, and I thought that she might be able to use Mind Reader too. Vox slammed his open palm down on his desk hard enough to make everything jump. A dollop of coffee splashed onto the blotter. God damn it, Circe, why the fuck did you do that? I thought. You thought? You thought. Jesus H. Christ, talking to your pals at the DMS is one thing, but everything official that is going to land on Church's desk gets vetted by me. Every goddamn thing. We live and die on federal goodwill. We piss them off, and breaking protocol is the fastest way to do that, and suddenly they forget where their checkbook is. You know that, too. I don't care what connections you have there. You could bring down 10 kinds of shit on my head. What were you thinking, kiddo? You trying to kill me here? His booming voice was so loud that it rattled the windows and hit her like shock waves. I'm sorry, Hugo. He made a disgusted noise and pivoted his chair to face the wall. He seated in silence for a long time, and she let him. She didn't dare say anything else. Finally he drew in a deep breath and let it out like a hot air balloon collapsing. Without turning, he said, I give you a lot of slack, Circe. Because of your dad, and because you do good work, exceptional work, and I've got nothing but praise for it. He turned back to face her. Except for crap like this. It's not the first time you've jumped protocol, but by God it had better be the last. And I'd say the same thing if you were my own daughter. I'm sorry. Tears burned in the corners of her eyes. Yeah, well. Shit. I don't mind that you spoke with Grace Cortland, but you know goddamn well that it had to be an off-the-record thing. Nothing official, and no copies of a report that I haven't frigging well okayed. He drummed his fingers on the desk blotter. Okay, here's the deal. The goddess stuff is over. Give me your final report and then you're off the project effective now. But that's not fair, Hugo. He held up a warning finger. It is so important to your future that you not finish that sentence, kiddo. She clamped her mouth shut. I've got another project that is career valuable but also off-site. I want you way the hell off the DMS radar for a while. I'm sending you to London. You'll be our liaison for the Sea of Hope thing. But. He cocked his head and glared at her. Yes, Hugo, she said contritely. This isn't a demotion and no one will see it as such. Hell, it'll probably help you sell more books. But I want you out of T-Town in case your end run brings down any heat. Which it will. So, go pack and, Cersei, do us both a favor, stay out of my way for a couple of days. Yes, Hugo. She sniffed back her tears and left the office. Chapter 31. Fair Isle Research Endeavor. The Shetland Isles. December 18th, 2:54 p.m. Greenwich Mean Time. I'm at the door, I said quietly. I was in a hazmat-augmented hammer suit with a bunch of Star Trek gizmos clipped to my belt. I was mic'd into the temporary command center set up in the chopper and there was a small camera on my helmet. I passed a sensor gadget over the doorframe but got no pings, so I knelt and peered through the glass and along the cracks. No visible booby traps. Dalek, what's the call on the lock? We'd switched to call signs only. Redcap was Preble, Church was Deacon. Doctor Who's call sign was Dalek. He was a nerd on several continents. The outer door is nothing special, cowboy, replied Who. All of the special locks are inside. Nothing visible through the glass, I said. Proceeding inside. I took a very careful hold of the metal door handle. No shocks and nothing exploded. I pulled gently and the door yielded, but I stayed on the balls of my feet. If I felt the tension of a wire or heard a click, I was going to set a new land speed record for a scared white guy in a hazmat suit. The door opened with a wonderfully boring lack of explosions. I went inside. The reception area was empty and sparsely furnished with a functional desk, a file cabinet, 2 ugly plastic visitor chairs, and a glass coffee table littered with magazines that were 3 years old. The walls were covered with posters about bacterial research and its benefits to the fishing industry, a map of the coastal waters, and a complex set of tide tables. I quickly searched the whole room and came up dry. No traps, no surprises. And that, by itself, was surprising. There was a set of double doors behind the counter that looked cheap and fragile, but the wood grain was a clever fake and when I ran a finger along the surface I felt the cool hardness of steel. A keycard scanner was mounted in a discreet niche in the wall. All DMS agents have a programmable master keycard, and the key codes to this facility had been uploaded to mine. I swiped the card and was surprised that it worked. I'd expected the codes to have been changed or at least disabled. I did not, however, take that as a sign that all was well and that the wacky professor was brewing a pot of chamomile for us to share with a plate of ginger snaps. There are a lot of ways to lay a trap. The door opened with a click. I unclipped a handheld BAMS unit, a bioaerosol mass spectrometer, from my belt. It was one of whose sci-fi gadgets, a few steps up from what they use in airports. The BAMS allowed for real-time detection and identification of biological aerosols. It has a vacuum function that draws in ambient air and hits it with continuous wave lasers to fluoresce individual particles. Key molecules like bacillus spores, dangerous viruses, and certain vegetative cells are identified and assigned color codes. Most of the commercial BAMS units were unreliable because they could only detect dangerous particles in high density, but Church always made sure that who had the best toys. Ours wasn't mounted on a cart like the airport model. I checked several spots in the room and the light stayed green. If there were pathogens loose in here, the concentration was too low for the BAMS unit to detect. I moved inside. The door opened into a faux vestibule that was actually a low-level airlock. As I key-swiped the inner door, the one behind me swung shut with a hydraulic hiss. With the BAMS unit in one hand and my Beretta 92F in the other, I moved out of the airlock. The inner room was large and empty. Computer workstations and wheeled chairs, flat-screen monitors in the walls. A Mr. Coffee on a table. Coffee cups. The scanner was still green, but I had an itch tickling me between the shoulder blades. It was the kind of feeling you get when you think someone's in the tall grass watching you through the crosshairs of a sniper rifle. I crept across the room, moving on the balls of my feet, checking corners, checking under desks, looking for tripwires, expecting an attack. Doing this sort of stuff for a living does not totally harden you to the stress. Sure, you get cooler, you learn the tricks of ratcheting down the tension on your nerves, but you aren't a tenth as calm as you look. It's one of the reasons we take precautions, like keeping our finger flat along the outside curve of the trigger guard. You keep your finger on the trigger and you either shoot yourself or shoot the first poor son of a bitch who wanders into the moment. Like the kid who opened the side door to the staff room. I never heard him, didn't see him, had no clue he was there until he spoke. Are you him? I instantly spun around and screwed the barrel of the pistol into soft flesh between a pair of large watery green eyes. In the split part of a second it took for me to pivot and slip my finger inside the trigger guard, I registered how short and how young he was. Maybe 7. Fire engine red hair, cat green eyes and a freckly face that was white with shock as he stared cross-eyed at the gun barrel. In a movie it would have been a comical moment. In the flesh it was horrible on too many levels to count. "Eye to eye," he stammered, and I stepped back and pulled the gun away, but only just. Kids can kill, too. They can pull triggers and they can wear explosive vests. The only reason he didn't get shot was because his hands were empty. "Who are you?" I demanded. He had to try it several times before he could squeeze it out. "I'm Mikey," he said. "I'm Mikey Gray. Hold your arms out to your sides." "Do it now," I ordered, and after a moment's indecision he did it, standing there like a trembling scarecrow as I clipped the BAMS unit to my belt and patted him down. He was wearing jeans and a Spider-Man t-shirt, sneakers and a SpongeBob wristwatch. A couple of tears boiled into the corners of his eyes, and despite his best efforts to be brave, his mouth trembled. 7 was no age at all. A baby. I hated myself for this. "Is your dad Charles Gray?" I asked, trying to take the edge off my voice and utterly failing. I wasn't prepared for this even though I knew that Gray had brought his family into the lab with him. "Yes," Mikey said, almost making it a question, unsure of what kind of answer would placate this big, mean stranger with the funny costume and the gun. Then he found another splinter of courage and lifted his chin. "Are you here to hurt my dad?" "Why would I want to do that, kid?" "I don't know." "'Cause he said you were." "Christ. I'm not here to hurt anyone," I said, and hoped that it wasn't a lie. Of course, this was coming from a guy holding a loaded gun. "But I do have to talk to your dad." "I'm scared," said the kid. His face was still paper white with fear. "It'll be okay." "I'm scared of my dad," he said. I wanted to peel off my hood and put my sidearm away and give this kid a hug, get him outside this madhouse. I knelt in front of him. "Why are you scared of your dad, Mikey?" "He keeps yelling," he said. "Yelling and crying. I don't like it when he cries." "Swell. Listen, Mikey, can you take me to him, dot?" "No. You're going to hurt him." He rubbed his eyes with his fists, but the action looked more like he was tired than crying. In the harsh fluorescent lighting, his pale skin looked almost green. "I'm not here to hurt your dad, kid." He stared up at me, his face filled with doubt, then his eyes shifted away toward the door. "I'm scared to go back in there." "I'll be right with you, kiddo," I said as I straightened. The kid sneezed and I instantly jerked back from him and made a grab for the BAMS unit. The light was no longer green. It glowed orange. Mikey wiped his nose with his sleeve. "I have a cold." "How long have you had a cold, kid?" He sniffed. "I don't know. I just got it, I guess." "Today? Did you wake up with a cold?" "No." He sniffed again and there was a fine sheen of perspiration on his forehead. "I keep sneezing and I can't find any tissues. I think Mommy used them all." "Does your mom have a cold, too?" "She sneezed so much she had a nosebleed." "Where is she?" "Where's your mom?" He looked around for a few seconds, like he was trying to orient himself. "Isn't she here?" "No." "Where is she?" He sneezed again. I held the BAMS out to try to catch some of the spray. The light changed from orange to red. Everything in my gut turned to greasy ice water. "I don't know," Mikey said distantly. "I think she went to lie down." "She had a nosebleed." Mikey wiped at his nose and stared at the drops of blood on his wrist. He looked at me, confused, wanting and needing an answer. He was swaying slightly, as if there was a strong breeze. Beneath his freckles his color was bad. Definitely green, with dark red splotches blossoming on his cheeks. I heard a click in my ear and then Church's voice, "Deacon for cowboy, deacon for deacon, copy?" "Go for cowboy," I murmured, stepping away from the boy. The kid stood there, clearly unsure of where he was. Blood ran from both nostrils and he didn't appear to notice. "Cowboy," Church said, "we're receiving the telemetry feeds from the BAMS unit. Be advised that the room is now officially compromised. Repeat, you are in a hot zone. We're getting V readings. V for virus." Damn. I stepped away and touched my earbud. "What kind?" "Dalek is matching the readings with the facility's database and..." Another voice cut in. "Doctor." "Who?" "Cowboy, be advised, the kid appears to be infected with a strain of COB." "What the hell's that?" "It's something they were working on at Fair Isle. Quick onset Bundibugyo Ebola virus." "Say again?" Church's voice cut back in, "The boy has Ebola." A cold hand clamped around my heart. "Then it's in the main air supply. Talk to me about containment, 'cause I'm outside of the hot room. We've got the exterior vents draped and we're sealing them with foam. Nothing can get out." "Does that include me?" "We're airlifting in a hyperbaric decontamination module. We'll soft dock it to one of the doors. You'll be okay as long as your suit seals are intact." He sounded almost disappointed. The kid couldn't hear the conversation. He was using his sleeve to blot blood from his nose. At first I thought he was remarkably calm, but when he glanced at me I could see that his eyes were already starting to glaze with fever. "That's nuts," I whispered. "Ebola has a 5-day incubation." "Not COB," said Who. "It's a bioweapon engineered to hit and present within minutes to hours. Introduce it into a bunker or secure facility and everyone in there dies. Without living hosts, an insertion team and hammer suits can infiltrate and gain access to computers and other materials. Infection rate is 98.8, mortality rate among infected is 100%. Tell me that someone else cooked this up and that we were just working on a cure." There was silence on the line, and then Who said, "Grow up, cowboy, dut." "We'll talk about that when I get out of here," I said softly, though it occurred to me that Who probably wouldn't have made that comment if he thought there was a snowball's chance of me getting out. "What's my time frame here?" I asked. Church said, you're fighting the clock. If the boy has just started showing symptoms, say 1 hour before you're alone in there. Deacon, I said, tell me one thing. Did you know about this? That it was being studied? Yes. That it was off the leash, no. What remained unsaid was whether he would have sent me in here regardless. I think we both knew the answer to that. Second day back on the fucking job. I turned back to the kid. Come on, Mikey, let's go see your dad, dot. The kid sniffed again and turned toward the nearest door, but he blinked at it for a moment, his face screwed up with uncertainty. What was I doing? He asked distractedly. You're taking me to see your dad. My voice almost cracked. Oh, okay. He reached for the knob, turned it the wrong way several times, and then wiped his nose with his wrist. When he reached for the doorknob again, there was a long smear of blood on his wrist. Mikey finally opened the door and walked through, and I followed, torn between the demands of the mission and the horror I felt for what I was seeing. I was watching a child die. The virus was going to kill him in minutes. An hour tops. That was all the time this kid had left. There was no cure, no magic bullet. There was something so enormously obscene about it that I could feel the anger rising like lava inside me. The modern man within me, the civilized aspect of my fractured persona, was numb with the shock of this. My inner cop wanted answers. But it was the third aspect, the warrior, who was grinding his teeth in a murderous rage. Even that part of me, the killer, was offended by this because this was something that transcended civilization, transcended law and order. This was the primal and visceral response to protect the young of the tribe. And here was one who was in mortal peril, and no laws or strength of arms could do a single thing. All I could do was use the last minutes of this child's life to further my mission. God. The kid led me through the outer layer of the fire facility, the staff quarters, supply rooms, mess hall, and other non-essential sections. The doors to each room stood ajar. No one was there. There were signs of conflict, though: coffee cups that had dropped and shattered on the floor, briefcases left standing in the middle of a hallway, discarded purses, and a number of cell phones that had been tossed to the floor and then smashed under heel. Mikey lingered by a broken BlackBerry that had a pink gel case. He looked at it for several seconds, chewing his lip and furrowing his brow. Then he looked up at me. Mom had a nosebleed, he said. She had to lie down. I know, Mikey. I'm sure she'll be okay, I said, and the lie was like broken glass in my mouth. Let's go see your dad, dot. Mikey suddenly smiled brightly. Daddy's taking us to work today. I started to speak, but then the moment passed and the dull, disconnected look returned. Mikey sneezed and continued along the hall. At the end of the hallway was an airlock, the door of which was blocked by a wheeled desk chair. A sign read, Central Laboratory Complex. Daddy said to keep the doors open, said Mikey as he squeezed past the chair and entered the airlock on the far side. Where is your dad, Mikey? In the hot room. Though, it's not hot. It's pretty cold in there. Isn't that funny, that they call it a hot room? He sneezed. Come on. Everything he said had a dreamy quality to it. Even when he looked at the blood on his hands from his sneeze, his expression didn't flicker. It was apparently unreal to him, and I guess that was a blessing. No tears, no screaming, no panic. Even though I was glad the kid wasn't terrified and screaming, his calm was eerie. I followed him through 2 more airlocks. The front and back doors of those locks, whose lock assemblies had been torn apart, the hydraulics bashed out of shape and ripped open. Did your dad do that? I asked. I don't know, Mikey said defensively. A fit of sneezing hit him and the kid reeled against the wall and sneezed until blood fairly poured from between his fingers. I crossed to the closest office and found a box of tissues, tore out a fistful, and brought them back to the kid. He mumbled something and used the whole wad to clean his face. Mom had a bloody nose, too, he said. Then he seemed to forget about the tissues and they fell from his small fingers. Tears burned my eyes, but I sniffed them back. I couldn't wipe them away while wearing the suit, and I couldn't risk blurred vision. I bit down on my fury, grinding it between my teeth until my jaw ached. I followed Mikey through the central labs. "Daddy's in there," Mikey said, pointing a trembling finger at the far wall, into which was set a much heavier airlock. Huge, thick, solid, and probably impenetrable under any ordinary circumstances. It was the kind of airlock that would have kept even the most virulent pathogen locked in, but I knew that we were past that point. The proof stood beside me, tracing his name on a desktop in his own blood. This one had not been disabled. But the kicker was what someone had painted on the wall in dark red paint. The symbol of the 7 Kings. I bent close to examine it. The Hammersuit's filters don't allow smells to get in, which was fine with me, because as I looked at the dark graffiti I realized that it wasn't paint. It was blood. I spoke quietly into my helmet mic, "Cowboy to Deacon, are you seeing this?" "Copy that," said Church, then added, "I would welcome the opportunity to chat with the person who painted that." Casual words, but not casually meant. "Roger that." I turned to Mikey. "Did your daddy put this here?" He looked at it for a blank second and then shrugged. We crossed the room to the door to the hot room. The airlock was flanked by double keycard terminals with computer keyboards. The idea was to make sure that no one could enter this kind of lab alone. They used the same thing in missile control rooms. No one can just waltz in and launch the nukes, and the odds of 2 complete wackos working on the same shift, in the same place, who both wanted to release the big bad wolf were pretty damn slim. These systems allowed for one person to require compliance and agreement from another, and if something was hinky, the other person's lack of compliance kept the monster in its box. The terminals were too far apart for one person to operate them both simultaneously. The computer codes had to be entered in unison, as did the key swipes. Dr. Gray probably used a colleague to gain entry earlier. Why not? Back then nobody knew he was nuts. Now he sent a kid. His own damn son. "I have a card thin G," Mikey said. He bent and picked it up from the floor near the airlock. "Daddy told me to leave it here. There's one for you, too." He said we had to type in those numbers and then use the cards. He said to do it together. Like a game. "It'll only work if we do it together." He pointed to the metal door, on which a security day code had been written in what looked like lipstick. "Rose pink. A nice color." "Okay, Mikey," I said in a voice that I barely recognized as my own. "Let's play the game." Interlude 20. The 7 Kings. 4 months ago. Galt stood by the throne of the King of Plagues. Up close Galt could see that the chair was ornately carved with scenes from Gilles Le Mouisset, Hieronymus Bosch, William Blake, and Jean Pucelle Salter of Bonn de Luxembourg. He trailed his fingers over the carvings of the frantic and helpless doctors, the wretched infected, and the skeletal dead. "Lovely," he murmured. "Take it for a test drive, Sebastian," suggested the American, his tone of voice at odds with the grandeur of the moment. Galt climbed into the seat. It was very comfortable, the leather seat built over padded springs. Toy stepped up behind him and pushed the heavy chair closer to the table. "Looks good on you," he whispered. Galt nodded and his eyes were filled with fire. "King of Plagues," he murmured. Toys looked at fear. "What now? Does Sebastian swear some kind of oath? Or is it more secret society-ish, you know, with a blood pact and all that?" The others laughed. "We thought about that in the beginning," said the Frenchman. "We concocted a dozen rituals and, yes, blood oaths were considered. But in the end we decided on a much stronger ritual." Galt looked up sharply. "What kind of ritual?" "We gave our word," said the American. One to the other. Both Toys and Galt started to laugh and then realized that the American wasn't joking. "Really?" asked Galt. That's it? Your word? The Saudi leaned forward, his face serious and intense. It all depends to whom your word is given. We each agreed to give and receive our word of trust. We agreed never to lie to one another. To everyone else, to the world, to our closest friends on the other side of that door, yes. We agreed that our word would only matter to the 7 kings and the 7 consciences of the New World Trust. It's a covenant, said Thieves. A sacred one. Toys and Galt exchanged a look that turned into a smile. Famine cocked an eyebrow. You find that amusing? Well, said Galt, it smacks of honor among thieves, doesn't it? The Frenchman shrugged. I assure you that this is not a joke. He's right, Sebastian, said the American. The one thing we don't joke about is the integrity of our word when given to the others here in this room. It's what bonds us and defines us. Very impressive, I'm sure, said Toys. But what does Sebastian get out of this, The grin that bloomed on the American's face was broad and toothy and filled with true delight. Why, son, you both get every goddamn thing you ever wanted. And I'm not talking about caviar and blowjobs, I'm talking about everything. You think you understand what power is? I'm here to tell you, boys, that you surely do not. The King of Famine nodded. When people talk about secret societies, they claim that these groups want power, but they don't attempt to decode what the word power truly means. But I will bet you already know. Money, answered Galt. It's always about money. Money buys power, which itself is a catch-all term for the ability to do things. Purchase, push, build, destroy, own, money is the only path worth walking. Root of all evil, said Toys. Several of the kings nodded at him with approval. So then, what is evil? It's how the losers describe the winners, said the American. Galt nodded and rubbed his palms back and forth along the armrests of the throne. So, he said, you really are an ancient society? The American gave a dismissive laugh. Nah. That's the myth we've been constructing. It's what we sell to the rubes. Truth is, we've only been in operation for 25 years, give or take. We studied all those conspiracy theories to design our group and build our myth. And we hijack a lot of stuff to make that myth look ancient. It's easy, 'cause if you look hard enough you can find clues to anything, whether it's there or not. That's how all those kooky New Age books about Lemuria and Atlantis and the alien reptoids got traction. Take a glyph from some tomb that shows a guy in a weird headdress sitting in a chair, and with the right caption underneath it in a book aimed at the right audience you can convince people that it's a spaceman who visited the Aztecs. Eric von Daniken made a freaking fortune with that, all that chariots of the gods bullshit. We spent years on that sort of thing, and we used our people to seed it into pop culture books on ancient societies, historical mysteries, and conspiracy theories. We poured money into programming at local libraries and coffeehouses for the most vocal nut jobs, and we used dummy corporations to set up a lot of the more subversive small presses that publish books about the Illuminati and the Trilateral Commission. All of that stuff. Mind you, some of it's true, of course, and that makes the deception that much more compelling. There's an old carnival barker saying, use 9 truths to sell 1 lie. That's us. The Saudi gave a thin smile. None of us are what the world thinks we are. Galt turned to him. Even you? Why pollute your own name, then? Everyone knows your face. Do they? Interrupted the Saudi. People know what they've been led to believe. You see this face, this beard, these clothes, but do you see the dialysis machine that the world press insists on dependent upon? Do you know for sure that this beard is real? Or that under the beak of a nose I don't have a smaller one that has been carefully reshaped? Or, is the face beneath the makeup the real one and this exterior merely special effects? How do you know that I'm even a Muslim? I could as easily be a Christian or a Jew or a Buddhist or even an agnostic or atheist. You wonder how it is that I am here in this country when every airport security person in the world knows my face. I ask, are you sure that I have ever been out of this country since 9/11? Or that a surgically altered twin is not making videotapes for me in a cave somewhere? Is any of this true? Or real? I am, after all, the king of lies. Your people would tear you to pieces if they got so much as a whiff of this, Galt said. The Saudi shook his head. My people are all here in this room. Galt leaned back and folded his arms. With narrowed eyes and pursed lips he studied the kings. Well, he said softly. Toys gestured to the empty throne on the dais. Who's that for? Ah, said the king of gold, that is for the goddess. It was the goddess who gave birth to the 7 kings. It was her idea. It was a family idea, corrected the American. We cooked it up together and we brought in the first of the other kings. The Frenchman turned and bowed. Indeed, my friend, and I meant no insult. Everyone here honors your contributions. So, what is my role? Interrupted Galt. You say that I'm to be the new king of plagues. It sounds wonderful and flattering, but in practical terms, what does it mean? If your goal is to destabilize rather than destroy, then you surely don't want a global pandemic. God, no. Laughed the Frenchman. We want a scalpel, not a sword. Toys looked at Galt, saw how those words cut delicately into him. A scalpel, not a sword. How beautifully phrased to appeal to Galt's vanity. How sweetly it matched his hungers, his passions. They know him too damn well. Galt nodded slowly. Then let us seal this in sacred honor, said the king of famine. They all stood and placed their hands over their hearts. Sebastian, Galt and Toys exchanged a brief look and then did the same. The room quieted and one of the consciences must have touched a rheostat, because the lights dimmed to a soft glow that extended no farther than the table. Sebastian Galt, asked the American, the king of fear, do you pledge your life to the 7 kings of the New World Trust? Without a second's hesitation, Galt said, yes, I do. Will you keep the secrets of the 7 kings of the New World Trust? Asked the Israeli, the king of war. I will. Will you share your truths with the 7 kings of the New World Trust? Asked the Saudi, the king of lies. I will. Will you share your secrets openly with the 7 kings of the New World Trust? Asked the Russian, the king of famine. Yes, I will. Will you trust your fortune to the 7 kings of the New World Trust? Asked the Italian, the king of gold. I will. Freely and completely. Will you forswear all other allegiances in favor of the 7 kings of the New World Trust? Asked the Frenchman, the king of thieves. All but one, said Galt. I have long ago placed my life and trust in the keeping of my friend Alexander Chismere. Toys. As long as he is part of this deal, then I agree with my whole heart. Toys looked up at Galt's face, surprised at his words. Surprised and more touched than he would have ever admitted. Toys is your conscience, said the Saudi. You speak for him with this oath, and he is oath-bound to us, as are you. Everyone turned to Toys, who was shaken by everything that he was hearing, and his voice was charged with emotion. I will always be with Sebastian. There were appreciative nods all around. The king of fear said, Sebastian Galt, do you pledge your life to the 7 kings of the New World Trust? I do, said Galt, and as he said it he felt tears burning in the corners of his eyes. Then, said the Saudi, welcome to our brotherhood. All hail the king of plagues. In the small room the applause was thunderous. Chapter 32. Fair Isle Research Endeavor. The Hot Room. December 18th, 3:06 p.m. Greenwich Mean Time. Mikey and I entered the codes and swiped the keys. If he thought there was anything odd about what he was doing or if he wondered why he was doing it, he said nothing. His eyes were almost completely glazed, though, and the bleeding was worse. I'm sleepy, he said. He leaned against the wall inside the airlock, and as the big door swung shut behind us, he slid down and sat on the floor. He looked at me for a moment, and I searched for some flicker of awareness, some spark, but there was only the vacuity created by the disease that was consuming him. He lay down on his side, curled his arm like a pillow, and rested his head. His eyelids drifted shut, long lashes brushing round cheeks, and he went to sleep. Blood pooled on the floor around him. There was nothing I could do. Not a goddamn thing. I wanted to scream, to pound my fists on the walls. But all I could do was continue, to go on, go deeper into this madness. God help the first person I caught up with who was part of this thing. I pressed the controls on the other side of the airlock. A simpler one-man system. The locks clicked, the air pumps hissed, the disinfectant spray blasted me, and the light went from red to green. Funny. Green is supposed to mean that it's safe to proceed. I caught a last look back at the boy. Safe. Inside my head the warrior screamed for blood. The inner door opened and I stepped into a surreal world. The room was large, much bigger than I expected, and there was a massive steel vault in the center of the floor, surrounded by very thick curved glass of the kind used in commercial aquariums. Inside this fish tank, standing in a loose line around the vault, were 28 people in hazmat suits. Each faceplate was covered with strips of white surgical tape except for a narrow eye slit. The suits were pressure inflated so that they all looked like that Stay Puft Marshmallow Man, and the suit material was opaque, so except for height it was impossible to tell the men from the women, and even that wasn't certain. They were identical. All traces of race, age, and gender were smoothed to a homogeneous and alien sameness. No one held a gun. Step out of the airlock. The voice came through the lab's PA system. It was a man's voice. American accent. However, if someone in the fish tank was doing the talking, I couldn't tell. I'm good right here, I said. Step out of the airlock or I'll shoot one of these people. Not a chance. You don't believe me? He sounded way too calm, given the situation. I guess I did, too. Sure I do, but I'm not going to give you a new target. Having an attack of the jitters? No, I'm having an attack of common sense. He actually laughed at that. But the laugh was sharp and twisted like he had barbed wire in his throat. Are you Dr. Gray? A pause. Yes. You haven't asked about your son. Another pause. Longer this time. Is he dead yet? You knew he was sick? Yes. Did you infect him? Seconds ticked by. Yes, he said, and now I could hear the strain in his voice. It was like bending close to a piece of steel and seeing the tiny stress fractures. Why? I asked, my voice as calm as I could make it. I did it to save him. Well, nice fucking job, Einstein. That poor kid just bled out in the airlock. The PA system was bad, full of distortion, but I could hear his ragged sobs. I did it to save him. He cried. From what? No answer. Listen. Dr. Gray, I said, let's stop dicking around here. You've gone to a lot of trouble to do all this, and to get me here. If you have a list of demands, or you want to make some kind of statement, then I'll listen. But you have to make a show of good faith. Faith? You have to let some of these people go. Give up a few hostages. Show me that you're at least willing to be reasonable. No, he said in a voice that sounded as vague and distracted as his son's had been. No. I think we're well past the point of being reasonable. No, we're not. There's still time to. There is no time. Time ends here, ends now. Bullshit. If that was the case, then why send for someone from Homeland? Why go to such elaborate lengths? If you have some political or social statement to make, then this is not the way to be heard. The people in the room shifted nervously. I stayed crouched down behind the heavy door, trying to find my target. Still nothing. Or was there? At the far end of the fish tank, one of the figures had shifted position, but she did it very cautiously. It was a small figure, almost certainly a woman, and she slowly raised her arm so that her forearm lay across her midsection. Her hand was curled into a loose fist, but as I watched, she uncurled her index finger. It took a second for me to process it, but then I realized that she was pointing to a spot outside the tank. I deliberately turned away, sweeping my eyes and gun in a wide arc as if covering the room, but when I swept back toward her she was still pointing. She even twitched her hand a little to emphasize her meaning. "This isn't about politics," said Gray. He muttered something else after that, but it was too low for me to hear. A remark to himself. I think he said, "At least I don't think it is." I surreptitiously cut my eyes in the direction the woman indicated and saw a row of gray filing cabinets lining the far side of the hot room. There were several of them, and from where I stood I couldn't see what was beyond them, but if someone was on the other side, they'd be able to see the fish tank and my reflection in the glass. It couldn't have been a large space, and there wasn't enough cover for someone to stand behind it. But, was someone sitting on the floor? Yeah, there was enough cover for that. Gotcha. Then what's it about, Doc? Give me something so I can help you. I don't need help. His voice was thicker. More tears, or had he been exposed to the pathogen as well? The big clock in my head went tick-tock. Then tell me what you do need. I need you to step out of the airlock. I swear I won't hurt you. But I need to see you. I need to look into your eyes. And why would that be, Dot? Because I need to know if I can trust you. Trust is a funny request from someone who just killed his kid. I could have vented the Ebola into the atmosphere, he said. I didn't have to warn anyone. I didn't have to bring you here. I could have made this much worse. Worse than murdering your own kid? I wondered, but he was right. If a strain of fast-acting airborne Ebola reached England or the continent. If you want to earn my trust, Doc, why not let some of the hostages go? No. He snapped with abrupt ferocity. No, they stay. And you want me to become a hostage, too? No, he said, and maybe it was the distortion of the PA system, but he sounded genuinely surprised. No, don't you get it? This isn't about you. I don't want to hurt you. I don't even know you, Dot. But you do know these people. Aren't they your friends? Your colleagues and co-workers? Exactly. He said as if he'd just made a point. He sneezed. I heard it through the PA system and I heard it in the room. He was definitely over behind the filing cabinets. I don't have much time, he said. God. Mikey. Where is your wife, Dr. Gray? He didn't answer. Is she dead, too? Yes, he said after a long pause. Help me understand this. You take your co-workers hostage and yet you kill your own family? I won't explain over the comm system. Seems that my options dwindled down to just one. Okay, I said. I'm going to stand up and step out of the airlock. If this is an ambush, believe me when I tell you that I'm better at this than you are. If I see a gun in your hand, I will shoot you dead. I won't shoot you. Same rules apply if I see a trigger device. You're not winning friends here. No, he said, I expect not. Monsters don't have friends. That was a comforting statement. Coming out, I called, and I let my gun lead the way as I straightened and eased out of the airlock. The hostages all took an involuntary step back as I fanned the pistol barrel across them. I had the file cabinets in my peripheral vision, and I was ready to bust a cap in absolutely anything that moved. Suddenly I heard a ripping sound to my right and knew for certain now that he was there. There were no shots, no further sounds. I had my pistol in a two-handed shooter's grip and I moved low and fast, checking every corner, and when I reached the wall of filing cabinets I took a breath and then whirled around. Dr. Charles Gray sat on the floor. He held a beaker of some evil-looking liquid in his left hand. His pistol lay next to his right thigh. The hood of his hazmat suit was gone, torn open and partly off, which explained the tearing sound I'd heard. His face was puffed and red from crying, but he wasn't sick. Not yet. He'd been waiting for me to arrive before subjecting himself to the Ebola pathogen. He looked up at me with eyes that were filled with a devastating sadness. The microphone fell from his hand. "Help me," he said softly. "Please, for the love of God, help me. I don't want to kill the world." Interlude 21. The Seven Kings. 4 months ago. After the oath was given and accepted, there was a party. The kings in their consciences left the chamber and went up into the castle, where tables had been set, food laid out, and 1,000 candles lighted. There were scores of people, members of the upper echelon staff, rock stars, politicians, famous artists. The American took Galt and Toys aside before they entered the ballroom. "Careful what you say in here. These people don't know?" asked Galt. "Nah. They think this is a party, and most of these lunkheads are professional party people. They jet set around the world to wherever the party is. Drinking, snorting, and fucking their way through the glitterati landscape. No cameras are allowed and the stuff that happens here never makes it to the press." "Yes," murmured Toys with a smile, "we've swum in these waters for years." The American laughed. "Good point. Then you know the rules." "The only rule is silence," said Toys. "Fucking A." The American clapped them both on the shoulders and then dove into the eddying waters of flesh and excess. Galt made to follow, but Toys touched his arm. "Sebastian, are you sure about this?" "About what? Getting drunk and getting laid?" "I'm being serious here." "Why?" asked Galt. "Why are you even hesitating? I could tell when we were in there that you didn't like it." "Why?" "This is what we have both wanted forever. All this power has been handed to us. When you're done coming in your pants, how about stepping back for a perspective check? Don't you think this is all too much too soon? And too free?" A look of disappointment flickered over Galt's face. "I understand that you're still off balance from what happened with Amira and the Sif al-Din, Toys. Granted, our luck turned bad with that." He touched the bandages that covered part of his handsome face. "Don't think that I've forgotten, or could ever forget. But sometimes fortune does smile on people. We've landed on our feet here. We've landed hip deep in gold dust. We're among friends." "They're not my friends," said Toys defensively. "Sure they are. They're my friends and what's mine is yours. Now stop being a pussy and let's go get what we deserve." Toys started to protest, but Galt clapped him hard on the shoulder, much harder than had the American, and pulled him into the noise and movement of the party. Chapter 33. The Bluebell Inn. Skipack Pike, Bluebell, Pennsylvania. December 18, 3:07 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Rudy stopped at the Bluebell Inn and asked for a table as far away from other diners as possible. The place was warm and cheery with Christmas decorations and twinkling lights. Rudy barely registered them. He was shown to a corner deuce where he ordered coffee and waited for the server to go away. Then he removed his cell, activated the scrambler, and called Mr. Church. For once Church actually answered the phone. "Doctor," he said tersely, "is this important?" "Otherwise." "It's very important." "Then give it to me fast. We're in the middle of something here." Rudy did, though a couple of times he felt as if he were wandering down shadowy side corridors of speculation. Church listened without interruption, but when Rudy was finished he said, "Verify that he mentioned the 10 plagues of Egypt." "Yes." "And a river of blood?" "Yes." And he mentioned grace and ghost? He used those words in a sentence. It might be pure coincidence, but I doubt it. Church grunted. Mr. Church, Rudy said, I want to be frank with you. By all means. This man frightened me. In what way? Because he appears to have insider knowledge? Not precisely. It's more that he appears to have. Say the word, doctor. Okay. He appears to have unnatural knowledge. Rudy licked his dry lips. What is happening over there? How come I can't get through on Joe's phone? Captain Ledger is participating in an active operation. Is he in danger? Church did not answer. What did Nicodemus mean by river of blood? After a moment, Church said, I'll call when I have information that I can share. Church disconnected, and Rudy sat alone. Dios mío, he breathed. Interlude 22. The Seven Kings. 4 months ago. So, you make your fortunes by chaos? Galt asked as he and the American strolled through the fragrant gardens on the island. Toys trailed along a few feet behind them, and watchful guards were posted in camouflaged observation posts. Galt carried a glass of whiskey and soda, the American had a balloon of brandy. Vox took slow drags on a cigar. Behind them the castle was lighted up like a Disney palace. Music and laughter from the party were muted by the dense trees. Chaos is a good catch-all word, said the American. By its own nature it resists specific definition. Destabilization is maybe a little more precise. Anytime the status quo takes a hit we make a buck. And yet your day job, if it's not too vulgar to call it that, is all about stabilization. Yeah, well, life's a fucking comedy act, isn't it? They strolled in companionable silence for a bit. With my day job stuff, you do see how that allows for the other stuff to work, right? Absolutely. So, you can see why I'm not too crazy about mom screwing with it. Of course, said Galt neutrally. I'd rather we stuck with events like 9/11 and the London subway bombings. That stuff hits the market like a tsunami, and we turn a buck while staying far, far away from the action. You prefer to play it safe? Fucking right. The risks should all be on paper or in predictions of percentage points. We shouldn't be risking our own goddamn necks. That's less exciting. The American snorted. Don't lecture me on what's exciting, Sebastian. You're a nice kid, but you laid your balls on the chopping block when you got involved with Lady Frankenstein over in Afghanistan. And you didn't profit from it. You're on the lam and you lost how much money? Galt said nothing. Mom's more like you, continued the American. She grooves on the danger. She was against the bank thing we did a few years ago. You robbed a bank? Ha! We robbed every bank on the continent. We spent 15 years orchestrating the recession that slammed everyone at the end of 08. That was mine, right from the beginning. No risks, and we made insane amounts of money. From an economic downturn? That's just it, Sebastian. The Seven Kings don't see what's been happening as an economic downturn. It's simply a turn, it's a sudden and radical change. Look, imagine that the economy is like an hourglass. Turn it on its head and the sand flows in a safe and predictable way. But if that same glass had holes in its sides, then during the process of turning it around some sand would inevitably fall out. And when the glass is turned, you're standing under those holes ready to catch the spill. Sure. Here's the crazy thing, most of the actual methods we use to scoop up the sand are legal. We have legions of people working for us holding the buckets. Investors, brokers, trust attorneys. For example, back at the end of 2009 our hedge firm guys raked in billions in profits. Record 1-year takes. Since we helped to destabilize certain banks, we knew who was likely to fall and who would remain standing. While most investors were running for the exits or swallowing bottles of sleeping pills, we used our people to scoop up beaten-down bank shares. We bought Bank of America stock when it had dropped below $1 a share, and then sat tight as the bailout shored up the holes we'd kicked in the sides of the ship. A bunch of ultra-conservative boneheads didn't follow suit because they thought that the government was about to nationalize the big banks. There were times no one else was even bidding. He took a deep lungful and blew pale blue smoke over the heads of 1,000 roses. During the resurgence, one of our guys scooped up about $12 billion after fees in the second quarter of '09 and did even better in each quarter of 2010. That was just one of our guys. No one noticed? Sure, they noticed, but they don't draw the right conclusion based on what they saw. It's like that old joke about 6 blind guys trying to describe an elephant. One touches its ears and thinks the elephant looks like a fan, another one touches its tail and thinks it's a snake, and another one touches its tusk and says it must be like a spear, yada, yada. 3 blind men, Galt corrected. 6, the American said without rancor. The American poet John Godfrey Saxe translated that story from an old Indian legend cooked up by a Jainist philosopher. Some lazy ass shortened it to 3 men. Galt grunted as he sipped his whiskey. The American gave him a foxy wink. I know you think I'm a fucking moron 'cause I talk like I'm a blue-collar chowderhead from South Boston. Only sometimes. Only sometimes, agreed the American. Point taken, Galt said. My apologies. Fuck it. The 7 kings don't apologize to each other. Or to anyone. We also don't take offense. In fact, it's useful to try and never take anything personal. You're above that shit now, you live in a big picture world now, Sebastian. It takes some adjustment to think of yourself in those terms. As a king? The American nodded. It may take some getting used to, Galt murmured, but I expect I'm going to like it. Oh, you will. They walked on, pausing as a fat peacock strutted across their path, taking his time and pretending not to notice the 2 tall men. Faggot bird, the American muttered. Eris loves them. I'd like to turn my dogs on him. That'd be wicked fun. Hedge funds, Galt prompted. Well, yeah, hedge funds. When a lot of businesses tanked, we cleaned up buying properties for pennies on the dollar, and did better buying billions in beaten-down commercial mortgage-backed securities. For a while the fluctuations in the bond market pretty much gave us a license to print money. What if the market doesn't recover? We won't be aboard any ship that's actually sinking, and if we have to take a loss here and there to maintain respectable credibility, then we're taking a chunk of the back end. The stuff our accounting department does is science fiction. How do you keep yourself safe from the IRS and the FBI? The King of Fear chuckled. Most people run from the feds because they know you can't fight M and you can't beat M in court. We don't have that problem. Why not, Dot? This is what I mean by big picture, Sebastian. Small minds try to figure out how to dodge the bullet the system shoots at them. Big minds try to fight the system by wrapping themselves in layers of legality. And that's what you do? No. We're big picture, but we're big picture as viewed by kings. What we do is plan ahead. Years and years ahead. Anyone involved in the actual crisis is going to get looked at very closely, right? What we do is plan far in advance and then we seed people into the system. We're everywhere, Sebastian. We're in all levels of government, all corners of Wall Street and other national financial districts. We're in Congress and the White House. We're deeply positioned in the IRS, FBI, CISA, EPA, FTC, and everywhere else. We have significant players in the Republican and Democratic parties. And we have people peppered through the press. We're on both sides of every argument, every congressional bill, every peace accord, every global summit. Chaos isn't about taking sides. Kingship is about ruling all of it. They stopped by the cliff and looked out over the wind-troubled waters of the St. Lawrence River. Who does your dirty work? Hits and bombings and such? We recruit from existing extremist cells. We fund them and protect them, and then we tap them to be our street troops. We call them the Chosen, and they're sold different versions of a bill of goods about rewards in heaven. Or whatever else they'd sell their souls for. Money, pussy, whatever works. You'd be surprised how many of these soldiers of God will sell their own mothers for a few $100K and a California blonde with plastic tits. Kind of ruins your faith in suicidal fundamentalism. Galt laughed and the American blew smoke rings at the moon. 3 years ago, continued the American, my man Santoro came up with an idea to build a more elite combat team. The Kingsmen. Catchy. It inspires a sense of pride and entitlement. I put Santoro in touch with some ex-Delta and SEAL guys and they built a training program that is world-class and wicked hard. Couple of guys out of every group die or get crippled. We let the other cadets shoot the cripples. Sounds harsh, I know, but it also makes them hard as fucking nails. Real fire eaters. How are these Kingsmen used? Black Ops, what works? That sort of thing. We had one tussle with the DMS. Our team lost, but it was an overwhelming odds situation, and the DMS thought they were facing some rogue cell of ultra jihadists. The DMS teams are the toughest I've ever seen, Galt warned. Yeah, well, we'll get a chance to test that. These Kingsmen, what's their incentive? Numbered accounts in the low 7 figures. Plus they watchdog each other, and that keeps them all straight. Lots of trust between them. Real pride. No way they'd screw each other over. They have a real sense of pride, and they are totally devoted to Mom. Eris has built her mystique to the point that some of these guys really think she is a goddess. She's convinced them that she is a direct descendant of Sargon the Great of Akkad, so the Kingsmen believe they can trace their warrior lineage to the first emperor in human history. That's quite a legacy. Santoro is their general, role model, and chief badass. He seems like a capable chap. He's a fucking nutbag. Don't get me wrong, I love the guy like a son, but he is 8 beers short of a 6-pack. Santoro absolutely believes Mom's a goddess. That's not a joke. Guy gets a spiritual boner every time her name is mentioned, and just once, one of the Kingsmen saw Eris walk by and didn't yet know who she was, so he made a crack about wanting to tap that, and Santoro was right there. Jesus fucking Christ, you never saw anything so fast and nasty. Santoro told the guy to pull his knife, and mind you, this guy was ex-Force Recon and he was a badass Mamba Jamba and twice Santoro's size. But my boy cut him 4 kinds of bad, long, deep, wide, and often. He humiliated him and carved pieces off the guy and then did things to him while he was down and dying that I don't like to think about. Had the guy begging for forgiveness from the goddess with half a tongue and his guts in his lap? Talk about an object lesson. There had to be 40, 50 of the Kingsmen, full team members and cadets, watching that. By the time he was done, Santoro was painted red from head to toe and he looked like some kind of demon. The other Kingsmen actually fucking knelt, in front of him, and then Santoro led them in a prayer to the goddess. That, my friend, is how legends are made. Galt stared at the American. Bloody hell. The King of Fear chuckled. Life's weird for us, but you get used to it. They began walking again. A little while later Galt said, if you disapprove of Eris's plan, are you outside of it? Or do all the kings work together on everything? The American puffed his cigar before answering, it's one for all and all for one. For the most part. I have a couple of my own gigs running, but this thing, what we're calling the 10 Plagues Initiative, is what everyone else wants to do, so I'm doing my part. But there are threads that could lead back to me. Granted, it would take some pretty damn creative logic jumps to connect the dots, but even so that's more of a trail than I like to leave. The DMS are not as stupid as my darling mother thinks. He cut Galt a look. You know that firsthand. Galt touched the bandages. Yes. But, tell me, is this the first time the other kings voted against you? The American smiled. Yeah. Kind of caught me off guard, too. Is this going to be a problem? Nah, said the American. I got it handled. Toys took microsips from a glass of wine as he trailed along behind Galt and the American. Neither man had so far bothered to direct a single comment to him. Nor did they lower their voices to prevent him from hearing the conversation. He supposed that it was all meant to be a sign of trust, an unspoken acknowledgement that he was privy to all of their secrets. But it didn't feel that way to Toys. He sipped his wine and digested everything he heard, and kept his thoughts to himself. In the darkened woods the peacocks screamed like damned souls. Chapter 34. Fair Isle Research Endeavor. The Hot Room. December 18th, 3:10 p.m. Greenwich Mean Time. Are you him? It was the same question his son had asked me. I told them to send someone from Homeland Security. Then I'm him, I said. Where's Mikey? You know where he is, asshole. Tears ran down his cheeks. Was it fast? What do you think? God. He licked his lips. It's important that you understand. I need to make you believe me when I say that I loved my son. Save it for St. Peter. He likes a good bullshit story, I snapped. Right now I need to know why you're doing all of this, He wiped his streaming eyes and nose with a forearm. I reached out with a foot and pushed the pistol out of his reach. Gray flinched and clutched the beaker to his chest as if that might protect him from my anger. Why don't you put that beaker down? You'll kill me if I do. I'm already talking to a dead man. I showed him the BAMS unit. Ebola's all over this place. Besides, after what happened to your kid, I'm not sure I do you the favor of giving you a quick way out. You should feel what he felt. Yes. His eyes were bleak but steady. I should. I gave Mikey a little morphine first. But, not for me. If you're looking for admiration for your sacrifice, too bad. Now, put the beaker down. No. I need something to make you stay with me until I get it all out, I tapped the chest of my hammer suit. Sorry, but scary as that Ebola shit is, I'm covered. He shook his head. That suit has polycarbonate components. This is filled with a rapid-action strain of Pseudomonas bacteria. It eats oil. They use it for cleaning up oil spills, but this strain was designed for bioweapons use. It would dissolve the seals in your suit before you reached the first airlock. Well, kiss my ass, I said. You've really thought this through, document. You are in the merit badge for Mad Scientist of the Week. It'll look great in your obituary. I was calculating how fast vapors would spread if he dropped the beaker compared to how fast I could get my ass the hell out of here. I'm sorry. Sorry doesn't buy much sympathy these days. This is your play, Doc, so, talk. He did. I expected it to be about politics. But that wasn't it at all. Instead, Dr. Charles Gray told me a horror story. There were no ghosts or vampires in it, but it was scary as hell. He and his family lived in a cottage on the other side of the island. A few weeks ago, while Mikey and his mom were preparing a Thanksgiving dinner for the American staff at Fire, Gray walked into his study, felt a sudden burn on the back of his neck, and then woke up 5 minutes later tied to a chair with a hood over his head. There was at least one man in the room with him. A frightening, invisible figure who spoke politely but told of dreadful things that would be done to Gray's wife and son if the doctor did not do exactly what the man wanted. The man stood behind Gray and pulled off the hood. Then he reached past Gray and began placing photographs on the table in front of him. Photos of women who bore a strong physical resemblance to his wife. And little boys who looked like Mikey. The pictures they showed me, the things that were done to those other children. And to the women. Inhuman things. It was unbearable to think that someone could do that to another human being. To innocent children. To women. Then, he placed pictures of Mikey and Alicia next to the others. He had pictures of my wife shopping, of her in the bathtub, of us making love. The thought that they had stolen our privacy, that they were somehow watching us all this time. Your boy, too? Yes. Pictures of Mikey sleeping. One of him using the toilet at school. God. He gagged, and I didn't know if it was the first touch of the Ebola or the sheer horror of what he was remembering. Why didn't you go to the police? I demanded. They warned me not to. He showed me a picture of a little boy. I think it was a boy. Had been a little boy. The man said that this was the result of someone else notifying the authorities. He said that if I told anyone, even my wife, then this would happen to my son. To Mikey. Even if they had to wait a month, or a year, or 10 years. One day my son would vanish, and if we ever found him at all, there would be only pieces left to bury. He said if that happened, I would receive an email with a video file showing everything that had been done to Mikey, and that the last thing the boy would be told before he died was that this was all my fault. He made me believe that there were worse things than death. Even the way Mikey died, a sob tore its way out of his chest. Even the way he died wouldn't be a millionth as bad as what they would have done to him. And if I did this and let my family live, I'd go to jail and they would still be out there. How could I trust that they would leave my family alone? They might, he shook his head. There's witness protection, I said, but he cut me off. Witness against whom? I never saw his face. He wore a black mask. All I could tell was that he was a male and had a Spanish accent. The Spaniard. The mysterious figure who was the liaison between the Chosen, the Kingsmen, and the Seven Kings. Son of a bitch. Gray glared at me. So, do you want to tell me that the police, or even the military, would protect me from someone I couldn't identify? Besides, he said, his mouth a taut and bitter line, he said that they had people in the police, in the military, in the government. He said that they had people everywhere. And you believed him? Wouldn't you? I thought, yeah, I probably would. And, Gray went on, he said that he would occasionally reach out to me through other means to prove what he said. He wasn't lying. I found notes in my locked car. Voicemails in 5 different voices on my phone. Notes on my desk. He swallowed. Even a folded note in my lab coat here in the hot room. They were everywhere. I thought about running, but if they are everywhere, where could I run? Gray sobbed so hard that he almost dropped the beaker. My heart was in my throat. When he wiped his nose, it left twin red smears on the forearm of his hazmat suit. I gave them both morphine. This strain of Ebola works very fast. I thought it would hurt less than a gun. I'm not good with guns. Why not overdose them with morphine? Fresh tears welled in his eyes. The tears were pink with blood. I didn't think you would believe me unless you had no choice. Seeing Mikey would convince you, but I wanted to take my gun and pistol whip the shit out of him. I wasn't a doctor, and even I could have figured 50 ways to do it better than he'd done it. What about the rest of the staff? I said. Why hold them hostage? I told you. I found notes on my desk, in my lab coat. And then the security cameras and ventilation cut out. They have someone else here. I don't know who, so I made everyone put on hazmat suits and go into the fish tank. I locked it from the outside. He coughed and there was blood on his lips. Are the people in the fish tank infected? No, but it's in the air with them. If you trust your people, then maybe you can interrogate them. Get one of them to talk. I didn't release the virus until the tank door was sealed. I put a bicycle lock on the crash bar and broke the key off in the lock. You'll have to cut it to get them out. I'm still a step behind you here, document. If you're going to hand everyone over to us, why not turn yourself and your family in? This isn't some candy-ass drug buy. This is international incident stuff. This is terrorism. We'd be able to protect you, I guarantee it. Dr. Gray looked at me with eyes that wept tears of blood. He said that they are everywhere. The police, Interpol, everywhere. And yet you asked for someone from Homeland. What else could I do? I had to make this big enough so that it would be harder for them to cover it up. How do you know I'm not one of them? I looked out the window. I saw the helicopters land. Not all of you can be involved. I mean, if you are, then my family is better off out of a world like that. And if you're not involved. He looked to me for encouragement, and I gave him a small nod. Then please do something. You haven't told me much. Document. How is this connected with the bombing at the London? Gray stared bug-eyed at me. Is it? Oh my God. Are you sure? The Seven Kings put their mark on both places right before things went to hell. You're involved in this thing, you tell me. He gave me a frank and uncomprehending stare. Who are the Seven Kings? Their symbol is painted in blood on the wall outside of the hot room. I saw that outside when I sent Mikey to, he shook his head. I don't know what it means. The guy who roughed you up, the Spaniard. Did he say anything about why they were doing this? Or about what they wanted? He laughed and then abruptly turned his head and spit blood onto the cold floor. He never said why. He only told me what he wanted me to do. He said, go to your job, remove the Ebola from the vault, and spill it on the floor of the hot room. Nothing else? Just that. Since the failsafes were supposed to kick in as soon as there was a biological accident, I thought that all they wanted was an incident. Maybe kill some of the staff and expose America's involvement in secret bioweapons testing. It's the only thing that made any sense. Then the vent controls went down and the failsafes never kicked in. And he never mentioned the Seven Kings? I asked. Or even just kings, . No, just the goddess, and I. Goddess? Tell me exactly what he said. Both times he attacked me he mentioned the goddess. When he promised not to hurt my family if I did what he wanted, he swore by the goddess. And yesterday, when he attacked me in my garage, he said that nothing is impossible if the goddess wills it to be. He held a knife up to my eye and made me swear that I believe in the goddess. I got it wrong first. I said that I believed in God, and he got so mad I thought he would kill me right there. He kept ranting about faith and how the goddess was his shield and he was her sword. Crazy stuff like that. Then he gave me his knife and told me to kill him. He said that his faith would protect him. What did you do, What could I do? He said that if I didn't try to kill him he would go upstairs and turn Mikey into one of his angels. God. That's what he called the poor women and children in those photos. Angels. He called his victims angels. Gray described how he had tried to kill the Spaniard and how the man had disarmed and beaten him without effort. He was so fast. I never saw him move. God, please. I couldn't let him do that. I couldn't let him turn Mikey into an angel. His sobs were as deep and as broken as any I'd ever witnessed. This man, this Spaniard, had killed Dr. Gray long before today. He'd broken Gray's spirit in his mind and cut away the fabric of hope and trust that bound his life together. It was horrible to witness and it provoked in me an atavistic dread of the Spaniard, and of the Seven Kings and the goddess they worshipped. A dread, and a killing rage that burned like boiled acid under my skin. I wanted to face this man, and I knew that I didn't want to do so from the cold and antiseptic distance of a gun. I wanted to be up close and very personal with the Spaniard. Knife to knife, or far better yet, hand to hand. Gray coughed and the sound dragged me back from the edge of a red darkness and into the broken moment. I looked at Gray and thought about Plimpton. The selection of these men had to have other elements. I mean, hell, I had a family that I loved, my dad, my brother and his wife and kid, couple of aunts, but I wouldn't slaughter 4,000 people in a hospital to protect them. I'd find some other way to keep them safe while I looked into it. So, okay, I'm a cop and a federal agent, and psychologically speaking I have a head full of bees and spiders, but I could not believe that there were levers strong enough to turn me into a mass murderer. What was it about Gray and Plimpton that made them different? I'm going to find out who did this, I said. I am going to find them, and I can guarantee you, Dr. Gray, I will show them what terror really means. He closed his eyes. I wish I could believe you. I said nothing to that. He was starting to drift. Bloody sweat was leaking from his pores. Is there anything else you can tell me? I said softly. He nodded weakly. I wrote an account of it. Of everything. It's on my laptop, in the documents section. My password is Grasta. With an accent over the first A. It's hidden in a folder called Christmas List. What's Grasta mean? My family's Irish. That's Gaelic, he said. For mercy. I stood and stretched out my left hand. Give me the beaker. He smiled and looked at the swirling brown mixture with the red veins. It's not what I said it was, he said. It's just coffee and Tabasco sauce. He handed it to me. I still took it carefully and set it on the desk. Mercy, I said. Grasta. But I don't deserve it. He buried his face in his hands. I could hear him saying the names of his wife and son over and over again. Mercy. I'm no saint. Furthest thing from it. But I can at least grant a little mercy. I raised my gun and put the laser sight on him. Interlude 23. Aboard the Delta of Venus. The St. Lawrence River. 4 months ago. Sebastian Gault lay with his head on Eris's naked breast as the stars wheeled overhead. The boat rocked gently under them, dark water slapping against the hull. Far away on Crown Island, cicadas and crickets made the darkness pulse with life. Fireflies were pinpricks of light as they flitted among the tall grasses on the banks of the St. Lawrence River. I'm glad you accepted our offer, lovely boy, Eris murmured. You knew I would, said Gault. It feels a little surreal, though. Kings and thrones. She laughed, deep and throaty. It is surreal. We're remaking the world into what we want it to be. I hadn't expected you to be the driving force for this thing. Oh, you know, behind every great man is a totally psycho power-hungry bitch? Exactly. And Sonny Boy is fine with that? He's less devoted to the goddess than his fellow kings, but he'll do his part. What about the others? Are they all still in your corner? They are, she said as she ran her fingernails down his chest and over his hard stomach. I have a special relationship with each of the kings. God, please don't tell me that you and your son are. No, she laughed. Just the other kings. I'm corrupt, lovely boy, but not tacky. Thank God for small mercies, dot. Thank goddess, she corrected. Ah, yes. They lay together and watched as several meteors burned their way through the blackness. Minutes drifted past them on the current of the night. Sebastian. You loved her, didn't you? Who? Amira. Your pretty little Iraqi mad scientist. You really loved her, didn't you? He closed his eyes, shutting out even the simple beauty of the star field above. Love is a quicksand pit. You're being evasive. Did I love her? Yes. Deeply, and despite the fact that she was married to another man, and despite the fact that I had several times planned to kill her, and despite the fact that she betrayed me and tried to kill me, I loved her to the end. He made a low, feral sound and a shudder passed through his whole body. I still do, and I wish I could take a scalpel and carve that emotion out of my body. I'm not joking, Eris. If I could actually cut it out, I would. Is that what your plan is? The course of action you propose to the kings, is that the scalpel you want to use? He sat up and looked down at her. It was so dark that she was nearly a paleness woven into the fabric of shadows. What's that supposed to mean? Eris propped herself on one elbow. Oh, don't take offense, Sebastian. You can't possibly be dense enough to believe that you're not damaged goods. We all are, or we wouldn't be the people we've become. You are one of the greatest pharmaceutical researchers on the planet, a self-made rags-to-riches billionaire, and yet you've spent most of your adult life covertly funding terrorist organizations and creating exotic diseases just so you could be the first to bring treatments to market. You're a thoroughly corrupt mass murderer. You paid to have a certifiably insane molecular biologist design a pathogen that could easily have caused a global pandemic of apocalyptic proportions. If it wasn't for Joe Ledger and the DMS, this whole world would look like a sequel to Night of the Living Dead. And now you have been brought into a secret society, a group that has asked you to help them destabilize the economies of the global superpowers by any means necessary. You are all those things, lovely boy, and yet when you spoke tonight about what you would be willing to do as part of the Seven Kings, there wasn't a flicker of greed in your voice. There wasn't ego or megalomania. What I heard was a person in pain who wanted to stop hurting. How do you know what I said or how I said it, damn it? You weren't even there. She laughed. I'm always there, Sebastian. Galt said nothing. And you, lovely boy, are still being evasive. Surely you have the balls to admit the nature of your motivations. Or should I go looking for them? Her fingers brushed his upper thigh and he batted them irritably away. What do you want from me? He snapped. Only the truth, she said. That's the only thing that matters between us. Between the Seven Kings, their consciences, and their goddess. No lies, no secrets. The wheel of night turned above them before Galt could bring himself to speak, and when he did there were ghosts in his voice. I died, he said. When Amira betrayed me, when it all crashed down. I died. I could feel it inside. It was like a poison had taken hold of me. You know how they say your life flashes before your eyes? It does. I saw everything that I had done, I saw all the versions of myself. The child, the lad, the young entrepreneur, the man. I saw myself expand into a captain of industry. I saw the specific moments of my own corruption. My first dirty deal. I saw the faces of the people who were dead because I wanted them dead. I saw the friends betrayed and cast aside. And I saw Amira's face, beautiful before her betrayal and beautiful and monstrous after. I saw the monster that lived within me. I felt the humanity in me die, Eris. I felt it go in. His fingers closed around hers and she squeezed back. And I was glad. God, I was so glad to be rid of it. It was a tumor, a canker. His voice was a reptilian hiss. Sebastian, my lovely boy, Eris bent toward him, finding his face in the dark. She kissed his eyes, his cheeks, his lips, and as he spoke his cold words were breathed into her hot mouth. All that remains is the monster, he said. Eris took him in her arms and held him. Tears flowed like hot mercury from her eyes and splashed on his shoulder. This is so beautiful, my sweet, she said. This is what Caesar knew when he realized that he was more than man. This is what the pharaohs knew, and the first emperor of China. To be a king, a true king, is to be greater than a man. She showered his face with 1,000 quick kisses. You've ascended. You've become. Anything and anyone to whom you were attached before this moment is gone. You don't need them anymore. You are a king, a true king of this world, and you will be a god in the next. They clung together in the darkness of their own passion. Below decks, in a cabin that was spacious, luxurious, private, but not as soundproof as its designers intended, Toys, the conscience to the king of plagues, sat on a bunk, his knees drawn up, arms wrapped around his shins, fingers interlaced, head leaning against the hull. The cabin was as dark and desolate as his heart. He had listened to the sounds of Sebastian and Eris making love, and it had amused him, even aroused him. Then he had listened to their whispered conversation. All that remains is the monster. Toy stared at the darkness in his cabin, but what he saw was a deeper and greater darkness within. He looked at his own hands. They were blood-stained, too, he knew that. Since he had become Galt's personal assistant and closest confidant, he had charred his own soul with unnumbered crimes. His Catholic guilt had been nicely offline for years now, surfacing only long enough to compel him to light a candle 2 or 3 times a year for all of the lives he had helped to destroy. His comfort and solace had been that over the last 2,000 years the Catholic Church itself had done far worse, even without counting the excesses of the Inquisition. But this? Somehow this felt beyond that, maybe beyond redemption. And the irony was that the catalyst to these dark thoughts had been the word, the label that the kings used for people such as him. Conscience. Was there ever a crueler word? The boat rocked gently, creaking as boats will. Far away a buoy clanged to mark the channel passage. His interlaced fingers pressed together so tightly that pain pulsed in every joint and sent fire flashes along his arms. The pain was the only thing that kept him from screaming. All that remains is the monster. God, he whispered as the first tears fell from his eyes.